when I'm not working. Most people only go to the stadium when they're working.
Like, you'll be at the Caps game tonight in the seats.
Sitting there, having fun. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going just to work. I go to games and stuff to enjoy it. I go to other things to enjoy. I travel to D.C. because, you know what? It is the nation's capital. And a lot of times, and I've been having fun in D.C. since April of 1990.
Republic Gardens.
I promise you, I probably spent more money in D.C. than a lot of people that live in D.C.
I won't ignore that my name got dropped in the post this morning. It's kind of interesting to me, B. Whenever I break news, they have a hard time remembering my name to credit it. Mm-hmm. But I was in there today, and that's cool. I do live in Maryland. I'm not going to hide from that. I'm also not going to hide from my support for this deal because I think it's the absolute best thing for the city. I would point out that when Ted Leonsis and Governor Youngkin had their press conference in Alexandria about moving the Caps and the Wiz to Alexandria, I think, I don't want to speak on behalf of the other shows, but I think I remember the Junks supported it and Grant and Danny supported it, and it was you and I that sat here and we're like, no way, please don't do this. It's going to gut the city. Mm-hmm. The city needs that anchor in the middle of town.
And a lot of people outside of those shows were supporting it.
Right.
And they were worried that they were going to leave, and they didn't point nobody out when they were trying to say, no, keep it here. They didn't point you out and say, whoa, look at JV Philly who lives outside the city supporting this thing.
Right. And I will add that there were times that got a little awkward for me because I do have a employment agreement with Monumental. And I was speaking my mind then, just like I'm speaking it now. And I think we sit here in the Navy Yard. We are 3 blocks from Nats Park.
Yeah.
This entire area happened because they put that baseball stadium in there. And the city paid for all of that. I recognize a number of factors. I recognize the city is kind of screwed in a lot of ways because look at how much money the Bills and the Titans are getting for their stadiums. And you know what they're able to draw on? Multiple buckets, right? They get the city, the county, and the state. DC, unfortunately, because of bureaucracy centuries old, is its own little district that is hemmed in by
And then they're controlled by people that don't really give them money.
Right.
They tell them how they can spend their money.
Right. Dude, like I think Mayor Bowser might have one of the most politically difficult jobs in the country. Mm-hmm. And then I think that the council, the DC council, has an obligation to their constituents to try to get the best deal.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge anyone trying to get the best deal. I'm just not convinced you're going to get a better deal. We'll see.
Let's be
Odds
real,
are
Jay.
they'll get to the finish line one way or another.
The people that makes DC's life hard are the same people that gave them the permission to go out there and do something with this property. And they basically gave them permission with a kind of a hunch towards a certain area about how they're going to make their money. Am I right?
Yeah.
So if the people that control you having ownership are the people that gave you permission and they put a little elbow to the stadium side, everybody out there, don't be mad at people that have an opinion. Have a problem with the people that controls it and put it out there. Because none of us, you, me, anybody else, don't care where the hell you live, have no control over this. But the people sitting up there at that damn Capitol, they got a lot of control over it. And I think they gave control and gave the ownership and the permission to do so with a little hunch of this is what we want as well.
I don't disagree. I do not take away. I am not dismissive of people. Like if your stance, the councilwoman, I believe Ward 1, Nadine, who says, I don't want public money going to stadiums, period. Okay. I don't agree with you, but I can understand your stance, right? I can understand some politicians.
Hey, Michigan gave some public money. I think that's where she's from.
Yeah. I think I can understand others that want a better deal. They're concerned about the parking or the skate park or farmers markets. I mean,
they already said skate park not going anywhere.
Right.
Those fields aren't going anywhere.
To me, build something huge that will be world renowned is good for everybody. It takes money to make money.
And it would do what? It would make money for the city.
Dude, just like Nats Park, if the city was arguing when was that? 6-8 months ago, that maybe last year, that Caps and Wiz were going to move to Virginia, and I believe they had unanimous support in the council. If it wasn't unanimous, forgive me. Somebody will let me know, I'm sure. But the council very aggressively wanted to keep the Caps and the Wizards because sports arenas bring money into the city. How is that? How is that different now? And if you want to say, listen, I think they're going to have 20 to 30 major events. That's what a Commanders team official told me. They're going to have a ton more of other stuff.
But can I break it down for you real quick? And I want people to understand this. One basketball game, one hockey game comes nowhere close to one football game. So maybe two of those basketball games and two of those football games may equal what a football game presents and what they make. I think it's more than that. I think it's about 5 to 6 games. So when you try to throw out the number 81 compared to 30, if you have 10 games, you're basically talking about 50 to 60 of those other games.
Sure.
When you add the possibility of the Super Bowl, Olympics, multiple concerts, if Beyonce rolled in here, Taylor Swift rolled in here in that stadium, it's way more than any damn basketball game. I mean, it may be it may be a quarter of their damn season, to be honest with you. So I love when people throw numbers out without any context. Okay, I'm a football player, but I got a damn deep ass mind. Okay, don't throw out 30 and 80 and think I'm gonna stay there, because if one place makes about 15 million and then the other place makes 1.5, I'm kicking that ass, right?
Yeah.
So tell me the numbers, add them up. Tell me the people that roll in and spend money in that area. Add all of it up, and then you tell me about the numbers. And I promise you, they don't want to see those numbers.
I'm with you, Brian.
The people that throw out that 30 and 80, I can give a damn about 30 and 80. But I also know people will be around it all the time. You have 60-something thousand people spending money in your area at one time instead of 15, 20,000.
Totally. And for multiple days, right? Like, so I want to be clear, though. Like, I hear people's concerns. And if you live in that immediate area and you see this giant plot of land that could be developed, maybe you want to be sure. We've all heard about the skate park's importance. Keep the skate park. You want grocery stores. You want nice restaurants. You want places you can take your kids, good parks. The way I understand this, they're going to do all that. So where's, like,
the thing for me, Jay,
they're going to do all of that.
I have been over there in that area, the fields that RFK is called. I've been there for events that Events DC does. I also helped hosted another event there myself. And I can tell you one thing. While I'm over there in all those nice fields and I look over, I see an eyesore. And I ain't seeing nothing happen. They've been tearing it down for how many years?
Right.
But I haven't seen nobody rush to get that eyesore gone. But now all of a sudden there's someone who's trying to make it better with the stuff that's already there. And listen, man, I understand. You might not want this, that, and the other coming in. But you know what? One thing we've learned in this country, all of us, we say it's a democratic process, right?
Yep.
So if 60% says yes and 40% say no, we got to deal with it. And everything is not going to be perfect. But a lot of people that live outside the city also spend a lot of money in the city too.
Sure.
So let's stop acting like if you don't live in the city, you do nothing.
I just circle back to this. I mean, RFK has been shuttered now. I mean, hell, DC United was the last tenant there. Audi Field seems like it's been open close to 10 years, 10 years. I don't know. It's literally rotting. It's, I don't know. What would you say the distance is? Be 3 miles east?
What?
Actual RFK from the United States Capitol. About 3 miles? 2.5?
If that.
Yeah. The U.S. Senate gave the city permission. I'm reading from the bill. The district, this act transfers the administration of the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus from the National Park Service to the District of Columbia. The district, after the transfer, may develop and use and permit the development and use of the campus for the following purposes. The first bullet point, B, stadium purposes. The first bullet point.
But see,
now it doesn't mandate it has to be, but if you want to play a game with these people, you're going to lose.
You know what happens?
You're going to lose that game.
All right, that's the thing about it. I think most people that hear that, and when it's presented by a lot of people that don't want to do it, they don't tell the constituents that's what the bill states. They don't say that. Because you know what? If I could keep that away from the people, now I can sit up here and act like I'm doing something different. But the people that gave you permission, people still probably have a say in it still.
Yeah.
They said, first bullet point, stadium.
Mark Seagraves told us yesterday that D.C. budgets do have to get sent through the House and the Senate, and they almost always get approved. It's very rarely a big deal. Something tells me this one might get a snag.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just, if somewhere there's a line between grandstanding and actually wanting to get something done, if there are politicians in D.C., counselors that want to get a better deal for their constituents, I understand that, and I could support that. I don't know that there is a better deal. Something tells me that generally what gets announced and what gets finished and passed, there will be some changes. I think that's inevitable. But I also think the cost of everything is really high. Go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Like the numbers sound astronomical, but when's the last time you tried to take your family out to dinner and you're like, holy bleep, this was $120? Like the cost of everything is through the roof.
I don't know where you're going, Eve. I know. I take my family out. It's $120 for just the appetizers.
I got little kids. They're getting chicken tenders, but I hear you.
Yeah. Chicken tenders cost like a steak used to cost.
No. Like the cost of everything is through the roof. I'm not diminishing the detractors, right? But the grandstanding, some of this is just obviously flawed. I'll leave it at that. What's not flawed? Working with John Leahy, best realtor in the DMV. If you are looking to buy or sell a property, you got to hit up Leahy. He's so confident he'll get you an instant cash offer within 24 hours.
You know what? Just like Margaret and her husband did. They were looking for a home in an Annapolis neighborhood, which they specifically wanted to target. After John Leahy and the Fine Living Group showed them a property they loved, the listed agent let them know that they already had 2 offers in hand. As John and his team began strategizing, 3 more offers were presented. Still, the Fine Living Group told them, don't worry about that. We got this. After working on a few tweaks in regard to Margaret and her husband's offer, the next day they were told that their bid was the one that was being chosen over all 5 others. Perhaps even more impressive, it was under contract in only 5 days. Do you need Margaret's pre-approval? You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your need, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
And maybe you're scared your house isn't going to sell fast or it's not going to get top dollar like maybe the market was 2 years ago. I bet if you're trying to sell a house by RFK right now, you're about to get paid on that. But if you are worried about selling your house, say you're in Gaithersburg or Lanham or Annandale, wherever you are, check out John's VIP seller program. John has access to pre-approved buyers and knows how to create top demand for your home, getting you the highest price possible. So confident he can get your home sold, he'll guarantee it. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Tough one for the Nationals at Philadelphia. They fall 7-6 in the ninth inning against the Phillies after leading 6-5. Kyle Finnegan's second blown save after Bryson Stott scored on a game-winning wild pitch.
Finnegan's 2-0 to Turner. In the dirt, Ruiz smothers it, runner breaks for the plate. The throw to Finnegan's behind him, and the game's over. On the wild pitch, Stott scores the winning run.
Nathaniel Lowe, a go-ahead 3-run shot. Luis Garcia Jr. homer, and C.J. Abrams had 4 hits. He was a homer shy of the cycle. The call is heard on 106.7 The Fan. Denver Nuggets defeat the L.A. Clippers 131-115. Jamal Murray had 43. Denver up 3-2 in the series. The Knicks lead their series 3-2, but it was Detroit that wins 106-103. Indiana over Milwaukee 119-118 in overtime. Pacers win 4-1, as do the Celtics after topping Orlando 120-89. Capitals and the Montreal Canadiens tonight. 3-1 series lead for the Caps. Pregame 6:45 on The Fan. The winner gets Carolina. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Robert Mays from The Athletic Football Show. You can follow him at Robert Mays, M-A-Y-S. Robert, thanks for joining us, dude. How are you?
Happy to do it. How you guys doing post-draft?
Doing good, man.
We're good, man. I mean, we can start right there. What do you think of the Commanders class?
It's an interesting way of going about it. You know, I'm sure a lot of Washington fans are sitting there itching about the lack of pass rusher, and I would totally understand that. But you look at the roster, and I appreciate how intentional they've been about trying to remake the line, because you look at what they did last year, and I truly think that what Cliff Kingsbury and Bobby Johnson did with that group last year was maybe the most impressive unit-specific coaching job in the NFL in 2024. The ability to lift that group the way that they did with, you know, chips, you know, formations, just so many different nuances and details was really impressive. But you don't want to have to live that way. And so them really going out and saying, we're going to improve this group, we're going to create competition in this group, it's an interesting way of approaching it, and I do appreciate that. And then going and getting Trey Amos, it's like, yeah, if you look at the roster right now or pre-draft, you can make an argument that edge rusher was a bigger need than corner, but you look at that deal they brought Igonagmi back on, and that's a depth deal. You know, I think that they played him last year in the nickel because they had to, and now you give yourself a chance to move Mikey Sainristil back inside. You really kind of complete that group in a way that is going to make your pass rush better potentially. When you only have so many picks, there are only so many directions you can go, and they've been aggressive in adding players via trade. So I understand the process and where they landed, even if I'm sure fans are a little bit uneasy about some of it.
I think when I watch all the moves they made this offseason, my mindset was that they're going to go in this draft and get best player available because they're not stressed or forced to have to do anything. You know, yes, I understand the pass rusher, but if you don't go there, then you need to solidify your offense, make that even better. I mean, for years, that was Kansas City. Extremely good offense. Their defense was okay. Now their defense is very good. And if they fall off, they can still do some things. But you don't always have to just go and grab somebody just because people think you need that.
I agree with that. And if you look at just NFL history over the last decade or so, we've got a lot of information and a lot of statistics that tell you offense is more consistent from year to year. If I were building a team from scratch, I think in a vacuum, I would want the best offense I could have in any given season. And then you hope you can manufacture something on defense. And the Chiefs are a great example. Like, no one is better at manufacturing pressure, disguise, confusion than Steve Spagnuolo is. And I think that Washington, you look at what they did last year when they had to lean into some of the more funky blitz looks and trying to manufacture pressure, they can do that. So if I were having to put my resources and kind of have it slanted one side of the ball or the other, I'd rather be great on offense with an incredible young quarterback and say, you know what, we can figure it out. We can get hot on defense. That's our best path to get where we want to go.
And you know what helps you also when you got an extremely great offense? The rules of football today help the offense more than it does the defense.
There's no doubt about that.
It's interesting, too. We're talking with our friend Robert Mays here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at Robert Mays, Mays. Check out his podcast. When we have these conversations, it's also like, I think a lot of the Commanders fans that are really upset about them not getting a edge rusher in the draft is in the 4th round, they took a receiver out of Virginia Tech with a ton of speed, right? There were 4 edge rushers in the 6 picks right before they went. I think they probably would have taken one of those 4 had they been there. And the real impact of a 4th round edge rusher in a draft where guys are staying longer and longer in college football is probably about the same as some dude they're going to sign in free agency anyway.
That's exactly what I would say. I think it's a great point, JP. You look at the hit rate and the impact that guys in that range of the draft are making, and I don't think that's where you're going to fill that need.
At least in year one.
Again, yeah, in year one, but also just, I look at the Bears. I live in Chicago, and it's the team I follow the most, and they traded back into the 2024 draft to go get Austin Booker from Kansas. They drafted him in the 4th round, and he didn't really do much as a rookie, and maybe he does something in year 2, but guys like that, like the Max Crosbys of the world, are the exceptions that prove the rule. For the most part, you're not going to get players at that position specifically at that range of the draft. And the other thing that I think complicates it for them is you look at the edge class in free agency this year, and there just wasn't a lot. There weren't a lot of players to be had. I mean, you can count them on one hand. It was like Josh Sweat, Dayo Odangbo, Khalil Mack, and you run out of them very quickly. We can talk about how smart it is to allocate all of those resources and whatever it is, 17, 18 million against the cap to Deebo Samuel at this stage in his career. But there were not a lot of available edges you would have wanted to pay this spring, combined with the draft falling in a way that didn't necessarily present them with a lot of obvious options.
One team I wanted to ask you about was the Giants. I think they had a really strong draft. We'll see if Jackson Dart is the guy or not, but I like Carter. I like Scadaboo. I like a lot of the moves they made. What do you think about Big Blue trying to rebuild this thing kind of on the fly?
I think they came away from this draft about as well as they could have if you were going to approach it this way. If you knew going in, we need to take a swing for a quarterback, and we're not going to be able to get Cam Ward, which they tried to do. And every other quarterback in this class is not worth drafting in the top 10. So why not get the blue chip player and then wait to see if you can maneuver back into the 1st round for the quarterback? And the price they paid to move back up for Jackson Dart, I think that has to be mentioned in discussing how they navigated this draft, because to give up 2 third-round picks and come away with your quarterback as part of that by going back into the 1st round, that's a really reasonable price to give up. Darius Alexander, the guy that drafted in the 3rd round, defensive tackle, he is, I think, a necessary piece next to somebody like Dexter Lawrence, because everyone was talking about this pass rush and all the guys that they have now. And every time someone would say that, I would be like, go look at their defensive tackle depth chart. Go look at their defensive tackle depth chart. Those groups need to be waves of players, and you can't have that one defined weak link, and they did. And so addressing that, I think, was great. Scadaboo in the 4th round makes perfect sense, to pair him with Tyrone Tracy. But here's the thing about all of this. We can talk about how well they did in this draft and how it looks. If Jackson Dart doesn't work out, the rest doesn't matter, especially for this coaching staff and this regime. So I think that's part of why I'm not so gung-ho about it, is that I have reservations about Jackson Dart. And if that doesn't work out, then it really renders a lot of the other stuff moot if you're Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen.
I totally agree. And, dude, to me, obviously a lot of things happen with Shedeur, right? I think it sucks that he landed in Cleveland because I think Cleveland will mess it all up. But I just, for them to go with Dart there, to me, is B. Mitch and I always joked that I call the NFL is a self-preservation league. Because once guys get in, they never want to get out. And once you get a top job, you never want to put yourself in a position to lose it. And I feel like Daboll or Shane or both of them, some mixture of it's like, we can't go with Shedeur because the Deion threat is going to loom way too large.
Yeah.
And I just, like, what is Jackson Dart's comp? Daniel Jones? Maybe less athletic? Like, what is – I kind of like him as a prospect, but it just seemed like such a –
stretch.
Just a move to protect their own jobs.
I think that's fair. I think the biggest difference if you're drafting Jackson Dart versus Shedeur Sanders, the thing that jumped out when I was watching Shedeur Sanders in college and studying the tape is that anytime he was in trouble, he does not have the requisite athleticism to get himself out of trouble.
Yeah.
And if you look around the league right now, that is almost like a prerequisite for being a competent NFL quarterback. To me, a perfect example of this is Brock Purdy. Like, you watch Brock Purdy play, and the first thing that comes to mind about Brock Purdy is not athleticism. He's not an overwhelming athlete, but he is very much quick enough and explosive enough, if you look at that 10-yard split number, etc., to get himself out of trouble when the pocket starts collapsing. Shedeur doesn't have that. And I just think, especially as a young quarterback in the league, when you can't win with your brain immediately because you're not advanced enough, you need a certain baseline level of athleticism to get yourself out of trouble. And that's what would have worried me about him the most. And he compounds that with the way that he drifts in the pocket and kind of puts himself in trouble. With Jackson Dart, there are a lot of elements of his game that would give me pause. Like, I had a really constructive conversation at the Combine with a play calling head coach about what he looks for in quarterbacks and how sometimes the best answer a quarterback can give you when you're talking to them about a certain play, and you ask, why did you do that? And it's a good throw, and it's away from defenders, and he says, you know what, I don't know. Because that's a sign that they can feel where defenders are and where space is within an offense. If you go watch Jackson Dart, the physical characteristics of his game, you can talk yourself into it. He's a decent athlete. He's got a decent stroke. But you watch some of those throws where he has no feel for where defenders are in space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is magnified by the fact that that offense is really spoon-fed to the quarterback. So with Jackson Dart specifically, what you're betting on in the back half of the first round are the individual traits that he has that are maybe a little bit better than some of the other quarterbacks in this class, and you're hoping the field stuff can come around as you introduce a more nuanced version of football to him over the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Robert, we got to let you go, brother, but I appreciate it. Maybe we can follow up with you as mini camps get going.
Absolutely. I'll be around. Good
Okay,
talking to you guys.
Thank you, man.
Robert Mays. Make sure you give him a follow at Robert Mays. Check out his podcast, The Athletic Football Show. Does a really good job. He's a dude that can go in depth and just talk ball, and I always appreciate it.
I like
it. Coming up at 11, our guy, Mr. Neil Greenberg. B. Mitch Finley and Jacob Dylan. I meant to tell White Brian something. I started to watch that Bob Dylan movie on the plane to California. And I was in charge of the 6-year-old at the time, so I only watched like a half hour. But we all gave you a bunch of grief about going to that movie with your wife. It was kind of good, first half hour anyway. He took down like Joan Baez. There was a lot going on, but it was kind of entertaining. Now, perhaps more germane to the Sports Talk program. RAS scores. RAS measures athleticism in players, football players. Commanders, Football Insights just put out team RAS scores. They average out all the players drafted. Commanders tops in the league for best athletes drafted in this draft.
Really?
Yo, Sammis Reyes is one of the best looking athletes I've ever seen. He couldn't play football.
Yeah.
Being an athlete doesn't guarantee success, but it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, but I think when you have the production that a lot of these guys had, along with that athleticism, proves that they're not Sammis Reyes. He was a guy that they thought they were finding.
Right.
And he
I
had
was just
nothing.
kind of making it.
Yeah, but he had nothing to go with his stuff. I think when you look
Here's
at
a better example. Antonio Gandy Golden was off the charts athlete.
Mhm.
Retired. Didn't have it in him.
yeah, some people don't have it.
Right.
But I look at Connolly, and I go to Amos. I think we've seen them play. Go down to Virginia Tech with Lane. The kid Whitcomb got to figure out. He got to figure his stuff. He got to be more consistent tackling. The linebacker from UCLA.
UCLA, yeah.
And then the running back, he got screwed by the NCAA, but when he got his chances,
You've been good.
he got something with him. So you got to coach, and then again, you got to coach it up.
Right.
Get it out of him. I think this coaching staff has done that.
For me, Adam Peters clearly has a type. He
Mhm.
likes athletes. And I think that, like, if I had to have a driving force, now, I think you can see in the type of people they draft
Mhm.
that the person really matters. But if I had to have, if I'm deciding between two people and I like them both, and one of them's a way better athlete, I'm going that direction.
Yeah.
So of these rankings from Football Insights, Commanders are at the top. Just behind them, the Vikings. You could almost say the Vikings and the Washington is tied. They're both at like it's like a minuscule. I tweeted out this graphic and put it on my Facebook if anybody wants to check it out. 3 of the top 4 spots, though, are the NFC East. Washington 1, Giants 3, Eagles 4.
Glad you didn't say Cowboys.
Guess where the Dallas Cowboys land?
Last.
Dead last.
Because they pick people that Jared likes, not people that really can play.
Dead last by like a look at this. Look how far down and
That's
over.
bad.
Yeah.
That's bad, dog.
I that gives me great pleasure. Sue me. Now, I don't want to lose sight of mentioning this. I saw this live last night. I was watching some hoops last night. Oh, dude, we got a little bit of breaking news here. I don't think this is enough, frankly. The NFL just announced they have fined. So the kid that prank called Shadur Sanders and some of these other guys.
Yeah.
His father's a defensive coordinator for the Falcons. He was the interim coach for the Jets. Jeff Ulbrich
He should be fine.
The NFL fined the Falcons $250K.
Yeah.
And they fined specifically Ulbrich $100,000.
Oh, yeah, I think it's good because let's be real, man. He has a private number. And when you get that, you are held to a certain standard. You can't just let your kid get it. And for me, the fact that his kid did it and what his kid did tells me that he was at home talking and did not protect that information. So he should have got fined $100,000, probably more. Because if you go through life and you meet people's kids, you can basically listen to the kid and find out what the hell the parents are talking about at home. And that right there shows me what his dad was talking about and how his dad was acting. So it gave him, the feeling that he had the authority to go do something like that.
I think you might be right, B. I don't know.
You can dislike people. You can do what you want to do, especially at that time. That time is so life-changing for people.
Yeah, man. People
You
that
don't
want
want to play games like that.
people that want to be dismissive of it as, oh, it's just a prank call. Why are you taking it so seriously?
No.
That kid is national
Yeah.
Now, did he bring some of it on himself? Yeah. Like it's a complicated thing. But the prank call was
They don't care
unnecessary.
because it was Shador. If it was somebody else, they would give a damn.
What about Tyler Warren,
Yeah.
who's a guy that I've met and really liked, and he's a Virginia native, and like everybody thinks he's going to be the first tight end off the board, and he doesn't go there, and then they prank call him and say, "Oh, we're taking you," and it turned out to be BS.
Uh-huh.
That is mean-spirited.
It is, and it should be. The thing about it is, people that like to just let stuff like that go, they're the same people that if somebody they don't like get injured or murdered, then they don't give a damn.
Didn't I think Connerly was on with Great and Danny yesterday and said he got pranked. Like the NFL's
My
got to
question
lock
is,
this
if
up.
the NFL is going to be getting people's numbers to call them, they should not be allowing people to get that information. Now, if it's one of your boys or somebody that knew your number doing it, when you see him, whip his ass. Put hands on him.
I think the NFL has discovered they have a problem with this list that goes out. So maybe, I mean, honestly, why does the D coordinator even have everybody's phone number?
Yeah,
The dudes that make that call is the coach or the GM.
But why does the D
maybe the owner.
coordinator have the quarterback from another team's number?
Because they send out a giant list of everybody's.
Nah.
So everybody
It should be sent to
every draft pick has
only
to get
the GM
right.
should have that.
Every draft pick has to provide a phone number that they can absolutely be accessed on during draft weekend, right?
Hmm.
Now, for a lot of these dudes, it's probably not a big deal. If you're a projected 5th rounder out of South Dakota State, there's probably not that many people tracking down your phone number.
They get pranked.
But for a lot of these people, their number is a hot commodity. And I just think, yo, NFL, let's lock up that list. GMs only, head coaches only. And I think this should be a wake-up call, and I hope it is. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This update is brought to you by Surfside, Iced Tea, and Vodka. The NFL has fined the Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for, quote, failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft. This was over the leak of Shedeur Sanders' phone number. The Phillies beat the Nationals 7-6 in a heartbreaker at Philly yesterday, down 5-2. The Nationals scored 4 in the ninth inning to go up 6-5. Nathaniel Lowe had a go-ahead 3-run shot. C.J. Abrams had 4 hits and was a homer shy of the cycle. The call heard on 1067 The Fan. Tonight's game is on Team 980. In the NBA playoffs, Denver defeats the LA Clippers 131-115. Jamal Murray 43. Denver leads the series 3-2. Detroit over the Knicks 106-103. New York up 3-2 in that series. The Pacers and Celtics win their respective series 4-1. Indiana downs Milwaukee 119-118 in OT. And Boston over the Magic 120-89. It's the Capitals and the Montreal Canadiens tonight at 6:45 pregame on The Fan with Game 5. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
You got to be a real badass to walk out to Iron Man. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Neil Greenberg joins the program
Neil
from
say he is.
the Washington Post.
He
What
said,
up,
why the
Greenberg?
hell you think he's doing it, Jay?
How are you, dude?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're doing great, man. We haven't been able to spend much time on it yet. Let's talk Caps. How you feeling? They're up 3-1. I think they ice it out tonight, but the series has been closer than maybe the scores show.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to happen in the playoffs. You're playing really good teams, so it becomes more difficult to blow anybody out necessarily. But like you said, I mean, they're up 3-1. They won 6-3 this last. They lost 6-3 last game. Then came back and won 5-2. I think that they're going to be fine. It's hard to sweep in the NHL. I think the difference between the best and worst team in the NHL is probably a lot closer in the playoffs than some of the other leagues, or like baseball, basketball, etc. So I agree with you that they kick this thing out in 5, and then it's just biggest thing as always, exit healthy, and just get ready for the next team that's in front of you.
So speaking of health, this news is just coming out. I see Tarek El-Bashir tweeted, Alexi Protas is officially a game-time decision after being full go the last few days, per Spencer Carberry. What do you think of Protas maybe coming back tonight? Would you keep him resting? What do you think?
Yeah, I always defer to the coaching staff in terms of rest versus getting them playing so they kind of round back into shape, playing shape, if there's any rust. Protas is a young kid, 24 years old. I think it obviously adds depth to the center, position, which is a hallmark of many a Stanley Cup champion. I think they're going to be smart with him. If he's ready to go, I'm sure he'll be out there. If he thinks that he needs a game or two to get himself ready, there's certainly the opportunity to do that. I don't think Washington's any jeopardy of losing necessarily to Montreal. They're not in a dogfight necessarily. So I trust Carberry to do the right thing. Personally, I think if you can get a 30-goal scorer back in the lineup, you do it. Because even, an 80% Protas is probably better than a lot of centers that are available. But again, I mean, you absolutely want him healthy for the rest of the playoffs. So, if you're going to be cautious with him, now is probably the time.
Yeah, I just think that they'll go into this game and they want him to get some play. Instead of if you start getting pressed and throw him in, that could be a problem in my book.
Yeah, you don't want him to try to do too much too soon, too hard. You don't want him to think that he's, this is probably the wrong terminology. He's not the savior. Like, you don't want him thinking that he's the savior or he needs to be or anything like that. Just, he's a young kid. He's probably, the term young and dumb. He doesn't know, how much to push himself. It's playoff hockey, a little bit different. You're probably going to have to save him from himself a little bit. I trust the coaching staff will do the right thing.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Neil at N Greenberg. Caps look pretty good. Carolina last night knocked out the Devils. Now the Devils stink. I guess they had a ton of injuries or whatever. They were barely in this series the whole time. I actually bet the Hurricanes puck line numerous times. It was kind of fun. But now they get to chill. How important, or is it important, that Washington wins tonight so they're not getting a lot further behind the rest that Carolina's going to get?
Yeah, Carolina needs the rest. They've had 2 double overtime games in this series, 2 in the last 3 games. If I'm Washington, I worry about Carolina only because I know that organization. I know how progressive it is. I've known Eric Tolsky since he was a blogger in his mom's basement, the GM.
That's crazy.
I know that they're going to take every edge they possibly can, both on the ice and off the ice, whether that's biometrics or rest studies, sleep studies, etc. Carolina, you don't want to give them any more advantage that they might already have based on just their overall smarts. You want to rest is always good. We just talked about Protas. We want him to be rested, obviously. Alex Ovechkin, is getting up there in age, so more rest for him is probably good. So you absolutely want to be fresh, right? Like, you don't need to, you don't need like a week off. Like, we talk about this a lot in all sports, right? Like, there's a fine line between, well-rested and rusty, right?
Yeah, totally.
And that's different for every team. It's different for every player. You want to at least not give Carolina too much of an advantage. But again, who knows where that line is for each team.
What do you think has to happen? Whether them early in the game or other things need to happen throughout the game to where they secure this victory tonight?
I think fast starts are crucial. Washington is a well-balanced team. They're a well-coached team. I think you want to see tonight. You don't want to see it be difficult. Like, the worst thing that happens is Montreal thinks that they're back in it. Right now it's 3-1. Pretty decent win Caps are coming off of. There's really been only one game where Montreal got loose. I think the worst thing you can do is let them think that they have a chance, it being 3-2. I absolutely think that it's got to be early, get a decent lead, and then just, milk that lead and make sure that you're not making any major mistakes that causes you to collapse.
Greenberg, let's switch to the draft. I'm sure you were paying attention this weekend. What did you think of the Commanders class? Clearly, they are leaning into kind of the advanced athletic metrics that are out there.
Yeah, I thought it was a good one. It's been a while since we've had a Commanders draft that didn't need to be flashy, right? Like last year, obviously, they had a very high pick, took a big swing, it panned out for them with the quarterback position. This year was, boring's not the right word, but offensive tackle and then a cornerback. Those aren't like sexy picks. They were picking 29th, so they really had to wait and see what the draft looked like when it got to them. I liked the picks. I thought they did really well. I don't think that they were reaching. I don't think that they were, they were filling some needs. There's a lot of holes, but, getting a offensive tackle who's versatile, getting a cornerback who's really good, I think is excellent. And then, they took the kid out of Virginia Tech for some depth. They got a linebacker out of UCLA. I think that all that is good and building the right way and, filling up the holes and not overreaching. I mean, this is a solid draft class, I think, for Washington. And, a solid draft class can pay off massively because a lot of people reach and try to get guys that are more sizzle than steak, I think, sometimes.
This day and age, the league kind of leans towards the offensive game. When you start thinking about it, is it better to have an exceptional offense or exceptional defense? Or have an exceptional offense and an very good defense?
Yeah, offense. From what we know about how teams are constructed, having an exceptional offense can help pick up the slack for a good to average defense. The opposite is not true. An exceptional defense in rare cases will make up for a lackluster offense, but it's rare. Like you need a 85 Bears type defense or a 2000 Ravens type defense to really make that type of impact, I think, in today's NFL. So from all the analytics and all the number crunching, it's the exceptional offense really does carry a lot of the freight for a good, a good NFL team.
You guys
especially a Super Bowl contender.
I don't hear Neil. Something
I'm
happened.
still here. You can't hear me?
Hopefully you're still listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. Anybody home? B, you got
I am.
me?
I hear you. I was
now.
talking. Can you hear me?
We got him now.
It cut out. Everything completely cut out in the prison cell.
Oh, my goodness.
But we got you now. All good.
Okay, so TLDR, an exceptional offense can make up for an average to lackluster defense. The opposite is not true. If you have an exceptional offense, it's got to be like, 85 Bears quality to make up for an average offense in today's NFL.
Those don't grow on trees.
Well, dude, a lot of that, I think it's kind of unfortunate because the last really defensively led Super Bowl champion, I would say, was that Seahawks team that beat up Peyton and the Broncos.
Mm-hmm. Legion of Boom.
Yeah, because they were the Von Miller Broncos win. Actually, I guess that was after it, right? So the last defensive-led team, I would say, was Von Miller. Then it was Legion of Boom. Like, the NFL has basically legislated winning that way out of football.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more difficult now to try to win with an incredible defense and maybe a good run game than it's ever been.
Totally.
Yeah, because think about how you have to get points on the board with an exceptional defense. You have to turn the ball over, you have to recover the fumble, and then you have to somehow make it into the end zone. Like that's a lot of moving parts in terms of scoring on the defensive side. It's like almost coin flip, and have them all come up heads. You have much more control over your scoring destiny, obviously, if you have an exceptional offense. So I think that Washington's draft, shoring up the offensive line, a need. Cornerback, a need. And a good cornerback, we've talked about this before, can help the pass rush because you're giving extra time for the defensive line to get home to the quarterback.
Well, dude,
exactly.
Just like the philosophy of it, the NFL is kind of creating their own problem too, or creating their own dynasties in a way. Not to get premature on it, but like if you make everything so contingent on being a good passing football team, that makes everything so contingent on finding good quarterbacks. And what we know in this town and really just across the country, there aren't enough of them. Like, I think legitimately good guys that could go win you a game, guys that can make a conversion on 3rd and 14. How many legitimately good quarterbacks are there? 8? 10?
Maybe.
There's 32 teams.
10 at the most.
A couple guys get hurt. Like, they've created this world where you need this one element to succeed, and there's just not enough of those elements to go around.
Well, and also the rules are also hampering the defense to do their job as effectively as they might be able to, right? I mean, everything, like you said, is kind of predicated on the passing game being successful, whether that's touching the quarterback, bumping the receiver, et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, and we've talked about this before, like, getting an average quarterback, going from like below average to average in quarterbacking in the NFL is a huge leap in terms of team strength because the passing offense is so important. You know, a lot of people, and that's why these backup guys make so much money, because having a superstar NFL quarterback is great, but getting average to a little bit above average quarterbacking really does make a huge difference. And that's why you see these veteran guys on their 5th, 6th contract making money, because it really does impact the score sheet.
So to that point, so our friend Neil Greenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give Greenberg a follow at @Greenberg. You have your pinned tweet right now is which NFL teams are expected to be better or worse in 2025, and we can ask that about a ton of teams. But I'm really interested in. We saw and heard the same thing last year. Going into the season, there was all this optimism about the Bears, and then they fell apart. Now everybody's like, oh, the Bears are the team. Now they got Ben Johnson, who's a first-time ever head coach, and a quarterback Caleb Williams has all of the tools. He has a rocket of an arm. He can make plays in and out of the pocket. He has all of the tools. But he also makes mistakes, dude. What do you make of all the optimism surrounding the Chicago Bears?
Well, people want optimism. It's so much easier to be optimistic than pessimistic, because people want their team to succeed. They want to believe in something good, and they want everything to work out. And for Chicago, you know, we heard this with Chicago. We've heard it with Detroit before they started to get really good, like how they had all the pieces and this was going to be their year. You know, I do think Chicago with Ben Johnson, I mean, we're going to see how good of a offensive coordinator he was. You know, we saw Bieniemy here coming off the Kansas City offense, and it didn't really work out. I mean, you know, there is a case to be made that, you know, offensive coordinators are really good at being offensive coordinators and not necessarily head coaches. You know, we're going to find that out if Ben Johnson is part of that. But there is optimism with Chicago. You know, I think that they did get a little bit better. And when you're an underwhelming team, your strength of schedule gets easier. And I think that, you know, that also plays a role in it. Maybe that gets you an extra win or two. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's optimism. Now, the betting total's at 8.5. I'm not sure I'm that optimistic. Going from 5 to 9 wins is a lot. But you know, the public likes to bet overs, and they like to bet on something happening as opposed to something not happening. In this case, that's something is winning games.
It smells like you're taking the under.
Baby.
I'm probably pessimistic on that betting total.
Have any betting totals moved since the draft?
Very little. There's been a couple, like 1 point. Now, I don't know if they moved because of betting and they were high or low to begin with. But there's not going to be serious movement unless, you know, you have a Peyton Manning type guy at number 1, or, you know, the Andrew Luck situation that can really move the needle and really turn a franchise around. I don't think that we had that in this draft. So I think that we're going to see there wasn't too much movement. As I said, it was just a half game to a game that I saw one way or the other. And I don't think that it's going to be that big of a deal. Because we really don't know yet who's going to be good out of this draft, where they're going to play, how much they're going to play, and how much of an impact they're going to have.
What is Washington's win total? Forgive me for not remembering.
It opened at 10.5, and now it's 9.5. And that 9.5 was before the draft. It was bet down.
Interesting.
That's a tough number.
Yeah, it's a big number. I mean, that's a.
It is. It's their largest since the Marty Schottenheimer year in terms of win total before the season. That's a tough one. I mean, I think 9 or 10 wins is probably where I would have put them before we knew any betting totals. So the 9.5 that's a tough one. They have a much more difficult schedule, and you know, I think that even if they got 9 or 10 wins with a more difficult schedule, they could be as good as they were last year. But because, as I said, they're facing better teams, a 9 or 10 win season could actually be seen as an improvement overall.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I agree. And just the the logistics of this upcoming season are going to be so dramatically different than what we saw last year.
Oh, we didn't have anything last year. Figure it out.
Greenberg, we got to let you go, man. Thank you for the time.
Okay, Rodriguez in the Derby.
Oh, give us your spiel.
Rodriguez in the Derby.
Got it.
Very fast horse, has the pedigree to sustain that speed, breaking from inside post, but he likes to be at the front anyway. I don't think it'll be a factor. I like Rodriguez. His morning line odds were 12-1. I think I'd be happy with 8 to 10-1.
Rodriguez in the Derby it is.
Let's
Thank you,
get it.
dude.
All right, love you. Talk to you soon.
Hey, man.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at N Greenberg. He likes Rodriguez in the Derby. I didn't even know the Derby was coming this weekend. I guess it's almost
You
May,
haven't
right?
heard me talking about it all week?
Nope.
All right. See where you at in the breaks. Those ears don't work during the breaks.
We'll be right back.
B. Mitchell JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. You got to turn down the heat purification, adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Dude, I got a new system in my house, and I feel the difference instantly. We had to turn it up. It was too cold. The Rude's got variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity controls, which operates efficiently even in extreme conditions. Seriously, 70 degrees in my house felt like 65. I had to turn it up to 72. B, you also got to tell them about the tax credits, man. You can get federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Talking about Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
This update powered by Old Glory DC Rugby. Scrum together. Glory forever. OldGloryDC.com. The National Football League has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbrich's 21-year-old son Jax. The Nationals blow a late lead and fall 7-6 in a heartbreaker at Philadelphia. The Washington Capitals take center stage tonight against the Montreal Canadiens, a win, and they're into the second round. They lead the series 3-1. Pre-game show 6:45 on The Fan. When Old Glory DC takes the pitch, it's not just a game, it's a collision course. Don't miss as Old Glory takes on Utah Warriors this Sunday, 2 p.m. at the Maryland Soccerplex. It's Kids Day, when families can enjoy the action together. Get your seats now at OldGloryDC.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We got some breaking news on The Fan.
Again?
And I'm not BSing. Yo, as a matter of fact, Landini, I'm gonna tell B Mission News, and you got to determine if you think this is real or not.
All right.
This qualifies as breaking news on The Fan. Let me be sure I get this correct. Correct.
It's a new word.
Best I can tell, this might be from yesterday, but it's news to me.
No.
Yesterday, when we talked with Mark Seagraves, there were 4 DC council members that were voting yes on the deal.
Mhm.
Well, I believe we got a 5th.
All right.
Council member Zachary Parker represents Ward 5. Council member Parker says the RFK Stadium site presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the district, and residents deserve a plan that delivers for all of us.
Okay.
I am not against the stadium at the site. I maintain this deal. Okay, maybe he's not a yes. I should have read this more thoroughly. He's in the middle here.
He's a maybe.
I think a lot of.
But the fact that he stated it's once in a generation type thing, I would lean towards yes.
Dude, yeah. I talked to somebody this morning, and I think he tweeted this, so I'm not saying anything out of pocket. You remember Joe Maloney? Used to work for the Skins.
Yes.
He's now at American Gaming Association.
Yeah.
He was a big part of the effort to get the bill to give the land back to the city, right? To go from the Park Service back to the District of Columbia. I talked to Maloney for a couple minutes this morning, and basically there's 4 people that are yeses: Pinto, McDuffie, Felder, and Bonds. 2 clear no's. Nadeau seems like a very clear no.
Mhm.
Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And Charles Allen has come out as a very clear no.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 6. That leaves 6 more possibles.
Yeah.
Maloney, who knows things in this world, this is his world, right?
Yep.
He tweeted this out yesterday. You can follow him if you want. Joey Maloney. Guess what he set the total at for yes votes? He did a straight, like, over-under, Vegas style, baby.
7.
You say 7. What do you think Maloney's over-under is for yes votes, Landini?
6.5.
Jeffrey?
I'm going to say 7.
White Brian?
5.5.
9.5.
He must know, so it must be 10. 10 people going to do it. You know, one person always make it, he leaves himself to where he doesn't look like he was saying something wrong or he changed his mind. But in the end, if he see that everybody going the other way, he going to fall right on that side. And you know what that is? Members.
Yeah, man. I actually saw a tweet.
And whether you live in D.C. or not, you can see it if you just pay attention.
There's a ton of information out there. I was looking at something. Eric Flack covers D.C. politics and is saying you can count count Parker's vote as a yes now. So that's 5, and that they're going to keep rolling in. This dude Chuck has been emailing me. Chuck Thies, who covers D.C. politics. He tweeted this out last night. D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson has 3 options. Be known forever for killing the stadium deal and reaffirming D.C.'s not business-friendly reputation. Agree with Bowser and get the legislation done. Muck up things such that Congress grows weary of this BS and intervenes. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of grandstanding, and I think
all the people that say that they grandstand, if it goes back to where it is now, and all that stuff get built up around there, and people start frequenting over there more than they do going to D.C., what are they gonna say? How you live that up? You know, you're going, oh, we did this, we did that. Well, you wasn't doing nothing with it before. And I don't believe you're going to do a lot with it now because you keep claiming you don't have any money. And if it goes somewhere else, then what you going to do? I guess in the next 25 years, I'll be coming on this thing one day, about to hit 70, saying that, yeah, they still trying to figure out what to do with the RFK site.
Right. Like, it's just sitting there. It used to be a stadium. They're not trying to tear down a library or the zoo. You have a giant vacant site that used to be a stadium.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get too bogged down in it all the time. I try to be respectful of people's opinions. I recognize there are social scientists and economists and city planners that will argue stadiums are not good investments for cities. I personally don't agree with that. Say that you can't do lots of things. I know
what Detroit is saying about at first when they had nothing there, then they came to the stadium and starting to build back up.
Right.
And the city now is starting to come back up. The draft went there. They made money off of the draft and they moving forward. So yes, you can say that, but you know what? When you build the stadium and you build stuff around it, you have to learn to be able to support it.
Yeah.
And if you support it, then you know what? It has no choice but to work.
I just, to me, that could be a home run for all parties involved, for the entire community, for the city. And I just, like, the track record's so easy to see. Cap One, Nats Park, Audi Field. Like, somebody was saying to me, well, you know, the development at the Wharf wasn't stadium related. And my reply to that would be, if Nats Park isn't here, then Audi Field isn't there. And then the Wharf isn't there. Like that expansion of riverfront stuff.
Everything's together.
It all kind of grows together.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I forgot. We got the Rooster today talking puck.
Oh boy.
Buckle up for that, B. We got plenty going on. Joe Theismann is going to join us at noon. The Rooster at 12:30. David Aldridge is going to join us at 1:00. DA is a DC native and wants to talk about the stadium, kind of what it means, who it means what to. Steve Wino at 1:30. We're counting down for Caps Game 5 all day. I kind of wish we were still giving away tickets. That was fun yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
People, I think tonight will be electric in there. I think everybody recognizes it's so stupid, but the Caps have had, like, over the course of my life being a Caps fan, a 3-1 lead has not always finished on behalf of the good guys.
Don't even put it out there, dog. You don't want to be a person known as the person who brought that into the atmosphere.
You're right.
Remember when you brought that injury stuff into the atmosphere about Curtis Samuel?
Yo, hold on 1 second. I don't know that I'm exactly the guy that brought that.
What did he say? Don't put that out there.
Surgery.
When did that already happen?
Joe Theismann coming up at noon. Yep. We meant to talk about this earlier. I watched a lot of hoops last night. I watched some hoops and some puck. I had all the TVs working. Pacers, Bucks. It was pretty wild down the stretch.
It was, but I'll just say this here, and I'm going to say it. Parents and relatives of players, don't keep getting in players' faces.
That was
you'll get in somebody's face that's going to whoop your ass, and then guess what's going to happen? You're trespassing when you get on that court. And guys have a right to protect themselves. So be careful.
It
doesn't happen in football a lot, though.
No, I just think so. In case you missed this, the Pacers had a wild comeback.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the Bucks were up 6 with like 20 seconds left or something. They had this wild comeback. Halliburton. Now, credit to Jeff, who's been like the original Halliburton guy.
Yeah.
Jeff was an early adopter of Tyrese Halliburton being a baller. He is. He went to the hole, got a layup with like 1 second left, 1.3 seconds left in overtime. That clinched a 119-118 win for Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened, I thought was way over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton's dad was sitting
Who looked like he's
courtside.
5'6".
Yeah, dude. Was sitting courtside and walked out and tried to like punk out Giannis.
But why does security allow it?
Oh.
Well, they were in Indiana, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the only reason that happened. Because they would have never let that happen in Milwaukee. And still, the security there should have shut it down.
Giannis after the game. Giannis, by the way, had 30, 20, and 13. Giannis said, I believe in being humble in victory. A lot of people out there are like, no, when you win the game, you talk bleep, and it's a green light for you to
Now, you could talk, but you don't get in someone's face, especially if you didn't have a damn thing to do with the win.
You aren't playing.
Yeah.
Giannis said, having a fan, which at that moment I thought it was a fan, but then I realized it was Tyrese's dad, which I love Tyrese. I think he's a great competitor.
Well, daddy would have had a black eye saying, son, man, I got too close. He punched me.
His dad coming on the floor and showing me his son, a towel with his face on it, saying, this is what we do. We do this. I feel that's very, very disrespectful. And he's right.
But I watched the security guys stand around him and basically do nothing. They should have grabbed him and dragged him off of the court. I don't care if it's Tyrese Halliburton's dad.
You know what?
When your dad crossed the line, he needs to be dealt with.
Halliburton, to his credit, after the game, he needs to allow me to just play basketball and stay over there, and I'll come to him to celebrate. But the emotions of the game got excited there. I talked with him. I'll talk with Giannis. I don't think my pops was in the right at all there.
All right, yeah, because the next time you're gonna be saying, man, I had to help my dad out because his dad gonna run up on the wrong person. They're gonna deal with him. I'll just tell you, my whole life has been this: I respect those who respect me. You cross the line will get crossed.
Yeah,
and I think most guys are like that. Guys are normally in a zone out there on that court, and when you run up on them, no matter who you are, they don't know that you're somebody's dad. They don't know you relative to somebody. And you run up on somebody, you might get a two-piece real quick.
So I think in some ways we're starting to see the cream kind of separating in the NBA. The Thunder ran through the Grizzlies. These seeds are a joke. They've been
doing that the whole time.
These 8 seeds are a complete joke. And the NBA, at least please abolish the play-in. You're just celebrating bad basketball. You know who I am enjoying, though?
Well, somebody's playing real well that was in the play-in, and that's the Golden State Warriors.
True, but they were the 7.
They played tonight.
Yeah. The Warriors are up 3-1 on the Rockets. Timberwolves up 3-1 on the Lakers. They play tonight at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, oh, the NBA wants LeBron to keep going. I think Minnesota knocks them out tonight. And hot take, should they have gotten a ton more for him? Yes. Should they have had multiple bidders? Was the process incorrect? Yes. But like, watching Luka play defense in the playoffs, you can see why maybe some coaches aren't thrilled about it.
Something's wrong with that statement you just made. You don't play no defense.
Right.
Watching Luka be on the court saving all his energy for offense, and then even offensively, you watch him sometimes he barely can move. And I know people have told me how great he is offensively. He could be even better than what he is if he just one off season, focus on getting your ass in shape, be better than what you've ever been. And he could be something. Dude cannot play defense. He is flat-footed as hell. And then when you watch him running down the court, he can't beat nobody on this show. Nobody. He is slow as hell.
I want to see the Jeff Luka
Jeff will destroy him.
94 feet sprint.
Bro, he can't sprint. I mean, I watch him. You know, like when you've done a workout like the day before, you hadn't worked out in about a year or two, and then you wake up the next day and you could barely move your legs.
Yeah.
That's how he runs.
Do you agree with me, though? Like, they did not get enough for him. They should have let the world know that Luka was available and gotten like 8 number 1 draft picks, all that kind of stuff. But, like, I could see how a coach or an organization gets tired of that.
Yeah.
And let's be real. The GM that traded him, clearly the owners wanted him gone because otherwise that GM would be fired.
If they didn't want him gone, they wouldn't have let it happen.
So I think the T-Wolves knocked the Lakers out tonight. I think the Warriors knocked the Rockets out tonight. The Nuggets-Clippers is a good series. I think eventually Denver wins that. They're up 3-2. Cleveland's done. Pacers are done. Sadly, the era of Milwaukee, I think, is done.
But you talked about the Cleveland game.
I think Giannis is going to get
when they
traded.
lost by 50-plus the other day.
That was embarrassing.
The game before that, they lost 124-87.
Dude, they were outclassed the entire time. I kind of wish we could just fast forward to Cleveland versus Boston because I want to watch that. I know that like the ratings for Celtics Knicks will be huge and that'll be entertaining.
The Knicks may not be in there if they keep messing around.
So Boston knocked out Orlando last night. Boston seems kind of disinterested. I don't know that you can flip a switch, but eventually we'll find out. I can be quick on this because I know we got Joe T coming, but I've had this thought matriculating in my head, and I want to get it out to the world. Like they hired Dawkins, the Wizards hired Dawkins from Oklahoma City, right? Obviously, Oklahoma City is what you want to build. They are a wagon. They look like, I don't know who the favorite is to win the championship, but OKC's got to be there.
They're one of them.
The journey that we want the Wizards to be on is to become what OKC is. Yeah. Draft, develop, be great. Along the way to what OKC is, I think is what Detroit is. Detroit's the 6th seed. They surprised a lot of people. They're young. They're feisty. This kid, Cunningham, is excellent.
He's good.
I want to see the Wiz get to their Detroit level. Am I being greedy by asking for next year?
No. I mean, it's been about 2, 3 years, 4 years now. It's about time you start showing something for it.
And I think they got a lot of young guys that could really make a step. I think
this draft is the 3rd year of the process, right?
Yeah.
The SARS was last year, and Koulibaly, they were 2 years ago.
Yeah, this will be the 3rd draft.
The 3rd draft. It's about time you start showing something.
Well, May 12th is a big day.
Yeah.
The lottery.
Yeah.
Lottery is going to be a big day. But I'd like, obviously the vision for everybody with the Wiz is to get on a championship level caliber, which will be insane to watch the professional basketball team in my hometown played it that way. But I'd like to see a Pistons jump because the Pistons are fun to watch, man.
Yeah, they are.
Joe Theismann joins us next.
The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbrich's 21-year-old son, Jax. The Falcons also made news on the field, picking up the fifth-year option of wide receiver Drake London. Hall of Fame quarterback John Elway was the driver of a golf cart when his business partner and former agent, 61-year-old Jeff Spurbeck, fell from the vehicle and suffered life-threatening injuries. This, according to a TMZ report. Spurbeck, who became Elway's manager in 1990, is on life support. Nationals blow a late lead and fall 7-6 in a heartbreaker to Philadelphia, giving up a wild pitch that scored Bryson Stott, Kyle Finnegan, his second blown save. The big hit for the Nationals was a Nathaniel Lowe 3-run shot. Tonight's game is on Team 980. NHL tonight for the Washington Capitals against the Montreal Canadiens. Live play-by-play on the Fan beginning pregame at 6:45. Capitals lead the series 3-1. Last night, Carolina beat the Devils 5-4 in 2 OT, so the Hurricanes will get the winner of the Washington-Montreal series in the second round. Ottawa beat Toronto 4-0. Vegas over Minnesota 3-2 in OT, and Edmonton beat the Kings 3-1. NBA, Denver beat the Clippers 131-115. Jamal Murray 43. Detroit over the Knicks 106-103. Indiana downs Milwaukee 119-118 in overtime. Boston cruises by Orlando 120-89. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we are fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Joe Theismann. Joe T joins us now. How are you, sir? What's going on?
Good, JP. AB, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. What's happening, man?
Oh, just trying to work on my golf game. You know that.
Oh, man.
I shot a tidy little
Joe, when I grow up, I want to be just
holes.
like you, man.
without all the pieces being put back together, I hope.
I got a few broken spots.
Joe, obviously it's been a really busy week in the NFL. I want to start with the football, and then maybe we talk some stadium after that. But
sure.
As a former quarterback, how much must Jayden like it to see the team address so much the offensive line in this offseason?
I think he's got to be very excited. I mean, obviously you get a chance to see it doing OTAs and mini camps, and then on through training camp to see it develop. But I think just the pieces that have been put together, the job that Adam has done and Dan has done of laying the foundation for this football team going forward. We were a very young football team a year ago, and now with the draft and some of the acquisitions that we've made, and Larry coming in, you're thrilled to be able to see what the team is doing to try and win football games. It isn't just for Jayden, because it's, you've got the running game that you have to look at as well, and how good are we going to be able to run the football, which is something I think we need to do better than we did a year ago, and have it not be just the quarterback position. But I think he's got to be very excited.
But Joe, looking at the fact they had Coleman last year, they just drafted Connolly, tackles that may end up playing different positions than when they played. The new era of the NFL gets the best 5 players out there. Jacoby was one of those guys, even back in your day, where Joe moved around, right?
No, not really. Jake played the left tackle position most of the time.
Did he move the guard later in my years?
In your years,
yeah.
He did. Yeah, I think he just moved him inside a little bit. But when I had him, it was all left tackle, and of course Russ was the left guard. Mark was the right guard. George Stark was the right tackle, and Jeff was the center. That was pretty consistent for me. When I had them, when the Hogs were originally created, I think it was just the foundation. There wasn't a lot of rotation, but there was a lot of stability, and the guys stayed healthy. That was one of the big things I saw in our football team a year ago. We had a lot of guys stay healthy and play a lot of football. That had not happened in previous years. But yeah, I think what they're looking at now is basically you look at a guard that can play center. You look at a big guard that can play tackle. You look at tackles that can play both sides. Chris, this old theory about right tackle, left tackle, to me is out the window because with the formations that everybody uses today offensively, both tackles are on an island. Whether you're on the left or the right, you still have an open end outside of you. Not a lot of times do you have tight ends lined up next to you. So, and that's the skill set that I think that Adam's looking for and that the team's looking for is versatility. I think when Dan came here, that was one of the things he stressed was we want guys that can play different positions, and that's what they're getting.
Yeah, I agree. Talking with Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Joe at Theismann7. What do you think about, I don't know if you saw any of them. I know you live in Virginia. The tech kid, the Hokie, the receiver they got, 4.3 speed, going to return punts. I think that's at least an exciting player from this haul.
Of course, Mitch and I are we're former kick returners, so we appreciate. Hey, I got a pretty good. My average is almost 10 yards per punt return.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I'll put that up there. I mean, never had Mitch's elusiveness and toughness and strength. I was more a scared kid running back there, running from big people.
Hey Joe, hell, that's what I was.
I think it's a great addition. I mean, we tend to focus on defensive backs, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, wide receivers in that position. But the special teams that's the way you make a football team. That's how you make a football team, is how you perform on special teams. And it isn't just the flat out speed that someone has. It's the quickness, I think, when it comes to being able to return kicks. That was one, Darrell Green had a rare combination of both. We never used him until we got to the playoffs.
Yep.
But he had the ability not only to be able to run fast, but he could make people miss. And he went from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this young man's got that kind of potential.
So
Darrell's like an electric car, instantly running.
Yes.
Joe, I looked up your numbers. 1974, 15 punt returns for 157 yards, 10.5 yards per pop. Only 2 in 7. That was the end. There were 2 more in 75.
You became a quarterback then. It's kind of hard to be a punt returner
I want to
and a
ask you a
quarterback.
question, and forgive me for not knowing this. Why did they have you returning punts?
It was, I tell you got a second.
I'm interested.
A second. Okay. 5 hours later, Joe Theismann, JP, and Mitch are still talking about it. But anyway, so in 1974 against the Giants, Kenny Houston, Kenny was our punt returner, and he got hurt. And I was standing next to George. And after practice, I just didn't go in. I stayed out and threw balls. I stayed out and caught punts. I mean, I returned punts in college my first 7 games at Notre Dame. And then I returned some kicks in the Canadian Football League. And so when I got to the Redskins, it was like, hey, I'll just take the jug machine and go out and just catch balls because I loved football. I loved every part of football. So I'm standing sort of off George's right shoulder, and Kenny Houston gets hurt. And I said, Coach, Kenny's hurt. You want me to go in? He says, go ahead. And I go running by him. And he turns to Paul Lanham, our special teams coach. He says, what's he doing out there? You just sent him in return. You just sent him in return punts. Get him off the field. And George was, if you could prove something to George, he would stay with you. That's all it was. It was all about proving yourself. And so my first punt was against the Giants, and then almost broke one against the Cowboys, and almost broke one against the Rams. But it was. People have asked me, if you could go back and play football, if the good Lord gave you the ability to stay healthy, what would you do? Let me return punts. I'm telling you, it's the most exhilarating thing in the world. There's so many different aspects to it. I watch, and guys use gloves today and everything else. We didn't use gloves. I used to try and catch the ball behind my back. All kinds of different ways to catch it. Just try and perfect your trade. But I absolutely loved it. That's how I wound up on the field. I proved to George I could do it.
That's really cool. You mentioned something there. We don't have time for this, but if you haven't heard Jameis Winston describing punt returns, you should make sure you track that down.
Yes.
It's pretty wild.
Everything Jameis says, wow.
I do want to transition, though, to RFK Stadium. Talking with Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline, a legendary Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Burgundy and Gold. And, Joe, you narrated this video that came out Monday morning. from the Commanders and from Muriel Bowser. It was a really powerful video, striked a lot of nostalgia. And, I find you kind of a really, really compelling figure in the history of RFK Stadium, because undoubtedly you won a ton of games there and quarterbacked Super Bowl teams. That's where you played your home games and a record-breaking offense. But you also experienced, truly like personal heartbreak there when your career ended. What did it mean to you for Washington to reach out in this capacity?
It was a terrific honor. I appreciated the opportunity to have a chance to do the video. I thought the video was so well put together and so well done. Kudos to the production units that put it together. I thought it captured so much of the city. It captured the enthusiasm. It captured the excitement of what the past was. But then it also moved into the future of what it's going to be and what it can do to the Anacostia area and that whole area down. I never realized, Mitch knows this too. When you drove up, all we saw was the parking lot in the stadium.
Yep.
I didn't know how much land was around RFK. I didn't know how much land was around RFK until I did the show with Peyton Manning. We did Peyton Place down there.
Oh, cool.
Larry Brown, Darryl Green, Mark Mosley, Jeff Bostic, myself. But I had no idea how much property was around there, and I think it's going to be sensational. But it really, the video sort of blended the past and took a sort of a look into the future of what we can do in the city down there. And it's sort of gone full circle. There were generations here that didn't really understand it isn't that they didn't understand how important the fans were, but the proximity of the fans to us at RFK. They were right there. They were right there. I talked to a number of guys that played on different teams, and they said, listen, we hate playing at RFK Stadium. It's the one stadium in the National Football League we hate to play in because the fans are right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're probably going to wind up with a smaller stadium than they build. They're building smaller stadiums now, so the intimacy will come back a little bit more. But and again, Josh, he's a Maryland guy. This was where he grew up. This was where he watched his football, and so I think it's exciting to have ownership, really take this kind of an interest and say this is where we want to be. And Mayor Bowser, thank you so much for being there. Of course, President Biden had to sign some paperwork to be able to make it happen. So a lot of different things came together for us to be able to have the opportunity to put the stadium there. And, I guess at $4 billion or so, you can build one heck of a house.
It's pretty wild. What do you know? Be a Maryland guy trying to take care of the city.
But Joe, what you like? We always ask fans about their favorite memory moment and stuff like that. JP mentioned a few things, but do you have a moment that is your absolute favorite from RFK?
Absolutely. It's my favorite in football, even more so than the Super Bowl. It's the 1983 NFC Championship game against the Dallas Cowboys. We're beating the Cowboys. I'm standing on the sidelines at the end of the game, and literally the fans are pounding their feet on these seats. They brought in some aluminum seats to create capacity and everything. And I'm standing on the sidelines, and the people are pounding their feet, and literally the ground beneath my feet is shaking. And that was so unreal to think that there was that much power and that much energy in that stadium that it could affect the earth beneath my feet. I just, every time people ask, what's the game you remember the most? Certainly you remember a Super Bowl and having a chance to win it. That's, goes without saying. But to beat the Cowboys at our place with the fans doing what they were doing, that memory stays with me forever.
I bet. Talking with our friend Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Joe at Theismann7, Theismann, in case you're born under a rock and don't know how to spell.
Thank you.
Joe, for a place that obviously means so much to you, for you to volunteer your time with the Commanders and do the work on the video and do Peyton's Place on that, to go back to RFK to show it to Peyton Manning. We don't know, but I'm going to choose optimism on the DC Council vote. I'm going to choose optimism because it costs the same. That's what SVP always says. What will it feel to you to walk back in there for a football game with the burgundy and gold on the field?
It'll be a flashback in memories. It'll be just really to pull into that parking lot. The couple of times I've been there for different shows and different things that I've done, and just to pull into the parking lot and remember where I parked my car, and remember the walk into the stadium. And there's so many wonderful memories. Of course, when I got hurt in that stadium too. I mean, it's like my career started there and my career ended there. And so for me, to be able to do it again, it's the start of a fresh new beginning. But I don't think of it for me, JP. I think of it for the young players that we have, that they're going to have a sense and they're going to get a chance to take a step back in history. No matter what the stadium looks like, no matter how it's constructed, it's still on some hallowed ground as far as I'm concerned. And, you're walking on hallowed ground where the fans were absolutely such a huge part of what we were able to accomplish as a football team, as a city, as an organization. I just had a chance. Coach Gibbs has a Youth for Tomorrow dinner coming up, and I was with Doug, Rip, Joe, and myself. We just did a call yesterday, and we were telling stories, and we were laughing, and we were having the best time, and so much of it was there. It was at that stadium that all these wonderful things occurred to us. But I hope the city council gets as excited as I am for us to be able to go home.
I'm with you on that,
absolutely, Joe. Man. It's an exciting time. It seems like there's so much momentum and optimism, and of course, there are a lot of things to consider. The city does need to get the best deal they can, and you gotta think beyond just the stadium and make sure there's parks and shopping and affordable housing.
Sure.
I just believe in
it can be done.
What it can do for, the eastern part of the city and just for the whole. I think this can be both a city thing specifically and an entire DMV thing if it's done correctly. Yes. And I think that's think about what these guys have been able to accomplish in less than 2 years.
Yeah.
I'll bet on them.
Hell yeah.
I am too. I totally agree with you, JP. I mean, the visions, the dreams, dreams and visions and hopes and wishes and, whatever, the things that the fans were looking for are coming full. And that's the thing I hope that the city considers is the people who've supported this franchise through the really great times and the really struggling times. And now we're turning the corner to come back. To throw cold water on this fire would really dampen spirits for a lot of people. So, I mean, you keep the flame burning, keep the excitement and the enthusiasm. We accomplished stuff last year that we hadn't seen in forever. We have we got a terrific young football team, a terrific young, not only do we have a young, great quarterback, but a terrific young man.
Totally.
And this is the thing that I constantly talk about with Jaden is, yes, his athleticism is exceptional. And we see a lot of guys with exceptional athleticism, but he's such a great young man. I mean, the things that he's done, the things that he's doing in the city, the leadership quality that he has, the work ethic that he has, the want not to be good, to be great, but not for himself, but for the city and the football team. I mean, it's special. I mean, we're back at a very special time. Mitch and I, we were very fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
We lived it. Now he and his teammates and the coaches and everybody that are fans of the Commanders get a chance to live it again.
Joe, well said, man. And seriously, the video was out just beyond great and really cool that you were involved in that.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you. Did you say you shot 44 the other day?
I did. Tidy little 9 holes.
Well, oh, was it 9? I thought you played after 6. I'm sorry.
Nah, man.
Hey, Joe,
working.
We got to get him to work on the damn pitching wedge. If he get that straight, he'll be unbelievable.
It's a short game.
He like to shank the damn pitching wedge. He'll hit a straight drive, shank the pitching wedge.
Don't ever say that word. Say that word.
I am the opposite of most people.
It gets blazoned in your mind if you start saying that word too much.
I know. I hit the driver well. The closer I get to the hole, the more trouble I have.
Hey, Mitch can fix that. He's a master. He's got great hands.
He doesn't like to listen, though.
Big ears, doesn't listen.
Oh, that's the problem. There's the problem right there.
Joe T, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
You bet, guys. Take care.
All right,
See you
man.
soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Joe Theismann. Awesome interview. Apparently, how do you follow up an interview with Joe Theismann? Chris Russell.
Oh, boy. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the first sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby. And right now, all customers can get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. The app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get in on the Derby Day action. So bet America's #1 race with America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to get a no-sweat bet for the Kentucky Derby. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund is $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Taste of Tyson's Corner. 5-star USC commit Elijah Arenas, son of the former Wizards player Gilbert Arenas, has been released from the hospital 1 week after a serious car crash in the LA area. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbrich's 21-year-old son Jax. Nationals lose to Philadelphia 7-6. Capitals and the Montreal Canadiens tonight 6:45 on the Fan. Last night Carolina beat New Jersey 5-4 in double overtime, so the Hurricanes get the winner of the Washington-Montreal series in the second round. Taste of Tyson's is Saturday, May 3rd from 1 to 4 p.m. Experience their wide array of food and beverage offerings with food sampling, cooking demos, chef appearances, live entertainment, raffles, and more. Visit TysonsCornerCenter.com/events for details. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let this play. This is one of these songs that like Cakes probably loves and CK. Like what band is this? Like 10 Below Rosedale? Yeah, one of these songs. Like late 90s, early 2000s. What band? Good Charlotte? Who is this?
Unwritten Law.
Unwritten Law.
It's not a law then.
It's true.
Not written, it's not a law.
So, Brian, I wanted to ask you something. I think you and I approach hockey as Caps fans. We're big. I consider myself a big Caps fan.
Yeah.
I think you do too. They got a big game tonight, Game 5.
Mhm.
And we talked to Neil Greenberg about it. We're going to talk to Steve Wino about it. And we wanted to talk about it right here. Now, there's one person that consistently says the world doesn't talk about hockey enough.
And then he booked the show to come on to make sure we do.
Right.
And I don't see his ass in the seat.
Looks like an empty chair to me. Chris Russell's supposed to join us. Chris Russell currently not joining us.
But he stood us up.
Did we get stood up, Landfill?
He's going to say that the traffic was bad.
Imagine being late due to traffic.
Now,
Yeah, Landfill, we were here on time.
we all made it. Traffic was bad, but we all made it. And I just happened to look on my phone. I thought I'd give it a look-see. Where traffic is bad.
Did he text you?
No, he called you, right, Landfill?
And what did he say?
It doesn't even look that bad. Right?
What did Rooster say?
Unless he's oddly coming from Rockville or something, like where he lives out your way, which is generally 66 to the Beltway.
Yeah.
Looks pretty clear. Just saying.
He may be trying to avoid every aspect of paying any fee.
Now, we believe we're
Well,
going to
no, all those things are over coming to the city.
Yeah, I don't know. We believe we're going to get Rooster here in a few minutes. So we're gonna zag here. White Brian was trying to get here this morning, and apparently his metro train caught on fire. White Brian, are you okay?
Yeah, it wasn't my train. It was the station in Cleveland Park, just
Yeah.
on fire.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. I used to live right there.
Jeff, tell him that's what you told him already, Jeff.
Well, perhaps more importantly, though, White Brian today agreed to let one of us cut his hair.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. Where do we stand on B-Mitch, Brian cutting Brian's hair?
I have scissors.
He has scissors.
I really need just give me some clippers as well.
I still think I'd rather just get it cut professionally.
This is a professional fool.
B-Mitch is a professional football
I'm a
player.
professional hair cutter. Got a license.
They give out license for that?
No, you pay for it, and you go through a little class.
Hold on. Do you just pay for it, or do you have to like pass a test?
I say you go through a class. I didn't just say just pay for it.
They do give out
You
licenses.
just say you got the biggest damn ears in the world. You can't hear nothing.
You said you pay for it. You have to take a
I
class,
say I
but is there
paid
not
for
a
it and
test?
took a class. Yeah, your tests come in the class after the class. At the end of it.
B-Mitch claims he has a professional barbershop license.
My daughter does too. Maya has one. She's it for the women. I'm for
Yo,
the men.
hold up. Is she an actual cosmetologist?
She
Isn't
has
that
it, yes,
actually what that is?
Yeah.
There you go.
She has it. But you say cosmetology when we're talking about like
the stars,
like your sign and all that.
Yeah,
which is totally wrong.
Yeah, because it's all made up. White Brian, Brian Mitchell is related to an actual cosmetologist. You won't let him cut your hair?
I'll think about it.
Brian, I'm telling you, I could do better than whoever's been doing it. That comb over.
Yeah,
in the
what
front.
is your current comb over
that's not
look?
a comb
It's not
over.
like you got something
Brian
good
has
cooking.
a comb forward. Am I right?
It's
like,
kind of just me giving up on it. It's been a while since I got
well,
my
if you
hair
gave up on it, it'd be bald. Like
if you're
mine.
giving up, let B. Mitch cut
Let
it.
me get you right then. No, I think you'll look good with a bald head, dog, or a mohawk.
Yo, mohawk.
But see, if you got to keep that thing straight, man. In the front.
Nah, you know what the kids are into now is like the mullet. You like shave the sides and just go.
Yeah.
You got.
I'm even seeing brothers get that.
Really?
Yes.
That's
I've
wild.
had a mullet.
'Cause,
I've been bald.
Ron Jaworski's son-in-law has one of those.
Has a mullet.
Yeah.
I think we should.
You
do
saw it when we were in. You went. No, that was Ahmed went with me when we were in Arizona.
Yeah, I didn't
meet
go to the
Donovan
cigar
them.
party.
Yeah, he had the.
I thought you were going to say he was
it,
there.
It was 2 years ago in Arizona.
I didn't go to that. I thought you were going to say he was there the night of your party in New Orleans, and I was going to tell you I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Well, that was the night you wouldn't let me walk home.
Yeah, I damn sure would. I didn't want JP Finley found in a car. No, I wouldn't let that happen.
Dog, all right, I got to tell you about something. We don't usually do much movie talk on this program. I don't. I find it pretty annoying, frankly. So when I wanted last night, the basketball, maybe it was the hockey. One of the two sports was on like HBO on Max. Did you notice that? I think,
what?
I wanted to watch the end of. I think it was Hurricanes Devils because it went into double OT or whatever. And I said into my remote, Hurricanes Devils.
Uh-huh.
And it launched Max, which is like HBO's streaming option, which I find super annoying. I can't just watch it, but whatever. So I watch the end, it gets over, and then I exit out of that, but it put me on to HBO.
Mm-hmm.
What is now called Max, but like the original HBO channel. It's 300 on my cable, right? There's a movie on that caught my attention pretty quick. I'm not gonna lie to you. Have you heard of Baby Girl?
No.
Has anybody heard of this movie, Baby Girl? Landfill, Jeff? It's hard to describe what is happening in this movie. I just Googled it so I could tell you what it says on IMDb. B.
I'm trying to find out too, Jay.
It's an erotic thriller. A high-powered CEO puts her career and family on the line when she begins a torrid affair with her much younger intern.
Yeah, as soon as I look at the trailer, I can tell it's something like that happening.
Well, dog, I got into this movie right as the torrid affair was launching. Like, literally, my TV went from hockey to Nicole Kidman's butt in like 6 seconds.
That would keep you.
It's a nice butt.
Yeah.
But like, dog, this movie is nuts. I don't know what's going on in it. And dude,
even after you watched the whole movie, you don't know what's going on.
I watched like 20 minutes and then I just had to get out of there.
You got scared I was gonna draw you in?
It was odd, dog. At one point, this dude has like a mental hold on Nicole Kidman, right?
So it's a mental hold?
Well, he's got a lot of holds. There were a lot of holds. Choke holds. There was all sorts of holds. Dude, at one point, so they have this like hotel suite because obviously she lives at home with her family and she can't have this weirdo kid there. He's sitting in a chair, fully clothed, like a suit almost. She's in a bathrobe. This is weird. He pours a bowl of milk on the ground and makes her crawl over and drink it up like she's a cat.
They're role playing.
Dog, it was weird. That's when I was like, I got to change it.
That's called role playing, huh, Landfill?
I'm telling you, if you're watching sports and then Baby Girl comes on out of nowhere, prepare yourself.
I don't watch all that.
I'm telling you,
I just go to my channel I want to watch and I'm stuck on it.
It was
I was watching NBA last night. I clicked on to NBA, and it had 7 channels where you can find different stuff, and I watch NBA.
Your cable, you have super cable. I don't know what you have.
Yeah, you need to get that.
For me, man, I just wanted to watch some puck. Quick look around.
The name of your cable is Erotica.
Maybe. Quick look around the NHL. Toronto lost last night. I thought they would knock that series out. The Senators look good. Toronto seemed kind of disinterested, and they were playing at home. It was kind of a surprise. So now that the Battle of Ontario is going back to Ottawa, Leafs Lightning, I think, is tonight. Caps Canadiens is obviously tonight. Yep. Carolina closed out the Devils last night. Out west, I didn't stay up late for all this, but Edmonton beat the Kings and Vegas beat the Wild. So Edmonton's up 3-2. Vegas is up 3-2. Dallas is up 3-2. Jets Blues is tonight. That series is tied at 2-2. Remember, even if the Caps win tonight, they can't start the next round of the playoffs till all of these first round series are over, including these Western Conference joints that sure seem like they're going to go 7. So,
hey, Devon in Rockville, he wants to find out what that movie is.
Yo.
He asked, hey, big bro, ask JP what's that movie on?
Dude,
Max, HBO.
It's called Baby Girl. All one word.
Oh, he already got the name of it.
It's something, man. Now, to everyone's, I don't know how to phrase this, but like, I only saw about 15, 20 minutes. I have no idea what happens in the beginning or the end. But
you can imagine, Jay.
I can tell you there's a 15, 20-minute period that's very hard to take your eyes off the screen. I don't know if Rooster's going to make it here. I did want to ask you, B, a lot of people keep throwing random veteran free agent edge rushers around who Washington should sign. Mm-hmm. At some point, we got to take a look at the veteran free agent edge rusher market. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Well, look what the cat dragged in. So people understand, we'll go behind the curtain a little bit here. The 106.7 The Fan clock, the top of the hour, so for our show, 10, 11, 12, 1, are our longest segments, right?
Yeah.
Then the 30 segment is a little bit shorter, and then the 45 segment is our shortest.
Yeah.
And I specifically tried to get Chris Russell for a 30 segment. Now, I know when his show starts, and a lot of times he just pops in with us for just a moment or two before his show. And, you know, I value Chris Russell's opinion on the puck. He knows his hockey. And Lord knows he tells everybody in the world how much he knows about hockey. So I tried to book Rooster for a 30 segment, and he blew us off and showed up at 12:48. Hello, Chris. How do you do?
He's used to this time.
I did not blow you off. First of all, I'm used to the 12:45 slot, so I kind of.
That's why I specifically said yesterday.
I know.
How about 12:30?
I screwed up, but I immediately called Landfill as soon as I heard you mention that. I was like, oh crap, okay.
Oh, you forgot.
Whoa. So you weren't stuck in traffic because I looked.
No, I was stuck in traffic because
forgot.
What you don't understand is coming up 50 in Chantilly. B knows this. It's an absolute nightmare. You can't move because of all these stupid construction trucks and cinder block trucks that are not doing anything.
You forgot you were on with us at 12:30.
I forgot that it was 12:30 instead of 12:45.
About you just jump on 28 and go to 66 and be quicker than going through all those lights.
It's just a disaster. I mean,
would you ever forget?
I would admit that, but
would you ever forget what time you were on with the Junks or Grant and Danny?
Well, see, the Junks I can do in person. I mean, at home on the Comrex thing, so I don't have to worry about that.
You could have Comrexed in. I don't care.
I tried to call in, and Landfill was like, "No, we'll move you to 12:45." I was like, "Okay."
Landfill,
that was an executive decision made by Landfill.
Landfill don't like you.
He's a strict negotiator.
Well, Landfill doesn't like anybody.
I think that's fair. You might.
I don't think he like Landfill. Jim.
I think
is it James Andrew or Andrew James?
Andrew James.
Well, those two don't like each other.
I think he likes Greg, and that's the list.
When we started first working together, Landfill literally hated me. The sight of me was just
why?
Made him, I don't know. It just made him angrier and angrier. Now I think he just tolerates me.
You make me laugh. I wanted to talk puck with you.
Yes.
You walk in here with your WrestleMania cup and your Ovi Screaming Eagle sweater on.
Yep.
You got your roller bag parked outside.
Yep.
You think they close it out tonight?
I do. Looks like Alexi Protas might be back. He was skating pretty well yesterday. I mean, that's how they've been, kind of operating. But to me, if they've been able to spare him a couple of extra days here. He's been fully practicing since at least Friday. He looked sharp in the corners on some puck drills that I saw yesterday at MedStar. To me, do not mess around tonight. Come out strong like you did in games 1 and 2, taking the body, rolling all 4 lines, hitting everything in sight legally. Try and get yourself a 1-0 lead, maybe more. Try and build on that. Play the third period, if you can, somewhat like you did on Sunday night, as opposed to the first 3 games. You don't have to play it as well as you did on Sunday night, and you're the better, bigger, more physical, more deeper team than Montreal, which is how I saw the series. I saw it in 6, maybe not 5, but it looks like they have an opportunity here to kind of, get a little rest, get a few days rest. I heard you talking on my way into the garage about Carolina and New Jersey. Very good job by you watching Max and all that stuff last night.
You need to watch Baby Girl.
I heard about Baby Girl. I'm not watching Baby Girl. I don't need any of that.
Baby Girl is wild.
Yeah. But anyway, get it done tonight because
he watches.
Remember, in 2010, they were up 3-1 and head back to Montreal.
Beeman
for
said
game
we're
6.
not allowed to talk about that.
Sorry.
About the problems at 3-1.
Don't put the bad stuff out there.
You know me, I'm Mr. Negative.
You are.
We know that.
So
I think that's your middle name.
Big game tonight. Now, you were in Long Island for Ovi to break the record. You go on the road unnecessarily all the time. Clearly,
you were there too.
Right. But I was paid to go there.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I do a lot of things that I don't get paid for.
Well, obviously you're going to go tonight then.
No.
How can you be our official
All
puck
right.
insider
So-
and not go to Game 5?
So,
Brian, are you going tonight?
Yes.
okay.
JP, are you going tonight?
Yes.
So here's the deal. I very much want to go tonight. The NHL screwed me.
The
How?
Whoa. Nobody champions the
How does the
NHL.
NHL? How did they screw you?
I thought the
Because
NFL screws you.
Well, the NFL screws me too, but once again, it comes down to scheduling. They just schedule games whenever it's convenient for them, not for the Rooster. I was free last night. I'm not free tonight.
But Rooster, this game was scheduled like
It was
3 weeks,
scheduled
4 weeks
a
ago.
week ago, B.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was when the schedule for the series came out.
before the
They were
playoffs
playing
really
them.
started. If they
a
were
week
playing,
ago,
if they were playing in Montreal
Yeah.
on Sunday,
Yeah.
you knew the game was going to be Wednesday.
No, it should be Tuesday
No,
every other night.
You get one more day of travel.
Why?
when
You
come
don't
in-
need it.
Rooster,
It's an hour flight.
Rooster, what is your problem, dog?
B,
Why you
here's the
really
deal.
think the
What do you have
you
tonight?
think the NHL care about you?
All right.
How hot is this date?
It's not a date. It's a date with a colonoscopy tomorrow.
Mm.
So you
for
screwed
those
you.
of you that know what a
You gotta drink that
colonoscopy,
stuff.
yeah, and
But you gotta do that tonight when you get home. You can
I
do it.
know, but I'm not going to a Capital One Arena and having to drink that stuff, which is just antacid in a bottle, and then having to run to the bathroom every 20 minutes.
Well, maybe you
I'm not
should
doing
have
that.
changed that.
Can't
'Cause
you
the game
do it
was scheduled.
when you get home?
You're supposed to do it like roughly about 18 hours before the
Believe
procedure.
me, if you drink it tonight, by the morning you be clean.
Okay, well,
I've done
maybe
it.
I could have done that,
I've
but
done it, Bruce.
I was trying to listen to the stupid doctor's orders.
Landfill,
I
hold
hate
on.
this.
The
I want
NHL's
nothing
crazy.
to do.
The doctors
Yeah.
are stupid.
Everybody,
Who's
everybody
the smartest
sucks.
person in the world in your eyes?
Me.
Landfill, how perfect is it that Rooster doesn't get to go to Game 5? Johnny Puck over here, that everybody on the planet should be watching more hockey,
I'm going to be watching.
and he's not going to Game 5 because he scheduled a colonoscopy.
He
Kinda
made it-
I
hilarious.
scheduled the colonoscopy
Bruce,
3 months ago.
Landfill, he
How
won't
am
be-
I supposed to know
He won't
this?
be watching it because he gonna be on the toilet the
Yeah.
whole time.
I mean, you're probably
He
right.
gonna be watching the
I
walls.
scheduled this like 3 months ago. How was I supposed to know that the NHL
You
was
The
going to
could've-
Cats had the
could've
best
told
record in
him-
hockey 3 months ago.
You could have
You should
called
have
him
seen
and
this
told
one
him.
coming.
Yeah, you could have called him and told him, I have to be at work that next day. Can I move it? They probably would have done that for you because you're Rooster.
Yeah, the problem is I had to also coordinate a day off from here tomorrow, so I had to find a replacement, or they had to find a replacement. So there's multiple steps here, guys.
Let me help you out, Rooster.
Listen, I'm trying to
When
do
you
a
take a
public
day off,
service,
don't care about all that. That's their
Okay.
job.
but I'm trying to do a public service. I don't want to have the runs in the press box. I don't want to have an accident.
You interrupt people anyway in the press box every time you go to one. Am I right?
I'm the nice.
Either you
B,
show up late as hell, making noise.
B, I'm the nicest guy I know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no, but all that.
I am PD popular in the press boxes.
PD Pablo.
Anyway, Caps will win tonight. They'll take care of business. Off to round 2, get a couple of days off against Carolina.
What has been the reaction to the RFK news on your program?
A lot of people are, I have some more of the old guard, so they're certainly excited, but I would say they were mad at me for raising potential pitfalls and problems, which I think is responsible. So I would say they're happy overall. I heard a lot about, it'll be easy to get in and out of. That's the last thing I'm worried about. I mean, sure, there'll be some traffic. There'll be metro, whatever.
You're worried
The first
about?
thing
Lord
I'm worried
knows
about
what
is
you're-
the DC Council approving this thing
But
because
as-
they're all talking a tough deal. And the second thing I'm worried about is PSLs because
Well,
PSLs are going to be ridiculous.
Do you
they're
have to
going
pay
to turn
for
off
it?
a lot of people.
No, they won't.
You don't think so?
I'll guarantee you.
You don't think like
listen,
the tailgate Teds are going to be upset?
Tailgate
about
Ted,
having to
I
pay-
saw him on TV yesterday saying he was going to be upset. But you know what Tailgate said? At the end of the day, he's going to get his damn seat, which means he's going to
maybe.
pay it.
Maybe.
A lot of people going to be mad. But you know what? There's going to be some people that's going to be mad, and then they're going to move on, and somebody ain't going to be mad, and they're going to move in. But did you ever read the actual thing that came from Congress?
Which thing? The thing that we were handed on Monday?
No,
No.
the one that they
the-
passed the 100-0, where
Yeah.
they said, number one thing, this is for them to make a decision and things to be built. Number one was stadium.
I'm totally in favor of.
No,
I
but
saw
I'm saying,
you
but
on
it was
mixing
there.
it up on yelling at somebody on Instagram.
I ain't yelled at it. I
I'm
just said
totally
I
in
just
favor.
asked the woman one question. I said they're
Did she
invested
reply,
in
by
the
the way?
city. Hell no. A lot of other people replied to her though.
I saw that.
over 14,000 views on it. But I just said, do you not see what they're doing?
Yeah, I'm totally
We
in
gotta
favor of
go.
the project.
You gotta go. We gotta go.
All right, love you guys.
Bruce don't like going this show.
Thanks for being late and not coming to the game.
Thanks
tonight.
for having me. I appreciate you guys.
That's the official hockey insider for the B-Mitch and Finley program. Chris Russell not going to Game 5. When we come back, David
Angelo
Aldridge.
Cataldi.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. There were more prank calls during the NFL draft. Abdul Carter also got a prank call during the second pick in which the caller said he was from the Jacksonville Jaguars and they were going to select him with the number 2 overall pick. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbricht's 21-year-old son. 5-star USC commit Elijah Arenas, son of former Wizards player Gilbert Arenas, has been released from the hospital 1 week after a serious car crash in the LA area. Nationals lost 7-6 to Philadelphia. Game 2 is tonight at 6:15 on Team 980. Tonight, the Capitals against the Montreal Canadiens in Game 5. Pre-game 6:45 on the Fan. The winner gets Carolina. The Hurricanes defeat New Jersey 5-4 in double overtime. Utah Hockey Club officials won't confirm if Mammoth was their new name after it allegedly leaked on the team's official YouTube channel Tuesday night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. David Aldridge is a journalist, a columnist for The Athletic. He's in the Basketball Hall of Fame. An incredibly accomplished person, born, raised, resides in Washington, D.C., understands both through his professional career and also in his personal life what the Redskins football team Commanders mean to this city. And David Aldridge joins us now. DA, what's up, buddy?
What up, Dave?
Gentlemen, what's happening? How are you?
We're good, brother. We're good.
We're good, man. You are of this city, sir. And B and I were talking this morning about everything going on with RFK. And we can talk about the draft and stuff too, but I feel like the RFK conversation could be long and broad. So I'd rather just give it plenty of space. We were talking and you texted us like, let's talk about this. So I saw you Monday at the events and the rollout for this thing. And where are you at? How do you feel?
Well, look, let's get the obvious things on the table first. We all are in the sports world, right? All of us are involved in sports. We either played it or we cover it or whatever. So we're all invested in the Commanders being in DC, right? Like we all want that. Everybody wants that. I want it too. You know, and I have no problem saying that out front. I'd much rather drive up to the RFK site than drive out to Landover 10 or 12 times a year. It's closer for me. It's easier for me. There's a traffic question, which we can get to later on, but, you know, so we all want that. But I would say it's, to automatically think that people who have questions are like hating and are trying to be or grandstanding or not, I think is a little unfair. And I've gotten some of that from people because I've written about this the last couple of days who are saying that you're complaining about it or that you don't want this to happen or that you're standing in the way and what else has been there for the last 30 years. All of that aside, all of that, you can say all that, but I don't think you can just dismiss questions that people have about what is a massive public works project. Like it's not, you're not building a Starbucks, okay? Like it's not a Starbucks on the corner. It's 180 acres of land in the middle of a city. So there are questions and people have the right to ask those questions while you still want the project to happen. And I still want the project to happen but there are questions, and I think part of what I believe the role of a journalist is, and that's what I think I should be doing, is asking people like the mayor and Josh Harris, what are you going to do about the people that live in that neighborhood? Like those are people, and their lives are going to be turned upside down if you drop a 65,000 seat stadium and a $3 billion development in the middle of their neighborhood. Ain't no neighborhoods around the wharf, fellas. Ain't no neighborhoods there. You know what I'm saying? So that's different. You can drop $2 billion in the wharf. That's okay. There's nobody lives. There's not a large population of people living in that part of DC. There's some people live there. I used to live there myself. Lived there when I got out of college for several years. Liked it. There wasn't anything to buy. But there's not a whole bunch of neighborhoods right where the wharf is. There's a whole bunch of neighborhoods right where RFK is. So there are questions that have to be answered. And that's all I'm saying. And it's okay to want it. I want it too. Mm-hmm. But there are questions. And to say that there aren't any questions is not accurate.
But I understand that there are questions, Dave. But you know what? It's also some answers that are there that people will automatically ignore. So I understand, I don't live there, but I used to go to the stadium all the time, and many people that were there before, they didn't have a problem with it. Now you got a lot of people that have moved in that are not from DC. They've changed up the amount of what a house may cost there.
For sure.
But I still go back to that the permission to the city. If Congress voted 100-0, and they specified as that first project stadium, it's something about that to me that I'm not letting go, because I believe if they did it, they made a deal with someone, and I believe it's going to be enforced upon if it doesn't happen the other way.
Well, I agree with you in a sense. I do agree with you that there's no way that you would get Republican congressmen to sign off on something to empower the district government, because they can't stand the district government, if there wasn't some hoped upon quid pro quo in place, right? I get that. That's certainly the case. Now, what that is, we don't know. Is that you want to name something after somebody? All right, we can talk about that. You may not want to do it, but to get the thing done, you may have to do it, right? Okay, all right, those are things. But to me, it's whatever Congress wants to do, or whatever reasoning Congress had to give the land back to DC, it doesn't really matter, because now the land is in DC's hands and they can do what they want to do with it. And they still have to answer, again, the issues that people are bringing up, whether it's the amount of money that DC's putting into it, or the services, or the things like that. It's not hating to say, wait a minute, you got to hold these people accountable for the promises they're making. Mm-hmm. I just came back from Detroit. I was in Detroit last week for the Pistons-Knicks playoff game. And I was at the Little Caesars Arena there. It was a really nice building. It's been there for the last 7 or 8 years, where the Pistons play now. And so all the four major sports teams all play within half a mile of each other. You guys have been there. Ford Field is there, and Comerica Park's across the street from Ford Field, and then right up the road from that is Little Caesars Arena, where the Pistons and the Red Wings play. And so on game nights, it's great. It's great. It's 200 nights a year minimum between the baseball and the basketball and the hockey and the football. There's 200 nights a year, or 200 days a year, where there's something going on at one of those arenas, right? One of those three buildings, something's going on. And it's great. There's people in downtown and they spending money and all that sort of thing. But there's nothing else there. There's nothing else there. And part of what they promised the people of Detroit was, we're going to have all these jobs, we're going to have all these houses, we're going to have all this entertainment district here, and this place is going to pay for itself. Ain't there. It's not there. And so, and it's been several years since Little Caesars Arena opened. And it's been several years since Ford Field opened. It's been several years since Comerica Park opened. And them people ain't gotten the jobs or the housing they were promised. And so all I'm saying is,
well, DA, just
you have to make sure that people live up to the promises that they say they're going to keep. That's all.
I agree with that.
I agree with that
wholeheartedly. And here's what I've tried to tell people that have acted like I'm not willing. Certainly there's questions, and there are politicians that are actually interested in getting to a better deal. They're doing their job. I think some of them aren't interested in that. They're just interested in saying no. But I hear you on the Detroit thing. I think Detroit's got its own unique situation. Wouldn't you say that Nats Park is a tremendous success for the city? And they paid all the money to build that thing. It wasn't a large private investment.
And that's why I hold the Lerner family accountable for every move that they make, because they got a stadium for free. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say, okay, what are you doing to make this team better, to win championships when the city paid for your stadium? And that's why I say that all the time when I write about the Nats. What are you doing? You got a stadium for free. Okay. Right. So that is exactly right. And Nats Park certainly was a catalyst in that redevelopment. It was not the only catalyst, as I try to point out to people. Homeland Security being there was a much bigger catalyst because they got 10,000 people in that building every day. Okay, 365, 24/7. There's 10,000 people in Homeland Security in the surrounding businesses, surrounding parts of that organization out there. So that was part of it too. So that all of that, they work together. It's good to have synergy, right? And so that's why it's great. And I think it's you have to have more than just a stadium at RFK. So if they're building out, businesses and all that sort of thing, and restaurants and hotels, good, because you have to have more troughs. You have to have more buckets than just the stadium's going to be open.
Mm-hmm.
The stadium, they're going to be events at the stadium. By the way, ain't no way there's going to be 200 events a year at the stadium. That's a pipe dream.
So I don't know how that number got twisted, because I mean, you and I were at the breakfast. They said 20 to 30 major events.
Well, they said up to 200. It's in the paperwork.
I think that must be.
It must be
when they have kids.
I think they're talking about the kids events when they have the thing over there for the kids and all that in that area.
Okay, but that ain't in the stadium. That's not drawing no revenue. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You got to hold people accountable to what they said. And they said, we plan to have, our goal is to have up to 200 events a year at this complex. Now, if there's another part of the complex they're going to have these events at, they need to be more.
I think they need to specify that. But I'll tell you, like when I did 7-on-7 over there, it was 80 teams. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was one event. Right?
Yeah.
And you may have a lot of that stuff because the fields are not going anywhere.
Right. I get it. Now, if they're going to do another, if they're going to do more events over at the fields, and they're building this $89 million facility for cheerleaders and for indoor track and for volleyball and all those places where the kids don't have anywhere else to go, they have to go out in Maryland, Virginia to compete. That's great. And that will help as well, because that will bring more people into that part of town. And maybe they go while their kids are at the event, or they're getting ready for the event, maybe they go get something to eat.
Well, and DA, one thing I'm thinking about, and this would not, to the people that this matters to, they would say it's a major event, and this matters to you. This is something near and dear to your heart. But the WCAC, the Washington Catholic Area Conference, they play their football championship every year in Annapolis.
Right.
God bless Navy Stadium, but bang, that's at whatever RFK becomes. I think there's a lot of, you're not getting 50,000 people to all of these things, but if you played last year, I just looked it up. Last year, the championship in the WCAC was DeMatha Good Counsel.
Right.
You're getting 8,000, 11,000 people down there.
I'm not. It's not about how many people you get there. You could get 40,000. Whatever the number is the number. It's okay. It's okay if it's 8,000, by the way. I'm not saying you have to sell it out. I'm not saying that. You want to count that as an event? Great. That's fine. I'm not. There's only 4 months to the football season.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the football games, most of those football weekends are going to be Commanders weekends or major college football. Your Army-Navy games are going to be there. Great. That would be awesome. Be awesome if you had the Army-Navy game there. But you only have 16 Saturdays or Sundays to play football during the football season. And half of those are going to be Commanders games. So you're only talking about 8 to 10 additional football games. It's just, all I'm saying is it's not going to be anywhere close to 200. Okay. And
that number of 200, I don't agree with that number of 200 in the actual stadium. I don't think any stadium does 200 events a year.
How many events do they have at Jerry World? It's not 200. I'm telling you, maybe
it
it's
might
140.
Be 200
maybe,
in the whole complex,
know.
but it won't be 200 in that one stadium.
Right. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I'm with you there. Look, here's where I land. I've been pretty clear that I'm a supporter of this, right?
Yeah, me too. I want it to happen too, guys.
I think there are questions. Absolutely. Are there good people with the right? Like I think this DC councilor Parker. I thought he tweeted something out that he's like not quite a yes yet, but supports it and recognizes that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to rebuild this thing, but has some questions that he wants to walk through. Like, I think that is an entirely reasonable stance, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And I think reasonable people can hear each other, listen to each other, and try to move forward towards something.
Well, that's.
I think there's a lot of people that aren't being reasonable, probably on both sides, but certainly on the opposition side.
Well, I mean, I would say this. Look, Councilman Parker is Ward 5. That's where I grew up, Northeast DC. So I know exactly. That I know that ward because I grew up in that ward. All right. And he literally said, "Here are the things I need to get to yes. I need this, this, and this. And if you give me these three things, I say I'll vote yes. I can support this." He literally tweeted it out.
Yeah.
So he didn't say no. He said, "Here's what I need." Right.
Yeah.
Mendelson has not said, "I will absolutely not support this under any circumstances." What he said was, the mayor needed to come to us first. She didn't come to us. She needs to be more transparent. I can't okay $1 billion. He didn't say I can't okay no dollars. He said I can't okay $1 billion. Right. So there's a number. Find out what the number is. All right. And so that is negotiating. That's making the deal better. Just like Linda Kropp made the Nats Park deal better by being a no until that money, the amount of money that MLB put toward the project went up and the amount of money that DC put toward the project went down. And that's what they're there for, is to make the deal better. That's what McDuffie said the other day. I'm going to try to make this deal better for the people in DC. Because again, look, I understand that Josh Harris does not have to solve the problems of a city. I'm not saying that that's his job. But what I'm saying is if you live in Ward 7, they have 2 grocery stores in the entire ward, guys. 2. And Ward 8 has 1, okay? And Ward 3, where the rich folks live in this town, and it's okay to be rich. It's fine to be rich. I'm happy you're rich. They got 11, okay? So those are the types of things. If you live in Ward 7, you're like, well, wait a minute. Why are we putting all this money toward a stadium that I can't afford to get into, right? That I can't buy a ticket for because his personal seat license is on. No way I can get in the stadium. And okay, maybe I can go to the restaurant down the street and eat, but I live in Ward 7. They don't make the money that you make in Ward 3. So all I'm saying, guys, is that it's not disingenuous for somebody who lives in Ward 7 or Ward 8 to say, wait a minute, maybe there's other things we can spend this public money on than helping the Commanders build a stadium. That's not disingenuous for them to have that position.
I don't think it's disingenuous, but then I would ask the question, where the hell those people been spending this money before all this? I mean, they've had money to spend. And if they want to build it up, they would have. So I ask those questions too. Okay, I hear a lot of talk about but I'm saying that someone is coming to do something now.
Right.
And now we say, well, we could do this, this, and this. Why not? Why haven't it been done?
Okay. But again, Brian, the people who live in Ward 7 and Ward 8 don't have the political clout that the people who live in Ward 3 have. That's just reality.
DA, I hear that. But within 6 blocks of our office, there's a Harris Teeter and a Whole Foods. And none of that stuff was here before Nats Park.
Y'all are down at the Navy Yard.
None of that was here before Nats Park.
I understand that, but it wasn't just Nats Park, and where they built the wharf out. There's no people there. There's no neighborhood where they built the wharf. It's a wharf. It's not populated, surrounded by people who live in houses and apartments. Okay, there's no people there. It's easy to drop $2 billion where there's no people.
But
okay,
I specific to the grocery store thing, if they're building, the current plans, and obviously these plans will get updated and changed, but the current plans call for a ton of housing. They're gonna the way this stuff goes is it's mixed use retail. It's a grocery store on the first floor with apartments above it. Like, I think that will be a boon to the people that live there.
I hope that. Okay.
Well, I just think as this pushes further east, maybe that will help Ward 8 also.
It could. I'm not saying not saying it couldn't. What I'm saying is, again, this is why I keep going back to the Detroit example. They made the exact same promises in Detroit. They said, we're going to have housing, and a good chunk of it is going to be affordable housing for people who make a certain percentage or lower of the average salary of Detroit. Now, I'm not accusing the people of D.C. of this, but what they did in Detroit was part of how they determined what the average salary of the people was by including the rich suburbs right outside the city. You have real well-to-do suburbs where people are making a lot more money. You add that into the mix, and all of a sudden the average salary goes way up.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that that's part of holding people accountable, guys. That's why I'm saying I'm for this deal, but you have to hold people accountable. To your point, JP, they said 5,000 to 6,000 houses and affordable housing, 30% of which is going to be affordable housing. You have to make sure that they actually do that.
Sure.
Right. And so that's why that's where I need to see the details. How are you going to enforce this? How are you going to make sure that you do what you say you're going to do? That's not hating. That is trying to get people to live up to the promises that they're making on this. That's all.
DA, it's a great conversation.
I agree with that.
Thank you for reaching out. And, dude, accountability is key, obviously.
On both sides.
On all sides. On all sides. Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I want there to be a Commander Stadium on the RFK footprint. Want it very badly. Just for selfish purposes alone, for my own purposes, it would be a lot easier for me.
Okay. Thank you, DA.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, guys. Yep.
That's our guy, David Aldridge. Give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. I wanted to have that conversation. I feel like those are the appropriate types of conversations to actually move this thing forward, to continue onward. Now, when we return, we're actually going to talk some puck. Steve Wino's not going to blow us off like Rooster did. Game 5 preview. Before we go, got to tell you about our boys over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul's done a tremendous job at my home. I got new windows, new doors. Keeps it nice and cool when the weather gets hot like it is now and nice and warm in the winter. If you call this month, you get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door.
Yep, I guess Paul would want to get down here if they start doing this stadium stuff.
Yeah,
a lot of windows to put in.
A lot of windows.
Like, he came to my house. He replaced every window in my house. Then I have a detached garage. He did that. He has doors to it. Changed the whole back of my house in my kitchen to where now it's like the outside is inside, where it's all glass at the back of the house, which I absolutely love. Now he's going to be coming over to do this little walkway, a breezeway, basically, from one part of the house to the other, because I love to sit on that area and do all my cooking and talking with my boys when they come over. A lot of talking, a lot of drinking, having a lot of fun. Reach out to Paul right now. You can receive 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact our friend, Paul Henry's Window Installation today, and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
A North Carolina football version of the Hard Knocks is a no-go. TheAthletic.com reporting that Coach Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, played an instrumental role in stopping the production related to her request to be heavily involved in the project. The canceled project cost UNC $200,000 in facility fees, not to mention the publicity they would get from actually airing Hard Knocks. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbrich's 21-year-old son. The Baltimore Ravens have picked up Kyle Hamilton's fifth-year option at $18.6 million for 2026. Washington Capitals looking to advance tonight against the Montreal Canadiens at Capital One Arena at 6:45 on the Fan. Caps lead the series 3-1. Carolina awaits the winner. They beat New Jersey last night 5-4 in double overtime. Nationals baseball against the Phillies tonight at 6:15 on Team 980. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation with David Aldridge from The Athletic, check out the podcast, get on the Odyssey app, whatever you need to do. It was a worthwhile conversation. There are certainly real and good questions to be asked as hopefully everything moves forward. Right now, though, time to talk some puck. Caps face off a little more than 6 hours away. We're going to be in the building. B is seriously rocking the red. Steve Wino joins us now. Wineezy, are you already at Cap One? Where are you at?
No, I'm still at the JP at the Capitals practice rink, finishing some work up here, and we heading downtown in a little bit.
What is the
game to 7, right?
Yeah.
All right.
What is the player's schedule on a game day like today?
It's essentially the morning skate it's optional, but every player comes to the rink somewhere in the 8 o'clock range. There's meetings before skate. Morning skate, you really only last 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour. Most guys will go home and get a pregame nap in, and players tend to arrive for a 7 o'clock game somewhere in the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock range. Guys who aren't playing tonight might be a little bit later than that, but generally it's a pregame nap, some food to get in there, and then arrive to the rink, play sewer ball, whatever it is, to sort of stretch and get ready, and then warm ups at 6:30.
That's crazy, man. As this thing gets closer, obviously the biggest news is Protas maybe returning tonight. What can you tell us about that situation?
I would be stunned if Alexi Protas does not play tonight. He looks so ready to go. Nothing absolutely confirmed from the Capitals. The ice fairly early today. Taylor Radish stayed on for an extra period of time. I'd expect Alexi Protas to play and Taylor Radish to come out of the lineup tonight. 30-goal scorer, just a guy who helps them so much 5-on-5, and also one of their top penalty killers. Just a huge addition to get in the middle of a first round.
Absolutely. What? So the injury, hockey, they don't tell you anything about anything, right?
Upper or lower, Jay?
Upper or lower. We know it was lower. He got sliced open on his foot. What exactly was it?
So it was during the Blackhawks game, the night that Alex Ovechkin tied Wayne Gretzky's record, and it was just a fluke play in front of the Blackhawks net, where one of the Blackhawks players came by and the skate just clipped Protas on the top of his left foot, and I'm pretty sure, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong on this, but he does wear the sort of cut-resistant material, the socks that help against this, which shows you how bad the cut was to then have to have surgery and be in a boot and be out for the last 3.5 weeks. It sliced a tendon, I believe, in that left foot. And you have to expect the Canadiens are going to be slashing the heck out of that thing tonight and throughout the rest of this series, the rest of the playoffs. But a really bad skate cut. And we always talk about in the sport, like we had the tragedy with Adam Johnson, that the kid from Minnesota who died in England last year when he got a skate cut to the neck. But you're running around, you're going at high speeds with knives on your feet. And it's amazing, unbelievable. It doesn't happen more often. Yeah. But yeah, it was a pretty bad skate cut.
That's the question I was going to ask. Like, that happened. How often does that happen?
It's amazing that you don't have more damage. But like, we had this Erik Karlsson, the 3-time best defenseman in the NHL, was stepped on and had his Achilles torn about a decade ago,
Yeah,
and for a long time wasn't the same. The guys have gotten to wear more of, specifically, not necessarily the neck guard, which is a sort of a controversial topic right now in terms of mandating it. It's being mandated at lower levels and for kids, that sort of thing. But they've gotten better at wearing the wrist guards and the Achilles foot and sock sort of Kevlar cut resistant stuff, because it's amazing that even in the corner that like somebody doesn't get sliced with something fairly regularly.
Yeah.
This is crazy. So I just Googled this neck guard thing. That's a wild look, but I guess it makes sense, man. You're right. Your description was so cool. It was, these guys are flying around at high speeds with knives on their feet. It's a miracle more guys aren't slashed up. I mean, you're correct. This neck guard looks nuts. Nobody's gonna be wearing that tonight, I assume. Wino, obviously, Caps are up 3-1 in this series, but it's been closer than that, I would say. There's been some games that look like kind of blowouts, but because of late empty net goals and stuff. What are you thinking happens tonight?
I do think the Capitals are going to win tonight, and really the game's going to be decided, or I think the way this game goes within the first 10 to 15 minutes, because you can't fake urgency like a team facing elimination. It just doesn't exist. And when you're in a playoff series like this, where one team is and one team isn't, you know the Canadians are going to have a push. You know they're going to come out, because they don't win this game, their season's over and they're on the golf course in 3 days. So I think if the Canadians are able to score early, this is not necessarily a team, because most of these guys weren't around for 2010 or some of these other series, just Tom Wilson and John Carlson and Alex Ovechkin. But this fan base is scarred by only 32 teams in NHL history have ever blown a 3-1 playoff lead. 5 of them are the Capitals. So I think if the Canadians, exactly, I think if the Canadians go up early, the crowd is going to have a nervous energy to it that we've seen this in past playoffs. It filters down to the ice and to the players and to the bench. It really does. And I think if the Capitals are able to sort of resist that early push and get on the board early, Montreal's starting its backup goalie again with Sam Montembeault hurt, so Jakub Dobeš is playing again. I think if the Capitals are able to sort of resist that initial wave of energy and not give up an early goal, I think they're going to be okay. But this is we've seen this. You're right, JP, that this has been a tighter series than 3-1. But so was last year against the Rangers. Like the Capitals didn't get blown out of the building by the Rangers any single one game, but they did lose all 4 in a row because one team was just better. And I think ultimately, and I could be wrong about this, and maybe we're having a conversation about a Game 7 later this week, I just think the Capitals are the better team in the series.
I agree with you. I think, Montreal is kind of annoying, but like Washington's better. I got great concerns about the next series, but I think they closed it out tonight. What do you think the atmosphere will be like in there? Pretty darn cool, I think.
It's gonna be juiced up, guys. And like I guess it's a Wednesday night now, or whatever today is. But there's been time off. The Capitals go to Montreal, and it's not a 2-2 series where there's sort of the nerves of, are they going to move on? Like, yes, they still need to win the fourth game, win a fourth game in the series to win it. But I think it's not necessarily, I don't want to say a party atmosphere like 894 was, where it's a celebration of Alex Ovechkin.
Sure.
But this is a team, this is a crowd that's ready to watch the Capitals move on, which they have not done at home in a decade. It was the 2015 Islander series, the last time the Capitals clinched a playoff series at home.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. So
wow.
It's been a long time since this fan base has been able to celebrate, to see a handshake line in a positive way for the Capitals.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All the big moments are on the road. One word answer on this. You were there all day Monday covering all the RFK Stadium stuff for the Associated Press. Does it get done? Does the stadium get built?
Yes.
There you have it. His name is Steve Wino. You can give him a follow at @SWino. Thank you, buddy. See you in a little bit.
Hi, Steve.
Talk to you soon.
That's our guy, Steve Wino. Does a great job, covers all things hockey and all sports here in DC. When we come back, White Brian may or may not be getting his head shaved. Don't go anywhere.
Should be.
Big game tonight. We're going to make predictions here in a moment. But there was a legit big college basketball story that happened, I think, overnight, last night, maybe today. 5-star guard, this kid named Darius Adams, B-Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
True, legit stud. 5-star kid out of Indiana, was committed to UConn. All right?
Mm-hmm.
UConn's pretty darn good. He signed a letter of intent with UConn in November. But
Back out of it today?
These are wild times in college hoops. In the time since this kid coming out of high school signed his letter of intent, UConn brought in 2 transfer portal guards. So this kid said, all right, well, this is shady. I don't get to play anymore. So he reopened his commitment.
Yeah.
You know where he signed?
Maryland?
Maryland. Buzz is buzzing.
There you go.
Yo,
I mean, listen, bro. If the atmosphere is going to be what it is, you got to work.
And the cash. I don't know what the cash is, but I bet it's a lot.
I mean, yeah, I understand the cash is there, but you know what? You can't sit back and just expect.
Yeah.
Or automatically say, oh, we're not going to get anybody. No, you got to fight for it.
Yeah, man. Dude, so this kid was also looking at Georgetown, Michigan State, Bama, Carolina, and Tennessee. So he had real options. He visited College Park and Georgetown, picked Maryland. Done deal. White Brian, you're the college basketball insider. This kid's legit, right? This is a big deal.
Yeah, if he was planning on going to UConn, he's got to be pretty good.
Yeah. I know you prefer your college basketball players to be 30 and have a receding hairline. This fellow looks very young. So I'm excited about that. Congrats to Buzz Williams. Here's what I'm focused on.
What are you trying to say, B?
Just supporting Buzz Williams. Leadville, we got to make some bets, I think.
Holla. Gather around.
How'd we do last night, Brian?
I lost.
I think everyone but me lost.
You think? You need to know if you won, if everybody lost.
Well, I was stressing about possibly getting my hair cut, so I forgot to tally the results.
I took the Leafs.
So you were
what do you
really
mean possibly
stressing?
getting your hair cut? Can we cut your hair or not?
I think we should.
No.
I think we should just do it without him giving us permission.
I don't think we could do that.
Yes, we can. What are you gonna do?
Listen, tomorrow
we don't have no damn HR here.
That's true. Tomorrow, B-Mitch and I are going to be at the Rude employee party, right? We're going to be at the Rude barbecue. T-Stats, baby.
Yeah, baby.
But we'll be back Friday. Mike Beasley is coming in.
He's bringing something special?
He is bringing something special. Bees is coming in Friday afternoon. White Brian, Bees legitimately was a barber when he was younger. Can Bees cut your hair?
Sure.
Yeah.
He might let you get a 20-cent bet.
So we got a live haircut Friday afternoon.
There we go.
Are you confirming this? White Brian.
Yeah, if he used to be a barber, sure.
If he used to be a barber, sure. Brian, we got to work on you, bro.
So hold on. You wouldn't let me shape your beard up, bro? I
Hold on,
literally
you
cut
want
a
to shape
beard.
his beard up, bro?
Bro, I do a better job than Bees.
Listen.
I cut my
I said
face
it on the
every
radio,
week.
so it must be true.
Oh,
Bees
yeah, you
used to be
probably-
a barber. I know he used to work on cruise ships.
He about to look like me and B, bitch.
All right,
He may as well just do that because holding on to that ain't working for him.
we need caps picks for tonight and goal picks for tonight. Somebody go.
I'm
Caps.
going Caps, and I'm going with Ovi.
B-Mitch is in.
Dylan Strome.
Caps, Ovi, and McMichael.
White Brian?
Ovi.
Caps and Willie. Willie going to put these fools out of their misery. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Robert Mays. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Joe Theismann. Thank you to David Aldridge. And thank you to Steve Wino. Awesome day. Grant and Danny are at the arena. Toby? Grant and Danny live from Capital One Arena. Go check them out. Say hello. Take their popcorn. Busy day, busy night.
Take it. They're not gonna fight back.
Busy night. Yo, there's a Twitter discussion. Who would win in a fight, Grant or Barstool Nate? Brian Mitchell answers that tomorrow. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I gotta think about that one tonight.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information related to the prank phone call to Shedeur Sanders by Ulbrich's 21-year-old son, Jax. Abdul Carter also got a prank call during the second pick, which the caller said he was from the Jaguars, and they were going to select him with the number 2 overall selection. On the field, the Falcons have picked up the fifth-year option on wide receiver Drake London. The Ravens have picked up Kyle Hamilton's fifth-year option at $18.6 million. They did not for center Tyler Linderbaum, but they will negotiate a new contract with him. 5-star USC commit Elijah Arenas, he's the son of former Wizards player Gilbert Arenas, has been released from the hospital 1 week after his serious car crash in the Los Angeles area. The Capitals tonight against the Montreal Canadiens. It's game number 5, pregame 6:45 on the Fan. The winner gets Carolina. Carolina defeated New Jersey Devils 5-4 in double overtime. Nationals lost 7-6 in a heartbreaker to Philadelphia. Game 2 is tonight 6:15 on Team 980. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's have a radio show, huh? Wednesday, April 30th, 2025, live from Capital One Arena ahead of Game 5. Caps chance to clinch their best-of-7 series over the Canadiens tonight. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan, and we've got a monster show planned for you today. Danny, I will quickly run through the guest lineup.
Do it.
It is bountiful.
We'll have to go to break as soon as you're done, because there's so many good guests.
It is powerful. We've got 2 Commanders draft picks on today. Running back Ja'Cory Cross-Key Merritt stops by at 3, and wide receiver Hia Hokie from Virginia Tech, Jalen Lane, is on the show at 4:30. He provides the speed that I wanted offensively.
Yeah.
They'll be on the program today. We'll also talk Commanders and the possibility of a stadium at the RFK site with D.C. City Councilwoman Brooke Pinto, who's kind enough to join us on site today. She's going to make the trip over to Capital One Arena. She'll be live at 5 o'clock, and we will also be previewing the Caps and the Canadiens at 2:25 or so. Joe Beninati stops by the program, and at 5:30, Tariq El-Bashir of Monumental Sports will set the table for the Caps and the Canadiens. So, a lot of football, plenty of hockey. We're covering everything you care about in D.C. and national sports. No reason to navigate away from us on G&D today. Some shows are bigger than others. This is one of those shows.
It's one of them, right? Caps up 3-1, a chance to do a thing they don't often do, to be frank with you. When it's step on the throat time, and listen, it's hockey. Part of it is, good luck, bad luck, everything in between. But the history of this franchise, they haven't done a ton of these. This would be a great, big, awesome, outstanding step to convince, I think, a lot of fans that this is not any of the last 6 years. This is not what it's been like since they won the Stanley Cup and then have been bouncing the first round each time, looking kind of old and slow and tired and kind of barely hanging on or not even making the postseason a couple of years ago. This would go a long way to reaffirming what I think a lot of folks have already been in on, that this is a good club. This club is different than they've been over the last several years. This would be a great chance to do it against a young, up-and-coming Montreal team that's skated with them, frankly, and it has gotten the better of certain moments, but the Caps have been more mature. This would be a great nail in the coffin type moment here.
Clinching mid-series, and I would say games 4 and 5 are mid-series, 6 and 7 are late in the series, is not something they do generally, to your point. But on top of that, they don't clinch at home very often. There was a nice piece written about this today at Russian Machine Never Breaks. But if you go back to the Cup run, all of their clinchers throughout that run took place on the road in 2018. In fact, all 6 of the Caps' most recent series wins came on the road. You got to go back a decade ago to 10 years back when Yevgeny Kuznetsov beat the Islanders in Game 7.
Oh, man.
With a video game-esque goal from the slot in front of the cage. That was the last time the Capitals sent everybody to the exits wearing their red at Capital One Arena on to the next round. So it would be an amazing accomplishment. Has not happened since 2015. Even before the 10-year drought, if you go back in terms of home clinchers, the Caps have won most of their playoff series on the road. 8 of the franchise's 20 series wins have been at home, 12 on the road. So this would be a rare night and a really cool night in DC sports if they could pull it off.
That would be a massive thing. And listen, Montreal's got, the phrase nothing to lose is wrong. They have a series to lose, right? But what that means is they're going to be desperate. Every last gasp, every punch back, every, get up off the mat, Friday the 13th beginning. It's all the cliches are going to happen tonight. This is a desperate group here. They're young. They kind of don't know what they don't know. I expect a couple of tweaks, a couple of adjustments, but you are going to get their best bolt. And this would go a long way to getting a couple of days with your feet up to maybe, then get after a really, really good opponent. And the Carolina Hurricanes are already clinched. But, yeah, I mean, this is not easy. It never is.
All signs point to Alexi Protas playing tonight for the Capitals, who was one of their best players in the regular season. Protas has not played in weeks, so it would be silly to assume he comes back tonight, Danny, and just looks like he did in the middle of the year. But he finished the regular season tied for third on the Capitals in scoring with 66 points in his 76 games. He was also, just from a sheer productivity standpoint, 5-on-5, one of the best players in the National Hockey League. 2.84 points per 60 minutes for him this season, fourth in the entire NHL behind names like David Pastrnak and Nikita Kucherov. I mean, he had an incredible year at even strength. You get him back, it helps your 5-on-5 play, which I actually think was marvelous in Game 4 as they went up 3-1, and has been really good at home in the first 2 games of this series as well. But he's going to help them more than anything, I think, on the penalty kill, because that's been an issue for them. Certainly in Montreal, it was a problem. He's third on the team among their forwards in TOI on the PK. I think he's been a little bit of a missing link, but he will be back tonight. It sounds like nothing official, but all signs are pointing to that. And that then leads to the debate as to who comes out of the lineup. And this is something we'll be talking about throughout the show, but we've made it our G&D poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. I know what fans want, largely. That's not necessarily the reality of the debate, though, right? Fans would tell you, you can't take Ryan Leonard out of the lineup. He's too talented. He's too good. He's played too well. And some of that is true. But the way a coach thinks sometimes is, how do I affect the fewest amount of my players? How do I not affect as many lines? And the way that they could do that would be to just drop Protas onto the third line with Mangiapane and Eller, have Leonard come out, and then you keep the fourth line of Duhaime, Dowd, and Radish together, which has been your traditional fourth line all year. That's been very physical in this series and very good. But Radish seems to be the most obvious guy to just take out of the lineup, claw machine style, pick him up, drop him off to the side, and then you could move Leonard down to the fourth line and drop Protas into the third line, assuming you don't want to put him back on the first line with Ovi and Strome and move Beauvillier down. Now you've affected 3 lines. So my guess is Radish comes out, Leonard goes down to the fourth line, Protas plays at least this first game to get his feet wet on the third line with Monge and Eller. But they've got some options. Our poll of the day, though, who do you think's going to come out? Who do you want to come out? And the debate really is Leonard versus Radish. Even though Eller maybe has been their weakest player, certainly offensively, I'm sorry, guys, they're not taking a defensive-minded center in the bottom 6 out and moving the guy that's leading the team in goals in this series, Connor McMichael, from wing to center. You're asking for a major change to be
too
made.
Much of a shake-up there.
No, don't do that. This team's really good. They've outplayed Montreal in 3 games. Make the least amount of ripple effects possible to get your really good player Protas back in the lineup.
So the thing that I would do is take out Protas. Take out Protas. Take out Radish, put in Protas on the third line, and drop Leonard down. What I'm worried about is that this is okay, I got a kid. You know, we're talking about clinching stuff. The guy's never done any of this. This is all sort of the first week, the first time stepping into the deep end, the first time. Let me get a bit more experience. And you just take Leonard out and drop Protas onto that third line. That's what I'm worried about. And I want Leonard. I'm thinking about this year, but also the future. These experiences are invaluable to him. I know Carberry can't necessarily weigh that kind of stuff, but yeah. I get to as a fan. I have way more luxury than the actual decision makers. So that's my fear.
So you had me until the last part, to be honest with you. You're going to get what you want, I think. What I'm hearing is it sounds like Radish will sit. Leonard will be in and play on the fourth line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care at all about the future tonight or in this series. That stopped when the playoffs started. This team has a chance to win a Stanley Cup. So whatever you can do to have the best shift every time guys are on the ice and have the best chance to finish this thing so that it doesn't get squirrely. Remember, they were up 3-2 on Carolina and lost the series going back to 2019. They haven't gotten out of the first round since 2018. They had a 3-1 series lead like they do right now on a Montreal team, much like this one, back in 2010 and lost the series. So I'm all about the best possible lineup for tonight and winning this game. I just happen to think that that's Leonard and probably not Radish. But look, the beauty of it is you're going to have somebody waiting in the wings. So if somebody has a bad game, whether that's Doggy Duhaime a couple times in a row, or maybe Leonard, who played a season low and a team low 9+ minutes in game 4 in Montreal. For whatever reason, if somebody struggles, Radish goes back in, that guy comes out. You should be able to keep everybody's legs pretty fresh throughout this run if need be. But go vote, poll of the day, at Grant H. Paulson and at 106.7 The Fan, who comes out for Protas to go in. Before we get into the Commanders, off the beaten path just a tad. Watched a bunch of NBA playoffs the last couple of nights. It's been really, really good for the most part.
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton hit a game-winning, driving, beautiful shot off the dribble, beat Giannis into the lane, beat him to the glass, laid a ball in with 1.3 seconds to go in overtime, down a point. Indiana gets a win last night, and the Pacers at home basically walk off the Bucks, right? They advance, they're on to the next round. After that game winner, okay, there was 1 second left in the game, almost immediately, Tyrese Halliburton's dad walked out onto the floor holding a flag and got in the face of and trolled Giannis Antetokounmpo. They ended up getting forehead to forehead and talking trash to each other. Cooler heads prevailed. They were separated. Thank God it was Giannis, who I think is one of the most respectable, decent human beings in sports, based on some of the answers I've seen from him over the years at the mic. A lot of players would have swung in a lot of different sports on a dad of a player talking trash to you in your face. I don't know exactly what he's saying.
So who knows? Like in real time, I don't know if Giannis even knows it's his dad. I mean, you'd assume maybe.
He's I know it's his dad, and I don't watch that much basketball.
So I didn't at first when I see the clip.
That surprises me because he's always doing whatever this is.
Well, I mean, he's not always walking on the court trash talking a 7-foot MVP. But
no, but if you watch like one Pacers game, they show him 14 times.
Yeah,
like,
I don't. It's not.
He's a mascot.
It's not the kind of thing that I can keep track of or care about at all. But anyway, the point
is very NBA.
Yeah,
you'll admit.
Of course, and the point is, like, we are so lucky that this wasn't way worse. First of all, get off the court immediately at all times.
But don't you think there are a lot of guys in the sport that would have swung?
100%.
And we would have had a Jermaine O'Neal swinging on a fan moment, and the biggest black mark on Giannis's career, and he would have done, other than the actual punching, very little wrong. Fans should not be on the court.
Yep.
Parents of players should not be on the court.
Especially.
This is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. And the only thing as embarrassing as his dad going out on the floor to celebrate the win and getting in the face of a player are people defending it. That's the unserious nature of this sport sometimes. It's not even the action, because the action can happen and one guy can do something stupid. It's after the fact when now we're going to debate it in media circles. And, well, he's a supportive dad or whatever the stupid
So many proud
is.
dads are in their seats.
I can't believe this happened. He should not be allowed to go to a game for the rest of the playoffs. That's easy. That one is that quick for me. The question is, should he ever be allowed to go to a game again ever? And I could probably be talked into some type of, 1-season suspension or ban or whatever, but you're not sitting in the lower bowl. You're not getting near the court. I think this is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Now, I the credit I will give here is afterwards, everybody has said and done the right thing. There is contrition from the Halliburtons correcly. Thank goodness.
Tyrese, I saw at the podium. What did his father say?
He admitted later, hey, that was wrong. Heat of the moment. I shouldn't have done that. So I'm paraphrasing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. So that is a nice first step. Now, people have been contrite after they were caught doing stuff, and I'm not saying this is a crime, but you know what I mean. You still did the thing. So the thing that you did is very ban-worthy. Enough. So you don't get to come to any more playoff games. So
what's your punishment?
It'd be the rest of the postseason, I would say.
That one's easy. Is that it?
And then in future, if I'm the Pacers, I would go, we love Tyrese. He's wonderful. He's our superstar, played on the Olympic team. Let's get you a suite. let's get you sweet. Let's get you comfortable up there. I know you guys have the routine where after the game, Tyrese comes over and gives you a hug. You'll be able to see him after the game, we promise. We'll get you down close to the locker room afterwards when everything is over, team responsibilities are done. We'll handle it that way. But let's get you sweet. Let's get you off the court. Let's get you away. Let's not have you be any kind of a distraction ever again. Because now, whether you like it or not, whether it's fair or not, now people are going to look, right? I mean, that was my big beef with, I forget who it was. Actually, I know before these allegations came out, but when Shannon Sharpe was at whatever game it was, where he's like stepping to somebody and they're yelling and they're going back and forth, or Stephen A. Smith, whoever it was, I've now forgotten. But like, you don't get to do that. You don't get to become the story. Now when you're anywhere, everyone's staring at you, right? So this is a slightly different circumstance, but now Mr. Halliburton is kind of a sideshow. The Pacers need to be about the Pacers. And I would say let's work that out together where you are away from prying eyes and no longer maybe holding that Tyrese Halliburton flag and getting in people's faces, whether you mean to or not. Let's just remove the potential for distraction. That's how I'd work it out.
Minor part of this story, that was maybe the highlight to this point of Halliburton's career, that he hit the game winner to clinch a playoff series.
Huge. I mean, he's long been a really good player that hasn't had that signature thing. That's what that was last night.
And nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, you're right.
In fact, if you search Tyrese Halliburton on the internet, as I did today, or if you search him on a Twitter search bar, all that comes up is what his dad did. He was robbed of his great moment in so many ways after the fact last night. Now, that is not the biggest problem with him going on the floor, but I say all the time, I know I'm unfun and you guys hate this take in this regard. Storming the court shouldn't be allowed. We are asking for major problems when college students are down on the floor getting in the face of professional athletes. But generally, when you watch court storming or field storming, it's kids. It's college-aged kids having the best night of their life. Many of them have been drinking or hanging out and carrying on. And you're asking for a lot of problems. But almost never is it grown-ups. And if it is, do the adults get in the face of the players who just had this terrible moment where they're angry and upset and they've just been eliminated? So thank goodness it wasn't worse. I think Giannis's decency is the reason why. By the way, he also apologized after the fact to Mr. Halliburton. Hilarious to me. Hey, sorry I was at my place of work and you came up and got in my face in an unacceptable way. It's just embarrassing. I really hope the league comes down hard and does something very serious, because I think you've got to take this as an opportunity to say, we're not Sideshow League. You know, the knock, perception, reality, whatever you think it is that the league can largely be unserious, that it's Stephen A. Smith beefing with LeBron, or as you said, it's Shannon Sharpe calling someone out. It's, players yelling at fans and vice versa. Here's your chance to go, not up in here. We're not doing that, buddy. Sorry, you can't come to any more games for the rest of the playoffs. I won't go full Ryan Clark. I saw where he said Halliburton should never be allowed to attend another Pacers game. I think that's a better punishment than nothing, though. Like, if you told me you
get to choose nothing or ban.
If they just let him come back to the next game like nothing happened, or he's never allowed back in the arena, it's more reasonable that he would never be allowed back in the arena. But I will sign up for rest of the postseason you're banned, and we'll have a hearing and revisit it after the fact. Let's talk about your contrition. It's easy to send off a tweet, and let's see how you can conduct yourself. Also, I'd have to dig in a little bit more on the history. Again, I know all the different times where they're showing him and whatever else. He's not going like full Drake where he's listening in on huddles and stuff like that. But it's not like this is a guy that I've never heard of, some random player's dad. Like the odds on FanDuel were in the minus that he was the one on the floor last night.
Right.
So, man, I saw that and I thought, what a dumb thing. This great moment for Tyrese finally gets his. He was named the most overrated player in like a player vote or something by FanDuel, I think it was. And you saw him tweet out still overrated or whatever. This should have been his big night.
That's right.
And instead, he's going to have to answer questions about his dad, and it became a terrible night media-wise for him.
Yeah, as they clinched, they did something that people weren't necessarily sure was going to happen. They were the better team in this series against a group with championship aspirations. I know Damian Lillard getting hurt really, sort of solidified that the Pacers were the better team, but that's a big moment, man. Against an MVP caliber player who's got a championship ring and who's, still one of the 3 or 4 best players in the world, according to most experts, to be able to step up and do that, that should be your arrival time. That should be your shine time. That should be, what everybody's talking about is, the next day on the Shouty shows, has Halliburton ascended into the top whatever now after that kind of moment, after he dispatched Giannis and company. Instead, it's where's that going to sit? That's a shame. That's a shame.
I want to get into the Commanders draft class. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. We have not gotten a chance to get deep with you guys and take real calls on how you felt. So what we'll do next, Danny, I want you to come up with a word that sums up how you feel about the class. Fill in the blank. A one-word summary of how you feel about this draft class Adam Peters put together. And we'll open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067 next. We have Ja'Cory Merritt, the running back drafted out of Arizona by the Commanders, coming up at 3. Joe Beninati at 3:30. We're live at Capital One Arena. Caps Canadians, Game 5, a possible home clincher tonight right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Game 5 tonight, Capitals and Canadiens at Capital One Arena. Drop by and say hi to G&D out on the concourse by sections 106 and 107. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Capitals leading 3-1 in the series, looking to close it out tonight. In baseball, the Nationals made a comeback but fell short after they were unable to close things out with Finnegan on the mound last night. They fall 7-6 to the Phillies in Game 1 of the series. They take on the Phillies Game 2 tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980, 6:45 first pitch. Jake Irvin takes on Christopher Sanchez in the NFL. Some fines handed out for the Shedeur Sanders prank call. The Falcons were fined $250,000. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich was fined $100,000 for his son finding out the phone number and making the prank call. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Not so much that's something you want to target, but I do think, myself and probably a lot of people, you're able to get more conviction on a player if you see him in person and you're around him more and you kind of understand. And it could be conviction either way. Conviction that you do really like him or conviction that you don't like him as much for your team. So I do think that helps a lot. And all the touch points you have, I think, I believe in that. Not every team believes in that, and, to each their own. But for me personally, to, that helps quite a bit. So to see him at a game, to see him at the Senior Bowl, we interviewed him at the Combine, came on a 30 visit. So, all those things help.
General Manager Adam Peters after putting together a 5-player draft class. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan, live from Capital One Arena, ahead of the place to be tonight for DC Sports. Caps, Canadiens, Game 5, a chance for the first home clincher in 10 years. All of our playoff coverage for the Capitals on the show, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Danny, the Commanders draft class, they did not trade back, so you could ding them there if you want to because they didn't add picks. They did not draft an edge, maybe the only hole in their operation. But it's hard to argue much with the picks they made when they were on the clock, the idea behind the picks. So we're looking for a word from everybody at 800-636-1067 to sum up your feelings on this draft class.
Athletic. That's what I come back to. We now know what their type is. Year one, it may have been, okay, well, this is what they're trying to do this year. Maybe there's a theme going forward. No.
Or maybe that's just how the board fell.
Yeah, right. Like there's different different variables you kind of don't know. Now we're 2 for 2 in terms of sample size. I got a good feeling. We'll better be able to predict. We talked about this. Not in a bad way, but you get to know the personality, you get to know the proclivities of the executives. Do they like, production over upside or traits over this, or whatever you're weighing and balancing. Now looking forward, I'm going to go, and when I start looking at the different prospects on the various boards, I'm going to that RAS, that raw athletic score composite, right? Which measures everything that you did from the 10-yard to the shuttle to the 40 to the vertical jump, broad jump, everything in between, what size you are relative to the position. And it lets you know, is this guy bigger than average, quicker than average, stronger than average, faster than average? And if the answer is yes, in most part, you get one of those green scores, which says they're athletic and it's an elite RAS score. Washington drafted 5 guys that are all in the green. That's their type.
Successful. I think this was a success of a draft. Adding Connerly at 29, while not what I was predicting or projecting, makes perfect sense. That's another word I would use, right, is mindful, or it did make sense. You can kind of look at every pick and you go, oh, yeah, they had a need there or they needed that. And it was predictable in a sense, even if we didn't see the Connerly move coming, because your number one asset's Jaden Daniels and you have to protect him. So now your strength is perhaps having bookend tackles for years to come with Laramie Tunsil on the left and Connerly on the right. I thought the Amos pick was fantastic. I did not think he'd be available at 61. In fact, never mocked him to them for that reason. I thought he'd be gone early to mid-second round. That was a good value play. They had to get twitchy and speedier at wide receiver. I thought replacing Olamide Zaccheaus would be nice, getting someone who could do some of the bubble and smoke stuff on the outside and do some of the gadget jet stuff in the backfield. Enter Jalen Lane, who's going to be on the show in 2 hours today at 4:30. And then, look, when you make a pick at the end of round 6 or into the end of round 7, if the guy makes the team, great. And that's Kane Medrano, the linebacker. Maybe you get some team's contributions from. And the running back we're going to have on in about a half hour, Ja'Cory Merritt out of Arizona. Not speedy, not the back I was looking for, but a guy that kind of fits in with what they've got in the room, powerful, one cut, gets up the field. He's the kind of dude, honestly, that if he was drafted in San Fran by Kyle Shanahan, I bet you he'd have like 900 yards this year after something,
right.
The first injury to Christian McCaffrey. And next thing you know, in week 6, he gets a start and he goes for like 126 on Sunday Night Football. Like, he's that kind of fit and runner. He's going to have some success in the league if he gets an opportunity. But I just thought it was a smart draft. It's not perfect for me because I would have loved to have had my cake and also ate it. Here I am telling you I like the Connerly pick and I like the Amos pick. Well, if that's true, there's nowhere else you could have traded back and gotten much value. If you came back from Lane, even if you picked him up 10, 15 picks later, you're not really adding much. You're getting another special teams type player, maybe in the mid to late 5th round. So they had a choice, either take less than 100 cents on the dollar or stay put and get 2 real starters. But I do think it's very possible that they got 2 impact players and that's it, and maybe 3 guys that help them ultimately at any point when we look back in 5 years. Like, if Medrano is a hit, that's a huge win. If they get anything out of Merritt, I think that's a big success. Connerly and Amos, you got to be right on. Lane is kind of a tweener because of where he was drafted, but that's the job. You got to find a way to get guys that can help you into the deep round.
You need some of those wins, yeah. So I have a working theory. I will never be able to prove this theory, and I'll never probably get enough evidence to debunk or anything else. I'm just sort of in between on it. But here's my thought. I think if Amos had gone where a lot of us thought he would, which is maybe at the end of round 1 or early, certainly in round 2, I think they would have been more aggressive in trading back. I think they just kind of couldn't believe that this dude was there, as good a prospect as he was. Again, I thought he was long off the board. I think they probably did too, and I think they kind of went, well, we got to do this, right? Instead of, I'm just making this up. Instead of the 81st pick and the 102nd pick and taking someone's complimentary extra third round or comp pick, we'll take this guy who's going to start for us at some point, probably. I mean, the way we think of starters at cornerback needs to be updated, I think. So you start 3, you play 4. Sometimes it's 5, depends on if a guy's versatile or not. But that guy's going to see the field, and I think early. I think they couldn't believe it. So if he wasn't there and it was just regular end of the second round, I think they might have traded back. And again, I can't prove that.
Yeah, that's very possible, but we'll just never know what they were offered. Now, I saw people saying, how badly they wanted to trade back, so the fact that they drafted him tells you how much they loved him. Well, maybe. Or nobody called, right? Mm-hmm. Or somebody offered them 65 cents on the dollar and they said, no, we're good. That could also have been the case. Nate's in D.C. on Grant and Danny joining us on the listener lines. Nate, you get one word to sum up this draft class. What would you go with?
Say it in my Mike Tyson voice. I would have to say ecstatic.
Ecstatic.
To be honest, I think it's bar understood amongst many of us fans that we did well in the draft. They might not have gone where some of us wanted us to go, but we did very well. And Adam Peters is trustworthy as far as selections that he makes via draft, free agency. So it's just about seeing this offense and this defense in motion now, just in live action, the anticipation of Christmas Eve and all of that. So that's all.
Well, Peters is trustworthy to your point and has earned the benefit of the doubt with how he's operated. He's been here 1 year and they've been to an NFC championship game and just had their best season of my lifetime in over 30 years watching this team. But while that is true, and I'll set that to the side for a second, the issue isn't necessarily that he didn't make the right picks or maybe didn't do what they needed to do when they were on the clock. It's still, you only made 5 picks. And 2 of the 5 picks were from the end of the 6th round on. So effectively, the part of the draft where you normally add helpers, guys that are actually going to contribute, they made 3 picks.
Yep.
the part of the draft where you generally, I'm just playing the averages, talking percentages here, where you get potential stars, they only made 2 picks. And I'm not unreasonable. You're not going to get to make 8 of those generally. You're not going to but it's just a lighter haul than normal. So when you walk in to the store and you only buy 1 chocolate bar, the chance that you get a golden ticket is not going to be as good as someone buying 2 or 3 chocolate bars. And that's kind of the issue that keeps me from saying A+ is it just was never going to be an A+ draft, probably based on you weren't going to be able to fix as many problems as I would have liked. But Connerly at tackle makes you a better football team. Amos, if he is who we think he is at corner, and either Sandra still gets kicked inside, or maybe Marshawn Lattimore, if it doesn't work out and he doesn't become what they think he's going to be in a bounce-back year, maybe he's now your 3rd corner if he continues to struggle. But it's okay. You've got a safety net here because Amos is going to play at a high level. So I really, really like what they did strategically when they picked. For me, it's just a matter of the quantity. And it's just hard for me to get ready to throw a parade when you took 3 guys in the top 200.
Yeah, I think that's all fair, that assessment, right? So,
and by the way, I would have done it the same way. Not to cut you off, I'm sorry, but it sounds like I'm hating on the draft.
Why do you hate the draft so
I'd
much?
rather have Laramie Tunsil and Marshawn Lattimore and Josh Connerly, Trey Amos, Jalen Lane than not Laramie Tunsil, not Marshawn Lattimore, Connerly, Amos, and 2 or 3 other rookies. Like I'm for. I would have traded the Amos pick and gotten Trey Hendrickson. I told you that before the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the only one I'm not sure about now is Lattimore, but that's still, I understand why they did it, and I was in favor of it at the time, but now I don't know. But I'll give up my 5th round pick for Deebo Samuel every time. I'll do it tomorrow if I get the chance to. So I think you're right. When you look at it the totality, how did you spend your picks? Yes, on players, but you also spent your picks on acquiring other guys that have already been in the league. I know it costs more in terms of contract and salary, but that's kind of the point. You're using your chips.
Also notable here, I try to grade, if I'm going to use that word, or critique drafts from a philosophical standpoint, not a eval standpoint. What I mean is, when you were on the clock, what did you do in terms of position? What did you address? How does it fit into your football team? Because I don't know enough about all of these players. I can watch the same highlight packages. The one benefit for us in the media is I can reach out to people that are in the know that I have access to and get some strong takes and opinions that way. But mostly when I'm critiquing a draft right after the fact, I'm not trying to quibble with Adam Peters or the really smart scouts about the quality of the player if I haven't seen him a ton. It's more about, what did you address? Like, what was your idea? What position did you attack, etc. Scott in Silver Spring, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you? Scott, you there? You're on the radio. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, what's up?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I was going to touch on what I say great, and I was going to touch on a little bit of what Grant said. It's like we got Deebo through the draft, not you know what I mean? And we
That's
got
another one. I didn't name him.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Throw him onto the pile. Ernie Grunfeld style. Deebo's on draft
He's
pick.
our 5th round pick.
So you got Deebo. You got Tunsil. You got Lattimore. I mean, I got no problem with rocking that way, trying to win right now.
And I also listen to Mel Kiper and the Talking Heads, but I really don't listen. But I heard what Nick Saban said about Amos. I heard what other coaches said about Connerly. And if you remember last year, Nick Saban spoke very highly of Sanders-Drill. And he spoke just as highly about Amos. So
yeah. I think Saban last year, thanks for the call, brother. I think he said that he liked Sanders still as his best pound for pound player in the draft, something like that. He loved that pick, and he was right. I mean, Mikey he's a dog, and he is a culture-changing defensive player that meant a lot to them on the back end. He's only going to get better. AJ in Bethesda, you're on G&D. What's up?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So the last caller said exactly what I was going to say is, yes, I understand 5 picks, and my word for it would be speed. Athleticism or speed, you could use either word, right? But these guys are trying to get faster and bring real athletes to the table, even with the later round prospects. But I agree with the last caller. You didn't just get those 5. You got Deebo with your 5th round pick. And I'll tell you what, right now, if he comes in and does what he's supposed to do, I'll take that production versus what we're likely to see a guy coming out in the 5th round at wide receiver and that production.
Thanks, buddy.
I think that's precisely the balance, right? You're talking about. Now, sometimes a 5th rounder turns out to be somebody incredible. I mean, I remember Alfred Morris was, what, a 6th rounder? And I remember talking to him, around training camp time. Maybe he could make the team as a fullback before he set the rushing record.
Alfred Morris from
Florida Atlantic.
Attaboy.
Boom goes the dynamite.
There's Danny Huhe. Danny Houtier.
Danny Routier.
Put him on the board. Yes, we're live at Capital One Arena. Caps Canadians tonight. Game 5. Caps with a chance to clinch. Wait till you hear how much trouble the Falcons got in for being involved in the Shedeur Sanders prank call inadvertently. We're Grant and Danny. Caps Canadians Game 5 tonight from Capital One Arena. I am jacked up to be here. Got the Caps hoodie on. It's chilly in this barn. Danny dressed for the summer. It was hot outside.
Yeah, it's hot outside. I'm coaching my my son has a makeup game tonight for soccer. So I'm going straight there from the arena. So I'll be fine for that. But God, I even thought about it. It's like, I'll bring a jacket, but it's like, no, I'm gonna have to go through all this stuff to get up here. I always wander around this building like a lost child. I can never figure out which way to go. So like, I don't want to bring a lug of coat around. And now I'm regretting it.
By the way, soccer game tonight. My guy, proud uncle moment over here.
Oh, this is okay.
4-goal streak, 4-game goal streak.
That's right.
Let's make it 5.
That's right. So that's my oldest. Has his 4-goal streak.
Oh, that's not what's happening tonight.
No, not tonight. So
very uninvolved uncle. That's what I.
No, you're still allowed to be proud.
Proud uncle over here knows everything about the boys. I keep up with them, send them birthday cards.
Am I right?
Wrong child, right?
Yeah, but it's totally fair. You're forgiven.
But how about that 4-game goal streak for the lad?
For a guy that mostly plays fullback. I mean, playing defense and somehow has ended up in scoring chances.
So if we're doing a who's going to score a goal for the Vipers or whatever their team name is,
that's right.
Draft like we're going to do for the Capitals tonight. You might want to take him. He's on a heater.
Well, so here's what I would say is it may not be the smartest pick just because the luck has to run out at some point. But
give me a comp, a Capitals player. It would be like them scoring a goal 4 straight games.
Okay, I'm looking.
Defenseman, it sounds like.
Yeah.
But we're not going all the way to like TVR who never scores or Martin Ferravari who's hurt and doesn't have a chance to score or Rasmus Sandin. Is it like a
it's
Carlson?
It's in between, not this year's Carly.
Okay.
So it's like a 4 years ago Carly.
Okay.
I would say
more goals.
Yeah, so he's going to score, but 4 straight games with a goal? That seems odd.
If he's Carly, then he'll score and it'll get taken away. Via review.
Yeah, after they'll VAR that thing and take it right off.
They have the VAR?
Yeah, they don't at the 11-year-old level.
Let's go to the phone. Sean's in Falls Church. Wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean?
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I would love Protas to be back, be healthy, everything like that. A guy scoring 4 in a row, you guys were just talking about it, that I would expect and/or, kind of do it. Beauvillier, he's the kind of guy that just he sparks it, he does it. But when it comes to Protas coming back into the starting lineup, I kind of want him on the second line. I want Dubois, Wilson, Protas. We'll take McMichael, throw him down on the third line, take out Leonard, and then have lines 1 and 4 stay the same. I like Beauvillier in the first. I like the fourth line. They're just,
but Sean, you're making a lot of changes for a team up 3-1. Appreciate the phone call.
Thank you, dude.
And love that you're excited about tonight. Hope I see you here at the arena. Come on by when you get in 106, 107 in the concourse, those sections. That's where we're sitting. But it seems like, and I see this on social media too, people are like, take Lars Eller out, move McMichael over. So now you're affecting line 2, which has been awesome. McMichael, Dubois, Wilson. You're changing the center of line 3, who's been there since they acquired him via trade early in the season, Lars Eller. You're putting McMichael not on the wing, but at center, a new position where defensively he's not going to be as sound as Lars Eller, even though he gives you way more offensively. They're not down 3-1 in the series. They're also getting chances. They've outchanced them at high danger massively.
Yeah,
in games
who's had
1,
more
2,
chances
and 4.
than McMichael? I'm not changing a thing about that guy.
Ovi, Stroman, Beauvillier, and he mentioned Beauvillier, might be their best player in the series offensively. They've been amazing. It's why you probably don't thrust Protas right back into the mix for this first or even maybe his second game. You make him get his sea legs back under him first. So I just disagree a little bit with the logic, and I don't mean him as much as a lot of the Caps fans I'm seeing online who want to make these significant sweeping changes. We could talk to Joe Beninati about this. He's going to join the show coming up a little bit after 2:25, closing in on 2:30. I want to ask Joe B when he stops by, A, is it official that Protas will play tonight? What's he hearing? And B, who's going to be out and what are the lines going to look like? He'll have that answer for us. Real quick on the Falcons, because I teased that. I want to pay that off. They got fined $250,000 today for the son of defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich getting the number for Shedeur Sanders and then using it with his buddies to prank him in their dorm at school.
Yeah.
Ulbrich himself, $100,000 he was fined. Think about being fined by your job $100K or costing your company a $250,000 fine.
Oh man,
and not losing your job.
Oh man, I don't think you'd see that for old Randy Duye if I foul up like that.
What would your punishment be for your kids if you got fined $100,000 because they did one of the dumbest things ever? Not just something that makes you question their character and hate in the moment the way that they acted. I don't think you can hate your kid. But what they did, you hate. I mean, it's an embarrassing, terrible thing that you would prank this guy who's fallen in the draft. But on top of that, just a jerk thing to do, you filmed it.
You filmed it.
That's even more stupid. Hey, do the thing that's awful, but make sure you film it and it might get shown online in your lowest moment that everybody can see it. God, I'd be so mad. And then I got to pay $100,000?
Hey, on top of that.
Oh, bro, you're grounded forever.
Man, because obviously the kid doesn't have any money, but that's what I would tell him. It's like, you're going to work off that debt for me somehow. I don't know what you're going to do, but that $100,000 is now, you're in the red on that one. I would say this, just as a quick side, the issue to me, I actually would have fined the Falcons more here. It's not about the prank phone call sucks, and the kid should be punished accordingly. The parents will handle that, and the coach, of course, should be punished, rightfully so. But we need to take way more seriously the fact that there was just this whoopsie daisy with sensitive data. Like, no, that's a no. And this one was harmless, and I think it's relatively so. Obviously, again, there is a victim in all this. It's someone that got prank called when they're trying to live out their dreams. But again, that's a relatively small infraction compared to what could have happened. You need to take that way more seriously. So I would have been a bit more punitive if I was the NFL.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Joe B is joining us in about 35 minutes. Remember, we've got Councilwoman Brooke Pinto on today. It sounds like she's pro the stadium. We'll talk to her from Capital One Arena coming up at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. But next, Ja'Cory Crosskey Merritt, the running back out of Arizona, Washington drafted in round 7. We'll get to know the newest commander next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens, looking to wrap up the series tonight as they lead 3-1. Game 5 tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies for Game 2 of the series in Philadelphia. 6:45 first pitch tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 with the Caps right here on The Fan. Jake Irving going to take the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.19 ERA. Christopher Sanchez goes for the Phillies. He's 2-1 with a 3.42 ERA. In the NFL, the Falcons have been fined for Shedeur Sanders' prank call. They were fined $250,000. Their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, was fined $100,000 as Jeff Ulbrich's son, made the prank call. Also, Abdul Carter admitted that he had been prank called, and Josh Connerly admitted on G&D yesterday that he was also prank called in the first round. In the NBA tonight, 2 games. The Warriors taking on the Rockets at 7:30. Golden State up 3-1 in that series. The Timberwolves taking on the Lakers. Minnesota leads 3-1 in that series. Last night, the Pacers finished off the Bucks. The Pistons beat the Knicks 106-103. New York up 3-2 in that series. The Celtics finished off the Magic, and the Nuggets took a 3-2 lead over the Clippers as they won Game 5, 131-115. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He towed. Oh, boy, there's a big hole. Wow. And there's the touchdown that Krosky Merritt's been wanting. He gets a touchdown run from 36 yards out against his former squad.
We'll be joined in just a moment by Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the newest member of the Commanders, who they drafted in the 7th round out of Arizona. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're at Capital One Arena today. We'll be here when you get into the building if you're coming to Caps Canadiens Game 5, a possible home clincher for the first time for the Caps in 10 years here at Cap One Arena. So when you get into the building, come by sections 106, 107, and say hello.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Voice of the Caps, Joe Beninati in a half hour. New Commanders receiver Jalen Lane, drafted out of Virginia Tech at 4:30. And D.C. City Councilwoman Brooke Pinto, who is for a stadium at the RFK site, it sounds like, stopping by the arena here with us at 5 o'clock. But let's go to the Ruud guest hotline right now. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the show. New Commanders running back Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt out of Arizona, who they took in round 7. Ja'Cory, thanks for the time. You're on in D.C. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Our
great,
pleasure.
buddy. Congrats.
We're fired up to have you join the Commanders. Take us back to the pre-draft process. Could you tell that Washington was high on you, and did they stand out among some of the teams that were courting you?
Yes, sir. They was very high on me. We did a couple Zoom meetings. They eventually ended up bringing me on the top 30, and like I just love the coaches, the staff, and the brotherhood that they have going on down there. So I was super pumped to hear them call my name on draft day.
How do you feel like the fact that I think for a lot of folks, you may have been a relative unknown. You only got to get in that one game for Arizona this past year. You're found in New Mexico. The numbers are eye-popping. How do you feel like that affected your draft status?
I think it affected it, but I mean, it's all God. I'm super excited to, just build Washington. Like I'm ready to get to work. So,
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, running back, New Mexico and Arizona, who is the newest member of the team after being drafted in the 7th round. So tell us about your running style and just when you've got the ball in your hands, what kind of player you are.
My running style is very unique. I like to be different with the football. I like to run hard, run aggressive, make people miss. I like to get dirty yards and, take it a distance. So I try to not limit myself to what I can do, even catching out the backfield. So I'm just looking forward to just bringing, another skill set to the offense that they already have. But I'm just ready to get down there to work.
Would you rather shake a dude in space or truck a dude in space?
It just depends. I mean, I'd rather score, but I mean,
good answer.
I'd rather score. I think I'd rather score, but I mean, I'd rather truck a dude too. So that's a hard question.
Take me through the last calendar year here for those of us that don't have all the information. So you only played in the one game. I don't know if it was an eligibility thing or kind of what went into that. And then also how that affected your draft stock, because it goes without saying from a talent standpoint, you should not have been available in the 7th round. They feel like they got a steal.
Mhm.
So like walk us through how that all played out from when you left New Mexico to just playing in the one game at Arizona.
Okay, so when I was when I decided to go to Arizona, I ended up playing in one game, and things came back from my freshman year that I played in too many games, and like the NCAA ruled me ineligible. I mean, I was looking forward to have like another breakout year at Arizona. Had a great first game, and it was just gonna be like just like straight on forward from there. And I mean, I feel like it did affect my draft stock. I mean, I truly believe that I'm a day one, day two type of guy, but it all worked out in God's favor, and I'm a Washington Commander.
JaQuori Krosky-Merritt with us here on G&D. So in terms of, right away stepping foot on campus here with the team, what have they told you about your role, about competing for a gig, and just kind of what do we know at this point?
Just know that I'm gonna just do whatever they tell me. I mean, they want me on special teams as a returner or whatever, but once I get down there, I'm just looking forward to competing and doing it all. I mean, earning snaps in the backfield, just doing it all. I have a lot of expectation, and like I'm just ready to just show it in person.
5'10", about 206 pounds is what JaQuori Krosky-Merritt is listed at, joining us here on Grant and Danny, drafted out of Arizona by the Commanders with the 245th pick. Who are your favorite running backs to study? And is there anyone that you would say maybe from a style or a size standpoint that you resemble a little bit when you play?
I like Kamar, Alvin. I feel like he's a great back. I've been on Jahmyr Gibbs a lot. He's a great back as well. So those are like some of the guys I try to model my game after. They're very smooth, run very hard, and they're playmakers. So I love those guys.
So that's interesting because I look at the bench press reps, and you're super strong. You had almost 20 reps, and you weren't viewed as like necessarily a 4.29, 4.31, like crazy 40 guy. I've thought of you more as a power back, but you've talked about catching the football. The two guys you mentioned there are kind of shifty pass catchers. Do you view yourself as someone who could be a receiver out of the backfield and that type of back?
100%. And I'm just ready to get down there and show that I'm ready to show that I don't have a limit to myself. Truly believe in that, and I mean, I feel like I try to be able to do it all. I run big for my size, if that makes sense. I'm a powerful runner, very explosive, and I can make guys miss. So,
what do you do best right now, and what do you want to improve upon?
I do best at with my vision. Got a good feel for the game, got good instincts, and I'm gonna always try to get positive yards. So I feel like I'm just a natural runner, if that makes sense.
JaQuori, let me get to know you a little bit. Let our listeners get to know you here in the DC area. All right, you're obviously a very in-shape gentleman, incredibly athletic. You're an NFL player now, which is really, really cool. But let's just say you got no weigh-ins coming up. You got no obligations. All you're going to do is relax, and your feet are up. Give me your cheat meal, your number one seed meal that you would cheat with.
Cheat meal, I got to go with a taco salad. Have the different ingredients on it, like chips, onions, and I feel like that's a cheat meal. A taco salad, a big taco salad too.
A salad is the first time we've ever gotten
See,
that.
but it's not like a salad. Like you're thinking of a salad.
It's not healthy. I understand.
It's like taco stuff, but all mixed up.
But is there lettuce in it?
There might be some
It's
lettuce.
still salad then. Like, what about, you ever had a cheeseburger? Have you ever tried that?
Oh yeah, cheeseburgers, wings, like those are my go-to. I'm really not a pizza guy, but yeah, those are my top 3: taco salad, wings, and burgers.
All right, I like that. Last one for me, just getting to know the team. You mentioned the brotherhood and the camaraderie with some of the staff that you had. Who stood out to you? How much time did you spend, if any, talking to Dan Quinn before the draft and Adam Peters? And what can you just tell us about the way the Commanders operated?
DQ and AP, they both stood out. That was my first meeting when I got there on my 30th visit, and like those guys set the tone. Great gentlemen, great human beings, and it was just a blessing to just be able to just get to know those guys, and I'm very, very fired up that they believed in me, and like I'm ready to get down there and work.
Were you at the famous Topgolf gathering, or was your 30 like an individual visit?
It was I went to Topgolf with a couple of the guys that was down there on the top 30 division.
Nice.
Me and AP, we actually was in the same little booth.
Oh, Peters was in your booth?
Yeah, so we actually got time to spend time with each other.
Maybe it's why you got drafted.
I love
Maybe
it.
he liked what he saw, either the golf game or how you hung out with the guys.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
Now you got it. Now, if it's him and like Jalen Lane, and the entire Amos, the entire draft class was in that bay, then we know they were onto something.
Now we know.
Was it all the guys they drafted in that bay, or just you?
I think it was just me. It was just me.
Well, cool. Well, congrats. Thanks for hopping on, and we look forward
Yeah, welcome,
to
buddy.
getting to know you a little bit. Where can people follow you on social and just get to know you as a person leading up to the football season?
You can follow me on Instagram at Jacory Krosky, on Twitter at JacoryMarriott15, and you can know that I'm very confident, very humble, and put in a lot of work, and I'm just ready to get down there and show what I can do.
We're rooting for you. So it is
Pulling for
both.
you, buddy.
Is it Krosky Merritt hyphenated on the jersey, or do you go by one or the other?
It's hyphenated on the jersey.
Gotcha. Cool. All right.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
thank you for the time, and we'll be pulling for you. Go
Appreciate
have a
you,
good
buddy.
Training camp.
Nah, appreciate y'all. Let's raise hell.
Let's go. There's Jacory
Let's do
Krosky Merritt. He's got the raise hail down.
He's already down.
I like it.
He's got it.
He was in a bay with Peters. That's interesting.
That is a good tidbit.
Yeah.
Now, it's not quite the smoking gun of Jaden Daniels getting a limo, different than everyone else, but it's in there now, right? It makes sense.
I mean, you can't convince me. I know that it's not the end-all, be-all, and it's probably not even as big a deal as any of us make it. But if you're Peters and you're sitting there, in that conversation, I really like the kid. If over an hour and a half or 90 minutes you see a lot that you like, it can't hurt his chances.
Yeah, you're there in round 7.
You're looking at some names. You're going, all right, we like him. I did golf with that guy for 90 minutes, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I was pretty impressed. Yeah, I mean, listen, it'd be one thing if it'd be very Bruce Allen, right? If I played a round of golf with him and he was awesome at round 2, dumb. But at that point where the value was unbelievable, this is a 7th round flyer, and he had, I did a little bit of reading on it. It was a bit confusing, but it was a red shirt eligibility NCAA kerfuffle, which,
I'm guessing from his time at Alabama State, because he was at Alabama State for the first 3 years, which is not even D1, to my knowledge. But it would have to be from that before his transfer to New Mexico.
There was some kind of issue, and I couldn't quite figure out what it was.
He said he played too many games as a freshman.
Or somewhere at some point, right? So they're going, is he really eligible or not? So then they said he wasn't. They only got to play in one game for Arizona, so there's not a ton of tape. But, you look at some of the attributes, you look at some of the things. He ran a 4.45 in the 40 at his pro day, which is pretty damn good when it comes to it. And, looking from the year before, there was a lot to like from his 1,200 yard, 17 touchdown season at New Mexico. So, yeah, again, a 7th round flyer, as you said. If Ty goes to the guy that golfed with Adam Peters, fine by me.
We got Joe B coming up in about 10 minutes. here on Grant and Danny. We'll get to the Capitals and the Canadiens game 5 tonight. We just talked to the newest running back for the Commanders. I wanted to spend a minute on the running back room because everybody's making a lot out of them not taking an edge. And yesterday, after you went to your event at GW, where you were emceeing last night, their athletics honors, how'd that go, by the way?
It was great, man. It just blown away by how incredible some of these kids are, where it's like, let's all have all the D1 athletes who have a 3.9 and above stand up, and like 50 kids stand up. And you're that's incredible. It's just a really nice, refreshing thing to honor the kids.
But when you went across town to host that last night, and I was solo the rest of the way, I had standing on, we were breaking down the class. He is adamant that they don't have to sign an edge. And in fact, reading between the lines, I would say he's predicting that they won't based on the ages of the guys available and how much they might help anyway. It just seemed to me like he thinks they may roll into the season with what they've got. And my point is they can't. They have to sign Preston Smith or Matthew Judon, or Zadarius Smith might be the best option, someone that can come in here and get him 8 or 9 sacks. But everyone's focusing on edge. Running back's another area where we all kind of assumed by way of either free agency or very much more likely the draft, they would add speed. They would get somebody with some burst, someone who could hit a home run, someone that was going to come in here and change the pecking order, and it didn't happen. I love Merritt. I hope he cracks the roster in the 53, probably ticketed for like the practice squad if he can really impress just where he got drafted unless there's an injury or something happens. But it looks right now, Danny, like it's B-Rob, Eckler, and some variation of Rodriguez McNichols again. Yeah. They haven't made any changes there. And I know you're not going to fix everything every offseason. I totally get that. Brian Robinson is fine. Eckler is actually good in his role. I just don't think he's durable at this point of his career. But that's a question we'll have to get an answer to this season. McNichols elevated his game when needed. Rodriguez flashed like a strobe light from time to time when he got chances. But the thing I wanted, they're not going to do, which is get me a fast, big play running back. And it looks like it's going to be Robinson, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez again.
Yeah, so I'm a little bummed about it. But again, I think this was a complaint I had during the Rivera era. And if there is a complaint, it's all relative. Again, I'll cost of doing business to go 12-5 and go to the NFC title game, please and thank you. But I just see running back differently, it seems like, than they do. To me, I would basically try to have an army of Austin Ecklers. Now, I know they don't grow on trees, but I would have the pass catching, pass blocking, wiggle. Speed is great if I can find it. And those guys are harder to find at that spot now, maybe more so than ever. But that's what I would search for. They seem to love the between the tackles thump. And, I guess there's some merit for it. But to me, I'd have that on my roster, not the guy that I'm giving 200 carries to. You know what I mean?
I want to clean some up, too. I just looked this up, and I got a couple tweets on this. Alabama State is D1. It's the SWAC. So Southwestern Athletic Conference. That makes sense then, because the D1 rules would be in place. So maybe it was something from there where only got to play the one game. My guess is, though, if he played a full slate, he would have gone like a lot of those running backs who have some flaws but some talent in the, 4th, 5th round, certainly higher than the 7th round. So they did get a steal, and they do have a chance to maybe have unearthed a gem. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got Joe Beninati coming up. I saw Bill Belichick just released a statement on his big interview with CBS. That's another thing I talked about after you left yesterday, which is funny because the guy that did the interview was Tony DeCopel.
Tony DeCopel, yeah.
DeCopel, who I knew you would know how to say it because you played with in college at GW.
He used to call me off fly balls.
So I need you to reach out to him. Do you keep in touch with him in any way?
Yeah, they're very tight about these sorts of things, about him going on places like this. But I will send him a text. Yeah.
Well, they shouldn't be. It should just be really easy, and he should just come on the radio and talk to us. But I'm just one boy. Text him.
I will.
And see if he can come on with his old college baseball teammate, because I want to talk to him about the Bill Belichick thing so badly. I mean, come on. Belichick's now calling him out, saying he agreed to talk only about his book, and they didn't basically follow the rules of the interview. So if there's ever a time where he's going to tell you to kick rocks, it might be now. But I would love to just see if he could come on. Doesn't have to be today. We could do it the next couple of days. We got a lot going on. But what do you think?
I agree with you.
We're shooting the shot today.
I'm gonna text him right now. I'd love to have you on the show, but understand I've dealt with this before, trying to talk to him, and they were like, we would like to keep him in a room that doesn't allow air inside, that's vacuum sealed.
Worst case scenario, let's just get some nuggets on how weird the whole thing was. and what Jordan Hudson was like during the interview. All right, Joe B is next. He is the voice and the face of Caps hockey on Monumental Sports. He'll have a preview for us ahead of Game 5, Caps, Canadians. All of our Capitals coverage today and throughout this series and these playoffs are brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. 25 years. Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey, and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro.
Hi, and say hello. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 and Caps pregame tonight ahead of Game 5 puck drop. As a reminder, we've got Jalen Lane, the newest member of the Commanders receiving corps, just drafted last week out of Virginia Tech, joining the show at 4:30. And DC Councilwoman Brooke Pinto will be with us on site here at the arena at 5 o'clock to talk about the possibility of an RFK 2.0 stadium over at the dilapidated RFK site. But right now, let's get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, our buddy Joe Beninati, who is the voice of Caps hockey on Monumental Sports. Joe B., if the Caps can clinch at home tonight, it would be their first clincher on home ice in front of their home crowd in a decade since they eliminated the New York Islanders. Golden opportunity for the boys in D.C. this evening.
As soon as you mention it, I think to Game 7 with the Islanders and Yevgeny Kuznetsov absolutely put on a show, and the arena was overwhelming with emotion, sound, volume, those kinds of things that energize home teams. And obviously Washington fans just spent the last 2 games watching us locally and all the national pundits talk about how loud Bell Center is. I fully expect this evening Caps fans to put their best foot forward and help root that team home to what they hope will be a series clincher.
Joe B., what's got to be the same tonight and what's got to be different tonight to clinch it?
Better penalty killing, Danny, has got to be different. For whatever reasons, and you could point to 2 specific personnel reasons, missing Faravari, missing Protas, those are top 2 PK guys. And without them in the first 4 games of this series, Montreal's made some hay, a man up. Caps have been the better team 5-on-5, and I would hope that would stay the same. So there's your easy answer. If the Caps can improve the PK, that's one thing. If they can stay the course 5-on-5, lean on Montreal defensively, strong forechecks, create turnovers, create chances, they should be in business.
One of the ways that they can improve that penalty kill is the return of Alexi Protas, who was 3rd on the team among forwards in time on ice on the PK this season. Do you think he plays tonight? And if he does, who draws out? Is it a Radish versus Leonard conversation, or is there more to it?
Guys, I've watched Protas really closely the last 2 days in practice. There was some thought that he might have been ready for Game 4. I watched him in Montreal as well, in Bell Center. He looked good to me there. He looks really good the last couple of days. And I think for the most part, the thought process behind getting him in perhaps tonight would have been to get a full practice. And the team had a full practice yesterday, albeit for only about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. They're pretty regimented. On game days, they go for about 18, 19 minutes. And on off days when they get some full practices, it's not much more than a half hour. But it was full blast. There were battle drills involved. Those are the kinds of things you don't do on a game day. So they wanted Protas to go through one of those full quote-unquote practices. I thought he looked great. Now it's up to the doctors. It's up to the athletic trainers. Spencer and Alexei, I'm sure, will weigh in. But if I were a betting man, I'd say he's good to go. And the other part of the question is who comes out, right? And I think you've got the two guys surrounded in Radish and in Leonard. My gut feeling would be to take Leonard out. But when I was watching practice this morning, it looked like Radish was on the ice a little bit more. Leonard was off the ice with the regulars. Radish was out there a little bit longer, more with the guys who are the healthy scratches for tonight. So the inclination, just judging by morning skate, was that it would be Radish.
When you say you would think to take Leonard out, he played his lowest time on ice of his career in this last game, I think 9:25, which was also the lowest on the team. Is that because you'd want to hinder or affect the fewest lines possible?
That's always my thought process, but Spencer's the head coach, Grant, and he definitely knows what he's doing, and he has what he has in mind. I'm curious, there aren't any morning line rushes anymore. There are no tells as far as who's playing with whom earlier in the day. So, it was not a full morning skate practice. Not everybody was on the ice. In my world, I would try to, with the return of an Alexei Protas, assuming he's good to go, I would think you'd want to influence as few lines as possible. And you could do that if you wanted to keep Beauvillier with Strome and Ovechkin. You can do that. And you could pop Alexei back in on that third line spot for Leonard, and then you'd keep the fourth line, Duhaime, Dowd, and Radish together. That would be my thought process. I'm not the head coach. The head coach knows what's best for this team. He knows that the Caps are going to need their best effort tonight because Montreal is going to give them their best punch. This is a stay-alive game for the Canadians. The urgency level for the Caps has to be at its fullest, and I'm sure Spencer's going to put the best lineup out there that he believes and the staff believes will get the job done.
You know that voice? That's Joe Beninati joining us here on Grant and Danny. Flip side, what adjustments do you might anticipate here from Montreal?
It's a good question, and it's tougher now, Danny, because of home ice advantage. Martin St. Louis, the last couple of games, the home ice advantage affords him the probability and the possibilities of getting the Suzuki line, which is so top-heavy offensively for Montreal, away from Washington's determined checking line. And it sure looks like, and it has been throughout the season, that whoever the opponent's top offensive player is, Spencer Carberry, if he has his druthers, puts Dubois against him. First two games, Dubois straight up against the Suzuki line. Last couple of games, harder to do that. Easier for St. Louis to get Suzuki away from Dubois. We're back in that situation tonight where Washington has the last change. I don't foresee much in the way of personnel changes for Montreal. What I do see is a team maybe more inclined to gamble a little bit, Danny. They've got defenders who love to get up in the play. I'm thinking Matheson. I'm thinking Gooley. I'm thinking Lane Hudson. Those three in particular really can skate. All of them are very, very fluid, fast skaters. I think they're going to try to create as many odd man rushes as they can. The problem being when you play with like that, you are leaving yourself exposed to potential counterattacks. So as soon as that comes out of my mouth, I don't know if St. Louis wants to gamble that way right off the jump. But if Montreal falls behind early in this Game 5 in an elimination game, you can bet that they'll take a few more gambles.
Joe B., how significant is it for the Caps to end this thing here in Game 5? Just from a rest standpoint, their opponent next round, Carolina, needed double overtime last night, but they did get a Game 5 win, so they're not going to go deep into their series.
Yeah, and Spencer used an interesting couple of words, couple of sentences earlier today. People are asking about killer instinct, the chance to finish when you have it, do it the first time. And Spencer looks at everybody and goes, hey, it is amazingly difficult just to win a playoff game in this league because of the parity. He called it a gauntlet. You go through a gauntlet just to win a game. So he's fixated on just one thing, urgency level and best performance. He wants Game 5 to be Washington's best game of the series because everybody is assuming Montreal is going to give you their best punch. And I understand that thought process. It makes perfect sense. Also, what I think is when you look at 4 games in this series, yes, Washington is in control 3-1. They haven't played nearly their best yet. So maybe that is tonight. And if that's the case, that's wonderful in the sense that you'll be on relatively equal rest. Should you prevail in this game, should you eliminate Montreal, your next opponent is Carolina. Carolina got through with things last night in overtime. It would be great to not have to make, if you're a Capitals fan, to extend this series longer and longer and exert more energy before you get rid of Montreal. If you get that chance, play well, urgency level, best performance, beat them to the punch in front of your own fans, and get set and wait for the schedule maker to set round 2 up.
Joe B, at the top of the Caps scoring chart here for this series so far, it's Stromer, Pavillier, Ovechkin, McMichael. All those guys have obviously jumped off and had great series. Who's somebody that doesn't have a ton of points, maybe that probably deserves more or has kind of played better than maybe the stat sheet would indicate?
Yeah, it's interesting. I always expect Tom Wilson to score well against Montreal. I know he did so during the regular season. He does so season after season, and it would not be surprising. I know he got an empty netter in Game 4. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see him jump up in the power play situation tonight. I expect him to get a lot of chances. If there are opportunities afforded the Caps to play man up, I think you're going to see a Wilson power play goal tonight. I just do. And I think 5-on-5, McMichael, Dubois, Wilson have been controlling play for the most part. It's not that like I'm saying they have to rely upon power play goals to get Tom on the board. I think that he's the guy, though, that jumps out at me. Strome has been so good, so consistent for so long. And I keep saying this to you every time we speak. I think he's criminally underrated. He plays the game at his speed. His vision is so good. He slows the game down. He finds open space. He finds open players. Spencer Carberry affectionately and in the best way possible refers to him as a hockey nerd. This is a guy who lives and loves the game. I just know you can count upon him, and he's clicked nicely with Ovechkin and Beauvillier. That's why I'm curious to see where, if Alexei Protas is good to go tonight, would you put Protas back with Strome and Ovechkin, a line you've had success with, or would you just stay with Beauvillier, who's produced consistently for you? I guess if you start jumbling things around, it just pushes depth deeper, further, talent deeper, further down your lineup. But that's for the head coach to make up his mind.
The outstanding Joe Beninati here on Grant and Danny. We'll end the conversation with the theme of the night. And you've mentioned him several times, including in that answer. But Alexei Protas, calibrate our expectations correctly here. He's been out a few weeks. I know Carb said it hasn't been months. He'll be fine. But this is a different level of action. How do you anticipate him playing tonight?
I loved what I've seen the last couple of days in practice, Grant, but that's not full blast NHL Stanley Cup playoff pace. So, we talked to Carberry, we talked to the coaches, we talked to other players. What are the challenges going to be for Alexei if and when he comes back in this series? And assuming that it's tonight, we're going to make that assumption. Everybody was talking about pace of play. Okay, he's coming back off of a foot injury. So this is going to be warp speed compared to what he's been doing in practice and in rehab. Touches. Alexei has improved so much in the way he has handled the puck, touches, make those passes on one-touch shots. He's been awesome this year. I think he's been the most improved player in the entire NHL. So pace, touch, and it comes down to physicality. This has been a hard series. And at 6'6", 240, I want that guy in the demolition derby. I want him to feel like he could throw his weight around. So those are the three challenges for him. And I fully expect Alexei to do well, but give him some time. This has been a difficult thing for him to overcome.
Joe B, you're the best. Have a great call tonight.
Guys, my pleasure. Happy to do it.
The great Joe Beninati here on Grant and Danny. Our double play is next, and at 4 o'clock, your chance to win tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC on Grant and Danny. Thanks to Joe B for joining us. We're live at Capital One Arena. Grant and Danny, Caps Canadians, Game 5 tonight. Jalen Lane, the new Commanders receiver drafted out of the Virginia Tech University, stops by at 4:30. And Brooke Pinto, the councilwoman from D.C., one of the 4 yeses that I've got in my tabulations for a stadium at the RFK site. I've got Felder, Bonds, McDuffie, Pinto in. Those are yeses. I've got Nadeau, or is it Nadeau? A no. Allen, who was on our show yesterday, very much a no.
He's a no.
I like him. He's a gentleman in a mensch.
Mm-hmm.
But we will disagree on this issue. He is a no, firmly, it seems like. And then there are 6 council members who are TBD. We've had Mendelson on the chair. I've got him in the maybe pile. He's not saying no, even though he's currently a no.
Yeah, the as is, it's a no.
Correct.
Right.
But he is, like, whereas Nadeau came out, we should call her No-Do.
Am I right?
Am I right?
Here we go.
She came out and said, never in a million years, and I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, but she actually issued a statement saying, like, we can't do that.
And Allen basically made it sound the same way. Now, he was not saying, I'll never vote for it, but this deal doesn't work for him. But then you've got Mendelson, Henderson, Parker, Fruman, George, and White, the other 6 that are maybe pile. So 4 yeses, you need 7. We will talk to Councilwoman Pinto today here at Capital One Arena. But it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Danny, yesterday afternoon at the end of the show, the debate that's raging all over the internet hit our airwaves on 106.7 The Fan and the Grant and Danny radio program.
Oh.
Who would win in a fight? 1 gorilla?
Oh, man.
Or 100 men?
Oh, no.
And I want to know if you agree or disagree. And in fact, several listeners have sent me direct messages on Instagram today to make sure that I got you to weigh in on this. So I will pay that off. My take was, and I went around the room to try to get conviction and agreement, and I was at least 0 for 2. I might have been 0 for 3 yesterday in the studio. Toby, I think, agreed with me, but only, I couldn't tell. He said he was afraid of the gorilla, so he was going to say what he needed to say so the gorilla wasn't mad at him or something.
Okay.
Here's my take. 100 men beat the gorilla. I think people are insane.
Insane.
The people that are saying the gorilla wins are not giving 100 men in their wit and their smarts and their strength enough credit. They're acting like this one gorilla is going to do so much damage when I'm flanking him from all sides and we're tackling him, grabbing him around the legs and, putting him in a headlock. So I ask you, Danny Houtier, who wins in a fight, 1 gorilla or 100 men?
Gorilla, and it's not close. The insanity to think that any human being could do anything to a gorilla one-on-one without tools is nuts. Now, is there weaponry? Then it's a different story.
No, one-on-one, I agree with you. A gorilla
here's the
would
mistake you're making.
Just Hulk smash every dude one
Here's
by
the
one.
mistake you're making. If 100 people were somehow able to influence directly the gorilla, there's not enough space and time to do that. At most, 3, 4, 5 at a time can get close enough to the gorilla to get annihilated and killed.
15? I'm going to say 15.
Oh, you mean the 15 dead people? Then the next 15 can come.
So here's my plan. Just
all dead.
Hear me out on this, and then you can pick it apart. Or maybe I'll convince you. We're locking arms, and we're going to have
instant deaths.
No, waves of men. I'm thinking 10 to 12 across, like 10 lines.
Now, how willing to die are these men?
Well, that's the other thing. The tip of the spear, you're dying for the cause of this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Where you just got to prove that you can beat a gorilla.
It's a tough sell.
It is. But just play
if we're going to win the gorilla fight, the U31 guys, you're coming from the front.
No, I said this yesterday. All 100 of us aren't coming home. We're doing this for a larger cause, right? I'm going to say as many as, as few as maybe 6 to 8, and as many as like 20 to 30 are probably not kissing their wives that night, okay? That's not how it's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
But the rest of us get to persevere. So the way I see it is we're going to be in lines. So it's going to be like 10 or 12 across, 3 lines deep, and there's going to be 4 of us, 4 groups. Think about like sides, walls of a room, all coming at the gorilla from all angles. So in front of him, behind him, left and right. I'm going to say like 25, 30 guys each, all running at the same time, surrounding the gorilla. First group's going to got for sure. But slowly but surely, we're jumping on him. We're pinning him down.
So left.
We're holding him down.
You're not.
And we're just swinging and we're trying to choke him out as best we can.
Yeah, again,
You're it.
Human beings are going to try to survive the encounter, which means they're automatically – it's death, instant death. If he decides it's your time, it's your time. There is no physical effect that a human being could cause this gorilla. You follow me? Like you punching him is like throwing a grape at him. Like it is as significant to him as an ant charging you, right? Or like, oh, there's 7 ants. Look out, and they're coming in for they're locked arms, like death.
This is an average size gorilla. It could be, we're not necessarily saying 600 pounds. It might be, it's randomized, right? It's like a 396-pound gorilla.
Do I get 100 Ken Shamrocks or the average dudes too?
I think they're average guys, but that's my point.
Yeah,
What if
death.
we went the biggest? How about this? What if we went 100 hand-picked men like Braun Strowman and Andre the Giant and Mark Henry from WWE?
Like the best combatants we've got.
Yeah.
Hand to hand, like the Mountain from Game of Thrones.
Exactly. Against a
An
random
undead form.
gorilla. I think we'd win that.
Now there's more of a chance.
Let's go.
It would still be death for every human if the gorilla willed it.
I'm getting my tweet ready. Danny says 100 men would beat the gorilla.
No, the utter lack of respect and confusion on these kinds of issues baffles me. Again, nature, so violent, so strong. Please respect it. The idea that if there was a pushing contest somehow where the gorilla could exert his force and indirectly, but also in direct competition, like if there's a wall that can move one way or the other, 100 men pushing at one time would beat a gorilla pushing on the opposite side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the 100 men would win. You can't get 200 pairs of hands on this gorilla. Just by the nature of space and time and distance.
But remember, I'm flanking him from all angles.
I understand that.
And it's dogpiling the gorilla with just piles of humanity.
Again, you can't get 100 on top of him either. The most you can get is 2 or 3, and he flings them off. They're bruised and battered. As they get back up, he's already swung and clubbed anybody that he wants clubbed.
So me and my wife got into it last night over this a little bit. She is adamantly team gorilla.
Yeah.
And she can't believe that I'm not.
Like, I can't believe anybody would say anything other than the gorilla.
She said, and I quote, they weigh 800 pounds. This one might not. We don't know. She said they can lift 1,800 pounds. I think she's making that up. I'll take her word for it. She said they have 4-inch long fangs. That seems longer than I would imagine. She said one punch he kills you, and he'd get tired of doing it. She said he could rip limbs off, basically, and just swing them around like a baseball bat. I don't see it this way. Also, the gorilla's not going to know right away that it's life or death. So it could eventually learn, oh, man, I'm fighting for my life here, and start wreck shopping people and just murder balling dudes. But initially, I think we get the upper hand quickly because the gorilla's like, hey, guys, what's going on? Oh. You see what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, upper hand.
Again, the strongest of knows. The idea that you could have any effect on the gorilla that I'm showing you on
one-on-one in a cage, it would be stupid to say that I would. A gorilla would pummel me one-on-one. It's me and 99 dudes. I think we'd beat him. We're smarter.
I think that's insane. The smarts have nothing to do with it. If there's the ability to invent tools, you could distract him with something and come up with and make a tomahawk or make a gun.
Get people to shout. He looks over. You punch him right in the temple, or that wouldn't do much.
That's like blowing in his ear.
Yeah,
again,
decidedly that would not do much. It's the choking out we've got to do. I think it's the choking out.
The instant he goes, oh, that's enough. So, what are you going to do? Restrain his arms? No one there can.
You keep saying me. It's me and dozens
Your
of
team.
people.
No one can. He rips you all apart. Then the guy that's holding on to his neck, he throws over and maybe bites. The instant he feels threatened, everyone there is dead as soon as he feels like it.
Doug just said, I don't know why, he retweeted my picture of Capital One Arena previewing the Caps game tonight with his comment, which is hilarious. But it's a picture of the arena, and he says, 100 men would easily be able to rip a gorilla's eyes out, and victory would follow. Now, this is getting violent, but he might be onto something.
Well, if you're trying life or death. It is a violent encounter.
Of course.
Like, we're not just going up to a gorilla at the zoo and smacking him in the face and seeing what's what.
Someone's telling me I don't understand how massive, fast, strong, and downright angry, violent a silverback can be. Look, if you mess with the wrong silverback, he might have a chance. I'm just saying, average gorilla, 100 average dudes, FanDuel odds right now, humans minus 140. Gorilla
again, insane.
Plus 210.
Humans, waste of money down the toilet. Gorilla, whatever the number you want. I must not be thinking of the right gorilla then, because to me, it's that 450-pound and up arms that are longer than my entire body. Unbearable strength.
It's just the guy that's sitting behind the glass at the the zoo in DC. That's what I'm thinking. You know, he's there. He might be 400 pounds. 20 men at 100 men at 200 pounds each. 20,000 pounds, metric ton.
I mean, they could lift thousands. Oh.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So it sounds like your team Gorilla.
Gorilla 100%.
Best I can figure out. Jalen Lane of the Hokies joining us at 4:30. Brooke Pinto, DC City Council at 5. We are live at Capital One Arena. The Blitz is next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty, and hockey. Capitals taking on the Canadiens. Game 5 tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Caps looking to close it out as they lead 3-1 coming into tonight's game. Again, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies at 6:45 tonight. Game 2 of the series. Can hear that over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.19 ERA. Lefty Christopher Sanchez starts for the Phillies. He's 2-1 with a 3.42 ERA. In the NFL, some fines handed out for the Shedeur Sanders prank call. The Falcons were fined $250,000. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich was fined $100,000 after it was his son who made the prank call, found it on his tablet. Also, Abdul Carter admitted to being prank called, and Josh Connerly said to G&D yesterday he was also prank called. So not just Shedeur Sanders with the prank calls in the NFL draft. Tonight, some NBA action. The Warriors taking on the Rockets at 7:30. Game 5 of that series. Golden State looking to close it out. They're up 3-1. The Timberwolves taking on the Lakers at 10 o'clock. Minnesota leads that series 3-1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, May 4th against Utah. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. This is coming up a week from Friday, so congrats to whoever wins the tickets. Now on Grant and Danny, where we're live for Capital One Arena, head of the Caps and the Canadiens. If you get into the arena before the game with a couple extra minutes, stop by sections 106 and 107 and say hello.
The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Nats' grueling loss last night and the Commanders in the wake of their draft class being put together. But let's start on the ice. Our buddy John Walton on the call tonight right here on the Fan, Capitals Radio Network. Caps, John, with a chance to clinch at home for the first time since 2015. Very, very rare. 8 of their 20 series that they've won in postseason franchise history have come at home. That's it. This would be quite a night, huh?
Yeah, it'd be quite a night, and it's really nuts when you think about they've won a cup since then, but all 4 were on the road. 2016, they won a round, but that was in Philly. 2017, they won a round, but that was in Toronto. So, yeah, a lot on the road. It'd be nice to do it right here at home and do it in front of the home fans, and I think things certainly seem to be lining up pretty well here. Hopefully, they get it done here in the next few hours.
We expecting Lexi Protas tonight, and if so, where?
Yes, and I can give you my educated guess because we don't have anything from Spencer Carberry, but I'll say this. When you look at the Dubois line and how productive they've been, both defensively and offensively, too, from Connor McMichael, that line's, I don't think, getting changed up. Ryan Leonard is going to be in the lineup. I was wondering if he might be or might not be because they need to take somebody out. That somebody's going to be Taylor Radish. So that line, the third line, I think stays where it is. What I think they'll do is they're going to move Anthony Beauvillier down, and I think he's going to skate with Dowd and Duhaime and essentially take the place of Radish because that's where he's played most of this season, Alexei Protas, playing with Dylan Strome, playing with Alex Ovechkin. If he's 100%, if he's good to go, or even if he's not quite 100%, but he is going to go into the role that he's cast, that's been on that line the vast majority of this season. So I think he's going to go right to the top shelf, and he'll be ready to go.
Wow. I had not really banked on that. It means they're leaving lines 2 and 3, McMichael, Dubois, Wilson, and Monge, Eller, and Leonard alone. And then 1 and 4 get tweaked. But Beauvillier's been amazing. I mean, you could make the case with Strome. He's been one of their best players in the series. And Protas hasn't played in weeks. I feel like that's a leap of faith, him going right back to the top line.
Yeah, it could be. And, you know, this is, again, Coach Walton, and you don't really want that team. You don't want that guy coaching you. But, I mean, that's what I think. When in the absence of other information, I think you don't want to mess with line 2. Line 3 and with Ryan Leonard. I mean, he had a lot of good things to say about Lenny this morning. You've got the goal from Mangiapane on that line the last game. So I think, by and large, if you don't want to have any full big changes, that's the path of least resistance. You're taking out one guy to move one guy to accommodate a guy, and everything else would stay the same coming off a win. So that's a guess, but we'll find out at 6:20 if I'm right or not.
Any tweaks or adjustments you might expect here from Montreal to try to get back in the series?
They're going to have to figure out how to line match a little bit without getting last change. And quite frankly, Spencer Carberry outcoached Martin St. Louis in Game 4, and he did it by getting the Dubois line out a lot more than he did in Game 3. Game 3 was kind of crazy in the fact that the crowd was nuts, yeah, but also I think they were a little flustered, a little on tilt. I think the emotion got the better of them. Tom Wilson basically said as much, and they settled down and played their game in Game 4. Well, now they've got last change. So when Montreal had enough trouble getting their top line, and they've really only got the one line that's going in this series. They're going great, but that's the line that you've got to key on. And to get that line away from the Dubois line or away from Dow, it's going to be much harder tonight than it was in Game 4. So they're going to need a fast start. And I was talking about this with Spencer this morning, and we'll have it on our pregame tonight. You know, all you have to do is look at what happened last night in the NHL. Ottawa comes out facing elimination and spanks Toronto right across the nose in their building. New Jersey ended up losing in double overtime, but they came out last night and they had 3 goals in less than 6-7 minutes. That's the kind of push. That's the kind of desperation you're going to get from Montreal tonight. Whatever they have left in the tank, and I think it's considerable. They have played well in this series. The games have been close. They're going to come out firing, so you've got to be ready for that. If you're Washington, I think they will be. But the best that you're going to get from the Canadians is going to come in the first 10 minutes. If you take away and keep chipping away at that belief that they belong here, and right now they're down 3-1, it's not going to take a whole lot. You get that first goal. You get a couple of goals in the first period tonight if you're Washington, and you're looking up Montreal and say, you know what, boys, we had a nice year. The future's bright, but this one's going to be tough to pull out. That's what you've got to convince them as this game moves along tonight.
We're about 2.5 hours away from pregame. John Walton and the crew on the Capitals Radio Network. John, have a great call. Please call lots of goals tonight for the good guys.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? I'm all for that. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate
you, buddy. We'll be listening right here on the Fan. All of our Caps playoff coverage brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Let's keep the blitz going. Andrew Golden, Washington Post on the Nats. Andrew, last night was just demoralizing. Should have been a win of the year candidate. You don't see it very often. Once this season, maybe down to your final strike, multiple runs down. You get a 3-run home run on a pitch in off the plate by Nathaniel Lowe. It was amazing. And then the Nats bullpen happened again. This time it was Kyle Finnegan, who's actually been pretty good. But that's a brutal loss.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal loss, especially because the Nationals have been in a handful of close games this year. They've had the opportunity to build some momentum and win some games, and that's just a loss that really can't happen. They had plenty of opportunity to win that game, not even just in the 9th inning, but you go back to the 8th inning when the bases loaded and nobody out. Like, you have to come through in that situation, and so they put themselves in that situation to begin with. And what a swing by Nathaniel Lowe, and then what a way to lose the game. It's just a tough one. Just a lot of plays that could go if they went the opposite way. The Nationals won that game. It's just a tough one, yeah.
Andrew, the players, I haven't heard any negative comments about it, so I'm not saying that they feel one way about it or another, but the lineup fluctuations is something that I'm not used to seeing. Maybe I'm old school enough where, like, this guy's our 3rd hitter, this guy's our 4th hitter. I know we're playing some matchups here, and it's a very left-handed group at times, but guys kind of going up and down the order at various points seems to be hard to get a rhythm maybe, and I'm wondering if that's something that guys have talked about or what the thinking is there.
I haven't heard anything from anybody on the team about that being a problem, but I definitely would agree there's been a lot of lineup fluctuation. I think part of that is when C.J. Abrams was out, David Martinez had to figure out who was in that leadoff hole, and it obviously ended up being in James Wood. But there definitely has been a lot of fluctuation. And the weird thing is that, like, the one person who really hasn't fluctuated has been Josh Bell, who's kind of been consistently not that great this year. So I think that's kind of been the most interesting thing to me is how he's kind of stayed the same throughout all of it. There's definitely been a lot of fluctuation, but I haven't heard anything from anybody about it being a problem per se, but definitely something to watch.
Speaking of Josh Bell, it's not that fun to watch all the time. I mean, it just hasn't been productive to this point, seeing him, doesn't matter what side of the plate, really. How long is the leash for him to just keep getting the unimpeded everyday opportunities in the middle of the order?
I mean, given how much they paid him, I think they're going to give him a little bit more time. I don't think the leash is super long, but I also don't think it's super short either. And also, Josh Bell can be a streaky hitter, so maybe this is just his really bad stretch, or maybe this is just who he is. So I think he'll have a little bit of a longer leash, but it definitely hasn't been a good start for him. I know his goal this year was to hit for more power, and he tried to change some things with the swing, so that could be a product of it. But obviously, he's just not coming through in the way the Nationals need him to come through right now.
Yeah, I'd love to have Keibert Ruiz get up semi-off day and DH a couple of times here and there, but have not seen much of that as Bell's gotten the call pretty much every day. In terms of Mackenzie Gore, so these are the starts actually that I come away really impressed with, Andrew. Just want your thoughts on this. Early snow, it wasn't going great, give up a couple of bombs, and then settles in, and your team is now right there with a chance to win. It can't always be the 14 strikeout, utter dominant type thing, especially going up against a great lineup like that. I love these kinds of starts from Mackenzie Gore. That's kind of a huge step forward in my mind. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the same thing. I think the key for Mackenzie is not letting the bad outings or the tough outings kind of spiral, and what you see from him all year is an ability to limit the damage. I think it's going to be a big goal for him, not just in game, but also throughout the season, right? Like a couple of seasons ago, the big deal was that he couldn't sustain his success for the whole first half. Last year it was 9 starts, and so this year it's he really has to limit between outings and also throughout the year those bad outings from spiraling. And so I've been impressed with them too. I mean, you're not going to be elite every single game. You're not going to strike out 13 guys like you do on opening day every game, but he's still showing that he can put up those big numbers. And so I've been impressed with what I've seen from him for sure.
Jake Irvin on the hill against the Phillies tonight. Let's get a preview. He's 2-0 with a 1.3 ERA over his last 20 innings. He's got 19 strikeouts. Been really, really good since giving up 4 runs in the first against the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think for Jake, the big question this spring was his velocity. And in that first outing, you kind of saw the velocity taking down. But I think Jake is really starting to find a rhythm and kind of showing the guy that we thought he could be last year. And so I'm not surprised by it. Jake showed it in the first half of last year, but I think it was a matter of could he sustain it in spring? I think there were some concerns, but he's looked really good recently. I agree with you. And I think that the Nationals need him today to have a big outing again. Obviously, they lost a tough one last night. You need a guy who can kind of get you back on track, so Jake has to do that today.
Andrew, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Sounds good, my friend. Have a good one. There he goes. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our pal from PFF, Nick Ackridge, joins us to break down the local football team. Nick, they need an edge still, don't they?
Yeah, it was a little bit shocking to not come away with an edge, but I'm pretty happy with what they did in the draft. There's still some veteran guys out there that you can go sign, but we saw last year that they kind of still were okay at edge with not the biggest names, and I think they're kind of maybe relying on that again, that kind of rotational aspect at edge, and maybe again you go get one of those veterans that are still out there.
What made you so happy? What'd you like about the draft?
Yeah, it was really the Trey Amos pick. I think, I tweeted out I would have been happy with him in the first round. So for him to get all the way to 61 there and have somebody that can kind of come in right away and play opposite Marshawn Lattimore and then bump Sanderson into the slot, I think that's a fantastic pick. Connerly kind of shocked me at the time when it happened, but I think again that allows you to do a lot of different things on the offensive line, and it just allows the whole offense to do a lot of things. I mean, just shoring down those tackle spots is massive for Washington, so you don't have to keep, chipping the edge rushers and keeping more guys in to protect. So just opens up the whole offense. So I think those first 2 picks were really good.
In terms of Jalen Lane, so at Virginia Tech, he's running a lot of ends arounds, a lot of jet sweeps, a lot of bubble stuff close to the line of scrimmage. But that speed jumps out at me. I think right away, punt returner, I could sort of see that it being maybe his initial role. But somebody could run that fast, Nick. I'm going to send him deep a few times just to see. Maybe I'll create something where he's in motion doing it, or he lines up in a stack. Maybe his release isn't great, but I'm going to try to use that speed a bunch of different ways. How do you think they'll use him maybe early on and then as time develops?
Yeah, man, speed is a skill. Speed is it's a huge asset to have, and having someone like that, again, you don't really even need to target him. But just having that aspect of speed in your offense is just huge because, it opens everything up. They used him a lot in the slot when they had 3 receiver sets on the field. So you can, again, kind of have him run down the seam, open up different kind of aspects in the middle of the field. So, again, just having someone that fast is a great pickup.
So other than edge, areas where you think they've still got to add or do something before camp starts?
Yeah, I think maybe running back. I mean, I like Krosky Merritt. I think that's a pretty sneaky pick down there in the 7th round. But I think they didn't really address that as I thought they would have. But not really sure what you're going to do at this point. But I think safety was another one that I was kind of looking at, kind of really shoring down that deep safety role. But I think overall that their roster's in a pretty good spot. We obviously touched on the edge rusher part, but like I said, I think overall they're in a pretty good spot.
Nick, thank you as always, dude. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, appreciate it. See you guys.
Love chatting with Nick Ackridge of PFF. You can check out his work there. I don't know where or why this came about today, but a tweet that I sent out on April 30th, 2022 is making the rounds.
Isn't that amazing when that happens?
Very odd. And I'm getting all these people responding to it as if I just posted it. And I'm like, dude, that was 3 years ago, man. Sorry. But it was literally 3 years ago to the day that I posted the screen grab of the Commanders' full draft class being complete. And here was that draft class. Jahan Dotson, 16th overall.
I don't want to.
Fidarian Mathis at 47.
Okay.
Brian Robinson, still on the team.
Oh, hey, Brad.
In the 3rd round, pick 98. Percy Butler, still on the team.
Okay.
4th round.
All right.
Pick 113. Hadn't made a huge impact, but special teams and extra safety.
He's been on the field.
Sam Howell, 5th round. Cole Turner, 6th round. I guess he was a 5th round, but he was their 6th pick at 149.
Still on the roster-ish, or no? Yes, he's not.
Practice squad.
Practice squad, yeah.
Chris Paul, still on the roster out of Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christian Holmes, Sip Holmes, your guy. You loved calling him Sip?
I don't.
Round 7, pick 19, 240 overall. That's a bad draft class.
Yeah.
There were a lot of those under Ron Rivera.
Now, those late round picks, there are some gems in there that really are okay. Like you found NFL players. In other words, like guys that are still on some rosters.
I'm a stop short of gems.
Hold on. Well,
there are some, what would you call it?
That's
what's not a gem, but something that you don't throw away.
Yeah, like a little
graphite.
Yeah, I mean something, right? You found an NFL player. It's the top picks. That's if I was to point to one issue, and I'm gonna, it's those picks up at the top of the board where you don't have a single first rounder.
By the way, that might have been their best draft class as a group. The one I just read. I think it probably is.
What about the Cosme draft?
Well, they don't have more players from the Cosme draft that are still on the team.
Okay.
That was their most productive class. Speaking of draft picks, Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech Hokies, going to be joining us next when we return. Want to talk to him about his skill set and how he's going to be used by Cliff Kingsbury. We're live at Capital One Arena, Caps Canadians tonight, hanging out sections 106, 107. When you get into the barn, come on over and say hello. We're Grant and Danny.
It's a 66-yard touchdown pass. And the Hokies, Palm Watson, throws a home run ball all the way to Jalen Lane.
Bill Roth is so good.
Yes, he is.
What a great play-by-play voice for the Virginia Tech Hokies. And that was a play made by a commander, Jalen Lane, who was just drafted by Washington this past week and is going to be a piece and a weapon, hopefully, that Cliff Kingsbury can make sweet music with. He's joining us in just a moment. Brooke Pinto, D.C. Councilwoman, to update us on the quest to get a stadium in D.C. at the RFK site. That's coming up in 1/2 hour at 5 o'clock. Tarek El-Bashir joins us on site here at Capital One Arena at 5:30 as we look ahead to the Caps and the Canadians. But on the Ruud guest hotline, Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning in the DMV, we do find Jalen Lane, former Virginia Tech Hokie and current Washington Commander. Jalen, congratulations on staying in the area here and being drafted by the Commanders.
Hey, thank you, man. You know, it's a really exciting time. A whole lot of Hokie fans are extremely happy about me going to Washington, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, every Hokie fan that I know was blowing up the old telephone, telling me how excited they were that you were staying here in Washington. What was that process like? When did you know? When did you have a feeling that it might be DC that you'd be calling home?
It's a cool process. You know, I meet with a lot of teams. A lot of teams come out, work you out. The Commanders were one of the teams that came and did a private workout with me. And so, you know, I knew they were interested. And you know, we get to the draft and the picks start coming in. And, you know, I see they're still on the board. And, you know, it's just kind of a little bit of anticipation, thinking I might get this call from them. And, you know, when they called, I was ecstatic. You know, I was extremely happy. And, you know, I'm ready to work.
Jalen, I've seen different sizes for you all over the internet. How tall are you and how much do you weigh?
Hey, man, I'm going to say I'm 5'10", around 195. Yeah, that's where I like to be at, around 195. Yeah.
Okay, but you're a legit 5'10", because, like, you're still listed on college sites at, like, 5'8".
Yeah, I'm not 5'8", I can guarantee that. But, yeah, I'm definitely I'd say the lowest I'm going is, like, 5'9", but I like to give myself 5'10".
I'm going to give you 5'10", too. Here's the reason I ask. Your skill set's electric, right? What a lot of us wanted was speed. I wanted a burner. I don't care what position people play anymore, the way I view offense. It's kind of positionless. I want playmakers, and it seems like you're one of those. But describe your game. Do you view yourself as a traditional wide receiver? Do you think you're a slot guy, or could you play on the boundary? Could you line up in the backfield? Like, how do you view yourself? What will you be in the NFL?
Yeah, man, I feel like I'm very versatile, man, and I've done a lot of stuff out the slot in my career, but I've also done at Middle Tennessee, I've done a lot of stuff on the outside. So, you know, I've got both of those in my bag, and, you know, if you look at the tape, I've done some stuff out the backfield, a lot of stuff just getting me the ball and, you know, letting me work. And obviously, you know, you've seen the punt return, kick return work. So, you know, I feel like I'm a very versatile player, and I'm ready to bring that and help the Commanders win some ball games.
79 catches, a little over 1,000 yards for the Hokies the last couple of seasons at Virginia Tech in the ACC. And as you said, very likely going to be the punt returner, kick returner here in Washington, which we'll get into. Specific to how they used you, just watching the highlight packages that were all over the web after the pick, it's a lot of jet action. It's a lot of, you know, pitches and end arounds and stuff like that. Was that the case at Middle Tennessee State as well when you had big wide receiver numbers, or was that kind of the role you had at Virginia Tech, and do you think that carries over into the league?
I'd say we definitely did a little bit of that at Middle Tennessee, not as much as I did at Tech, but, you know, I was, you know, big downfield vertical, you know, threat at MT, and, you know, and then, you know, I come to Tech as a different style offense, you know, different play callers, and, you know, we probably had a different reverse in each and every week, so I knew that was a guaranteed touch for me coming into the game. So, you know, it was just cool to, you know, be able to showcase my abilities in that realm and, you know, show what I can do with the ball in my hands.
Jalen Lane with us here on Grant and Danny. So in terms of maybe what we didn't get to see, so I guess because when I watch Virginia Tech play, it's everything like you're talking about. It's close to line of scrimmage. It's a different reverse every week. It's like, oh, here comes the reverse, and here comes a dude that's faster than everybody else. What have you not gotten a chance to show maybe just, and I'm not blaming anybody, just it's a different level, different game, but now that you're headed to the pros, what have you not gotten a chance to show that's in your tool bag?
Yeah, like kind of like what I talked about, what I did at Middle Tennessee, just that vertical downfield threat. It's, something that I definitely feel like I have in my bag. I know I have in my bag, and, I can threaten the defense going downfield. And, I'm a route runner as well. At Virginia Tech, even I got to showcase a little bit of that at Virginia Tech as well, with certain routes. I didn't always get the ball, but, on tape, I feel like I was always open. So, I feel like, coming in with, a new offense with, a lot of experienced guys and a lot of talented young guys, I'm ready to, find my, way in and, make plays and, help the team win.
Commanders draft pick Jalen Lane on Grant and Danny, chosen out of Virginia Tech, speediest member of their draft class, receiver, and they'll line him up all over the place and get him the football on this offense to try to make some explosive plays. One of the things I'm excited about is how Cliff Kingsbury can draw things up with you. He's very creative, and we saw some exotic concepts last year. What was your relationship like with Cliff before the draft, and what has he said, if anything, about usage?
I haven't talked to him as much as, I talked to Coach Ingram a lot, talked to Coach Quinn, stuff like that. And, it's mainly just been, they've just been expressing their excitement to get me and things like that. And, we haven't talked too much scheme and stuff yet. We're about to get in a rookie mini camp, and I'm sure we'll start discussing. But, I'm excited, seeing what they did last year and just seeing the momentum they have building. And I'm just extremely blessed to, be coming into the situation.
Did Jaden Daniels reach out?
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm sure. I'm already at the facility, so I know I'll meet him there when I get out. But yeah, I'm excited for that.
Oh, it's a good deal. Jalen Lane with us here on Grant and Danny. In terms of coming to the next level and the challenges that it's going to obviously present here as you get used to a whole new set of situations, ball game, etc. What can you lean back on? Kind of what you went through, going from no disrespect, going from Middle Tennessee all the way up now to playing huge big time college football at Virginia Tech. How does that experience maybe help you jump to another next level?
Yeah, man. I feel like just challenging myself and transferring. Mainly, I was going into a competitive receiver room at Virginia Tech, and I knew I was going to have to work hard to earn my way. And I led the team in receptions the past 2 seasons, and I feel like it's a testament to how hard I work. And I'm just going to continue to bring that, just continue to bring a good work ethic and just working hard day in and day out, and no excuses. And that's ultimately how you get better. That's how you be the best in competition. And I'm excited for it.
We saw the phone call that the Commanders made to you that they put out. Adam Peters told you were the best punt returner on their board, yeah?
Yeah. Honestly, it's crazy. I didn't hear him because it was just so loud. I had to obviously watch the video back. But, after he said you're going to be a Commander, it got so loud in the room, and I can't hear anything. I was just saying thank you. I know Coach Quinn got on the phone, and I talked to him too. But it was definitely a cool, experience, and I'm glad they got video of it because I would have had no clue what he said if they didn't.
It seems like you are very comfortable as a return man, taking on whatever contact comes and all of those things. Do you anticipate getting an opportunity to do that? And punt returning seems like a no-brainer. They've been looking for a punt returner. What about kick returns? Is that something you could do also?
Oh, yeah, for sure. At Middle Tennessee, I did a lot of kick return stuff as well, a little bit at Virginia Tech. So, yeah, I'm comfortable in, both facets of the return game. And, I'm just ready to, like I said earlier, just ready to go out and make some plays, help us win.
You have a guy that you compare yourself to a little bit. Obviously, you're your own man, and you're making your way in the NFL. But is there someone you kind of grew up emulating a little bit, and whose game that fans who are getting to know you could say, hey, he's kind of similar to this guy?
Growing up, I'm not gonna lie, I was a Steelers fan, so I like the Heinz Awards and stuff like that. But recently, as of late, I did an interview during the pre-draft process. I've been watching a lot of Terry the last couple of seasons, just studying his game and his route running, the contested catches, all that, and he's quickly became one of my favorite receivers. So it's cool that I'm going to a situation where I'll be playing with him. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and I just want to back you up. You said that before the draft. So that's not just you after you're with now.
I
was going to say, either way, it's a great answer.
I saw his interview with Kay Adams before the draft.
You can look it up. Yeah, I said that after the combine, I believe. So we weren't locked in yet, but now it's cool.
Well, Jalen, we appreciate you hopping on the show with us and getting to know you a little bit. Maybe we'll check in around training camp and see how things are going. But best of luck to you. If you need anything, mainly food recommendations is what we're good at. I don't know how we can help you otherwise, but we're here for you, and enjoy your time in D.C.
Word. I love to eat good food, so I'll definitely be hitting y'all up for that, man. Appreciate y'all.
What's your genre, your food type of choice?
Man, it really depends on the day. Like today, I'm probably going Mexican food, but
okay,
I like to branch out and try new things. So you can hit me with anything.
So I'm not a Mexican food guy, but Danny, you could probably give him a rec.
All over. There's plenty. If you're downtown close to Capital One Arena, Oyamel is a 10 out of 10. But there's a million places in and around this area. It's got really, really good Mexican food. You'll be in heaven.
All right, I love to hear that, then.
All right, brother. Thank you for the time, and go make some plays. We'll catch up with you soon.
Most definitely. Appreciate y'all.
You got it. He is a Hokie. I forgot to bring in Hokie Altizer. Toby, who's our resident Virginia Tech Hokies expert, who anytime we have a Hokie on, I say anytime, we've done it once.
Yeah, the other time we've had a Hokie on.
With Bashal Tootin. But now we'll bring in Hokie Altizer. Toby, when they drafted him, was this a guy that was on your radar that you get sized for, or is it just that you're excited that they drafted a Hokie?
No, I was fired up that they drafted Jalen Lane because I think he fits exactly what they want to do. I think he's great in the screen game. I think he's someone that's dynamic with the football in his hands. You talked about the reverses, and he talked about how they had a different one every single game. I think it's college defenses more so than pro defenses, but somehow every single week you knew that a reverse was going to Jalen Lane, and somehow every single week he still broke it for 20-plus yards. So he's an electric athlete. He's going to help in the punt return game. He's going to help on the offense when you just get the ball in his hands. I think he's going to be really, really good here.
Toby, what about my dream that he goes down the field? Is that something that he can do, but they just couldn't get it to him, or is that not part of the toolkit now?
They didn't do a lot of it, but I think you can. The highlight that Darius played coming in was him going down the field, and the final game of the season, they find him deep down the field, and he's got the speed to do it. So I don't know that he didn't showcase it a ton at Virginia Tech, but I think it's in the tool bag. So we'll be interested to see if they can do that.
That's Hokie Altizer, one of the members of our crew here on Grant and Danny, who works hard for us behind the scenes. All right, let's get the table set for Brooke Pinto, the council lady who's going to be joining us at 5 o'clock here at Capital One Arena, head of the Caps and the Canadians. We'll talk to her about the RFK site. Tarek El-Bashir is swinging by our setup at 5:30 as well. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight on The Fan. at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop tonight, which means officially I think the puck will hit the ice about 7 or 8 minutes after 7, and it's going to be electric in this atmosphere. I got to tell you, Danny, being at games 1 and 2 was about as fun as I've had as a DC sports fan out and about in a long time.
It's been a minute. Yeah, the environment looked awesome on the old television set where I was watching at home, and I'm hoping that this has happened a couple times in Caps fan history. Remember the We Are Louder series from those New York Ranger days? I can't remember who spawned it, but whatever it was spawned, and the building responded, right? Caps fans responded. You got to poke and prod a little bit, but when it happens, it gets good. And this is one of those times I'm hoping that everybody saw what happened at the Bell Center, where from moment one, they're heckling Logan Thompson and letting him know what for, and they're into it from Jump Street. Let's respond in kind and send them home.
Last time we were here, the Commanders had the vast majority of their team on site. Jaden Daniels was sitting on the glass. I was basically not only watching the game, but watching Jaden Daniels watch the game as well. So that part of the experience will change tonight, but I'm fully anticipating 20,000 strong, everybody wearing red. They got towels hanging over all the seats right now. It seems like there is great excitement in the building and energy already with some of the folks, just the employees that are setting up shop and getting ready for action. So the Capitals, the Canadians, about 2 hours and 10 or 15 minutes or so away from getting the party started here at Capital One Arena. We're going to have Tarek El-Bashir stopping by at about 5:30. The council lady, Brooke Pinto, councilwoman from D.C., is going to be joining us coming up in 10 minutes. We'll ask her about RFK 2.0, the possibility of a stadium on the RFK site. Seems like they've got 4 votes. They're ultimately going to need 7. They got plenty of work to do, clearly.
Absolutely. And, the way the deal stands now, you've had a couple folks say they're not going to opt for that. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a deal that they would not for. So I'm curious to talk to the councilwoman about what some of those concessions might be. Where's some room to maneuver and change, and who she's spoken to. And I obviously won't give away exactly who has said what to her, but the idea that, hey, maybe there's something that can be done, a simple fix to go take someone from a no to a yes, or is it an impasse, or just kind of where we are, State of the Union here, for something that a lot of people are excited about without having to worry about the nitty gritty that she's obligated to do.
Big news here at Cap One Arena today is that it looks like Alexi Protas is a go for the Capitals tonight. We're fully expecting that he will play for the first time in weeks. Protas, who was top 6 in the NHL this season in chances to score on a penalty kill. He was one of the great penalty killers in the league. He was 3rd most time on ice for the Capitals in that capacity. Going to help on special teams in a big way. Washington really struggled killing off power plays in Montreal. Getting home will help also. So that's going to be a theme and a key tonight. But Protas at even strength was actually number 4 in the National Hockey League in points per 60 minutes, 5-on-5. He was one of the better even strength players in hockey. We heard from John Walton on our Blitz today. He thinks he's going to be back on the top line. They would move Beauvillier down to the 4th line. And the expectation is that Taylor Radish would be the odd man out for the Capitals and wouldn't get a sweater tonight. That is actually our Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. But I posted the poll before the show started. Danny, right now, 81% of people are saying they would sit Radish. 19%, right around there, are saying Ryan Leonard would be the guy that they scratched after he only played 9 minutes in the last game. The only reason you would say Leonard, my guess is, because you want to affect the fewest lines possible. But Leonard's had the better series and has been the better player here recently for Washington. So I don't think it's just an indictment on him as much as how much do you want to change for a team up 3-1? Mm-hmm. That's a key storyline.
Yeah, I think that's at the center of it all, right? To me, I think of it, again, it's easy for me as a coach. I just think of who's my least important player, and that's Radish to me. Leonard's a little bit more key for me, the way he's affected some things, so that's who I would park.
More on the Caps coming up with Tarek El-Bashir in about 35 minutes. All of our Caps coverage brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact them at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Next on Grant and Danny, we're going to talk to Brooke Pinto, DC Council member, about RFK 2.0.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is powered by Old Glory DC Rugby. Scrum together, glory forever, oldglorydc.com. In hockey tonight, Game 5 for the Capitals and the Canadiens at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals looking to close it out as they lead the series 3-1. Alexi Protas could make his debut in this playoffs for the Capitals. We'll see if 3.19 ERA. He'll take on Christopher Sanchez, who is 2-1 with a 3.42 ERA. NBA action tonight, 2 games on the playoff schedule. The Warriors taking on the Rockets, Game 5 of that series. 7:30 tip-off. Golden State looking to close it out. They lead 3-1. Minnesota looking to close out the Lakers tonight, Game 5 of that series. 10 p.m. tip-off. Minnesota up 3-1 in that series. Also, the NFL handed out some fines today for the Shedeur Sanders prank call. The Falcons were fined $250,000, and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich was fined $100,000. When Old Glory DC takes the pitch, it's not just a game, it's a collision course. Don't miss as Old Glory DC takes on the Utah Warriors this Sunday at 2 p.m. at the Maryland Soccerplex. It's Kids Day when families can enjoy the action together. Get your seats now at oldglorydc.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Today, I am absolutely thrilled to announce that the Commanders are ready to make the single, and our partners are committed to make the single largest private investment in DC history.
Josh Harris, as it was announced this week that the Commanders in DC have a deal in place to move back to the nation's capital once and for all, coming home to RFK 2.0. Now, they just need some votes, and they need the DC City Council to help them do it. And we're sitting in Ward 2 as we get ready at Capital One Arena for a massive Caps game tonight. If they win, they clinch, and they move on. So who better to talk to than the DC City Council member from Ward 2 representing this ward, Brooke Pinto, who is with us. Thank you so much for the time and for coming and joining us in person. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. My pleasure to be here with you, and I'm so happy we're doing this in Capital One Arena. I can't wait to cheer on the Caps tonight in their playoffs.
You said you're going to the game. They get a win. They move on for the first time since 2018 when they won the Cup. So you'll be rocking the red this evening. Do you get to a lot of games here?
I do. And, you know, it's really never been a better time to be a sports fan in the District of Columbia. So we're so proud of our teams and how they've been just really blowing out all of their records. I was here to celebrate Ovechkin's goal score record a few weeks ago, and it's really emblematic of how much pride there is for sports and for this type of success in our city.
No, it's for sure. It's an exciting time. So let me ask you this about the stadium deal, okay? What are people getting wrong when they're sharing their misgivings or issues they may have or things that are coming up? And you guys are going to hash this out as you should as a council. What are people saying that you've heard that you go, you know what, that's not right?
Sure. So let me zoom out for your listeners to understand how this process kind of works. So it's very common for the mayor, who's our executive in DC, to execute agreements, to have her deals team negotiate, be the principal negotiator with the team on what this type of deal will look like. That deal is now part of the mayor's fiscal year 2026 budget proposal, which will be sent to the council. And then we analyze it. We look at all the terms of the deal. We make sure it's a fair deal for the district, that our priorities are being accommodated. And then we pass it, hopefully, as part of the budget. This process did not start on Monday when Mayor Bowser made this amazing announcement with Josh Harris and Robert Goodell. I was so thrilled to be in the room, and you could really feel the energy. But this has been ongoing conversations for years and years, where we've had the opportunity to hear from the community about what they want to see with housing, retail, access to green space for our kids and families. All of that is incorporated in this deal. Conversations that I've had with the team about the importance to me of including job access to our returning citizens. This offering is going to have 2,000 job opportunities. So a lot of that input has been incorporated. And so I'm thrilled about the deal. And now it continues through the legislative process, which will be finished with mid-July.
Yeah, and those 2,000 jobs are permanent, 16,000 total when you account for obviously the construction jobs, right? 14,000 of those. So it's interesting to hear you say that, because we had the chairman, Phil Mendelson, on a couple days ago, and his number one gripe, he didn't come out and say this, although he kind of did, was it just seemed like he was upset that he wasn't included more. And that was like his whole annoyance in all of this. So your point is it's actually semi-common that he or you guys wouldn't be that included until this point.
Right. The mayor executes deals and is the initial proposer of the budget. That's how the budget process works every year. This has been a topic of interest to me, so I have involved myself. But it's very common that the mayor is the principal negotiator for these things. And then we take a look at the deeper details and make sure that every council member has an opportunity to review it thoroughly. I've reviewed the term sheet very thoroughly, and we'll be having hearings on it, hearing from the public, and hopefully get this deal accomplished.
So, council member, and again, Grant has mentioned this, we spoke to Phil Mendelson, we spoke to Charles Allen, both very gracious with their time and forthcoming with their views on it. And their objection centers around the upfront cost to the taxpayer and to the city. And then will we be making that return on investment? What would you say to those that are skeptical about that or critical, or AKA people maybe on the other side right now?
This site of 180 acres of land has been sitting vacant for decades. This is the surest and fastest way to make productive use in an extremely exciting way, but also a successful way for our city. To bring the Commanders home, we're thrilled to do so, but also to build 6,000 units of housing, a third of which will be affordable, to build hotels, retail. We're going to have a sports complex for our kids, so people don't have to take their families and their kids to play an hour or two away, as I speak to families about all the time. So there's so many community benefits as part of this deal that is an extremely important investment for the city that residents have been calling for. This has been sitting vacant. I have not seen another offer on the table or another deal on the table that would be a better use of this land. And so I think it's time that we move forward with the single largest private investment in our city's history.
What about those that are holding out for that golden goose, that mythical deal supposedly that is coming? I don't know where from or who from or et cetera. But I think one of your colleagues, Councilmember Nadeau, in her statement that she issued was saying we could do something better. I'd love to hear what, when, why, where, and how. But what would you say to those folks?
I would say it's been 35 years and it hasn't come. This is the best deal that has ever come to us. This is a good deal for district residents, for visitors, not just sports fans, although it is fantastically exciting for that. But it accomplishes so many of our goals. Look, one or two council members have said that they don't support this deal. You know, I think the vast majority of us are really excited. We understand how important this is going to be for our city, how galvanizing it will be for our city's spirit to accept our residents and visitors from around the country and world to come to this site. There's no other stadium in the country where you can look out and see the water, see the National Monument, and really be part of the history of RFK and the nation's capital.
So, and I mean this when I say that I enjoyed our conversations with Alan and with Mendelson, but neither of them were able to answer this question. And it sounds like you're saying what I'm saying, which is I have not heard a better alternative to generate growth, jobs, and tax revenue at that site. And if they have one, I'm all ears. But there isn't one, and I'm still waiting. And I guess if you have a thought on that, I let me know. But what else are you going to do that generates more in those three capacities?
I share your view. I have not heard a better alternative, but the last several years, what I have heard is when I've spoken to communities about this all across the city, I've said, what if we could build a stadium, but also build housing and retail and hotels and green space? And you know what so many people said to me? That would be ideal, but that's not possible. You'll never make that happen. It's happening. It's all in the term sheet. This is what people have been calling for. And so this idea that we're going to turn our back on the opportunity for the largest economic development opportunity in our history is short-sighted, and I don't think is where we should be headed.
Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto with us here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. So I have my own little back of the napkin math here. So far, I'm thinking we have 4 yeses. I've got you on that list. I don't know anyone other than McDuffie, but you, Felder, Bonds, and McDuffie were all at the event. Do you know that all of them would say yes? Or you don't want to speak for them? I don't know. But they were all at the event. So I got those 4 yeses. I've got 2 no's. No-do, I'm calling. I don't know her name, but I'm saying no-do. Nadeau, I think. And then Allen are no's. And then we have 6 maybes that we're still waiting on. We've been told by Mendelson there's not enough support. There's not 7 yeses. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. A couple things on this. So this is not a new bill or new law that we need to have 7 votes to pass. This is part of the mayor's budget proposal. So this needs to be referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development Committee, which is chaired by Councilmember McDuffie. All 4 of those council members who you mentioned, who were at the announcement on Monday, serve on the business committee.
Okay.
So we would welcome the opportunity to have public hearings on this deal in the next couple of weeks, have a roundtable on it, dive into the details, hear from the public, move forward a committee report that's supportive of this development, and then it would go to the full council. Now, because it's part of the budget, if somebody wants to move an amendment to excise this entire deal and come up with a new proposal, that's in their right, but technically they would need 7 votes to do that.
Interesting. So then is the number 7 that is needed that we keep hearing that's not accurate then? Or
it takes 7 votes to pass the budget, and
Right.
so in theory, if you're voting for the budget, which includes this deal, you would be
that's
supporting
the entire
deal.
budget. The deal is just one of the hundreds of
Elements of the budget,
Exactly.
yeah.
We've got a $20 billion budget. So everything in there from our school funding to our police to our libraries, public services. So it would be unusual to just vote against one component.
Sorry, Dan, I want to follow up on that real quick because Alan and I had asked him this question. He said it all kind of comes from the same pot. My understanding was there's like different areas of the budget where things come from, and this is like the building part of it. This isn't pencils for kids. Is it all kind of from the same funnel? And best I could tell, it's 7% of your overall budget that we're talking about in terms of the money you guys would spend on the stadium.
So there are a number of different avenues where our money comes from. The easiest way to think about it is there's operating costs and there's capital costs. Operating are things like city services, and capital are like our buildings and our schools. The thing that makes this deal so unique is that part of the public financing component is preparing the land kind of horizontally to make sure that it is ready to be built upon. We're not spending public dollars on actually building the stadium. That's coming from the team. But it is being the private investment component is being reinvested into part of the development for RFK. We're also going to be using part of the funds generated from sales tax and parking fees to then pay for the city's portion of the contribution. So no, I don't think it's accurate to say we're taking from another capital cost, because many of the investments are coming from future generated dollars from this site.
Councilmember Brooke Pinto with us here on Grant and Danny. So just want to give you a chance to answer some of these things that critics might say. Sometimes when you hear these economic impact studies, people kind of roll their eyes because it's, sort of columns being rearranged. And a lot of times you'll see this can generate $1 billion. Well, what's the net profit? What's the takeaway? What would you say to some of those folks that are dubious maybe about some of the claims and the revenue that might be generated by an NFL stadium?
Sure. So I have looked at study after study. I've looked at other stadium deals around the country. The district public financing component of this deal is about 24%. There are other stadiums like New Orleans that the public financing component is over 60%. So on a comparative basis, this is actually quite low. The average is around 50%. So that's one marker that I look at. I also look at how much revenue that we're going to generate, which we estimate to be about $4 billion, which comes out to about 20% of our whole budget, which is why investment in the future of our city is so important. We cannot continue spending at current levels without investing in our growth and investing in our future. And when we think about sports in particular, it builds so much enthusiasm. People visit the city for it, just like I did to Philadelphia to go to the NFC conference championship game. People will come here for these games. They'll buy concessions. They'll pay for parking. They may go to a restaurant while they're here. They may stay at a hotel while they're here. They may visit our free museums and our monuments. And all of that economic activity is so important, not just for the dollars and cents, which I do think are there, but it's also important for our city's spirit. And good news begets good news. We'll have more businesses opening and really revitalizing this entire area, which has sat vacant for 30 years.
You mentioned parking. That was another sticking point, it sounded like, for a couple of your colleagues. I didn't think of it this way because we're used to these suburban stadiums with tens of thousands of parking spots, and we go, oh, only 8,000. That's not that many for tailgaters. And Charles Allen said 8,000 is way too many. That's Park has 1,200. I would quibble with that number because there's more surrounding kind of in the
Darius, see if
city.
you can find the clip of him talking about how he also said that while you guys would own the parking garages, they would get all the revenue from them.
And that's what I was going to ask you about. So that 8,000 number, is that sit right with you? And then, the way that he described where that revenue go from parking would go to the team. Just want your reaction to that.
So the parking financing is a little bit complicated in that in several years from now, there will be parking generated dollars that do go to the team. And that's part of how we make sure that the team's contribution is as large as it is now, because they are also taking a risk on us saying, we're making this huge investment. And so that was, as opposed to offering more money at the front end from the city's perspective, we were able to be creative in the parking on 4 years from now. In terms of the number of spots, tailgating is a big part of the fan experience for so many of our fans. We want to make sure that people who want to or need to drive to and from the games can. We want to make sure it's much better than the FedEx experience. If any of you have been out to that field, and you get off the metro or you drive there and park, you're walking a mile. And it becomes a very onerous process for many. We also want to make sure to note that we have other public access points to this site. We have metro, we have bus. It's in the middle of a wonderful residential community where people will be walking. And so parking is an important part of the mix. It has to be included. That's what we need in any football stadium. It's certainly something we'll take a look at to see if that's the exact right number for what they're estimating from their fan base, but it's got to be part of the deal.
So in terms of generating revenue, it would seem to me like an arena like this one, the number of people here from Virginia tonight, from Maryland tonight, massive, right? And those people are spending their money here, whereas if you guys almost, maybe you would say it wasn't almost, but lost the teams to Virginia, all that money goes away. And all the shoulder restaurants here, and everybody pays for that. And I think about that in the other neighborhood as well, with what could be, around that area. If you don't do the stadium, let's say it doesn't pass and it falls by the wayside. How do you get, to quote my buddy Barry Faluga in the Washington Post today, JP from Maryland in Branton, Virginia.
Who was he talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. But he said, respectfully to those guys, they don't pay it. So they their opinion doesn't matter. I'm not going to D.C. if I'm not going to the games anymore. I got good restaurants in Virginia. I work in D.C., and I do pay taxes there because we're at the Navy Yard. But what do they build that brings us there? And without the sports teams, I think the math changes a whole lot from people coming across the river.
I think the biggest thing I could say to that is look at what's happened, or rather what has not happened in the last 30 years. If anyone can point to a developer who said, I want to build all of these things, let us do it. I haven't spoken to one. The stadium is catalytic. It is an important part of this investment to reactivate this space. And it's a big draw for the other businesses who are going to open on the other parcels of land, be it retail, 6,000 units of housing, new hotels. So all of those businesses will be able to thrive, generating even more tax dollars for the city. And I do agree, we did almost lose the team. And I take that lesson very seriously to make sure that never happens again. The city's spirit was totally deflated, even in thinking that we may lose the team.
I was surprised, honestly, how quickly it shifted. And do you think that whether it was you guys or the mayor, like who screwed up, or how did that happen in your opinion? And then you guys were able to get him back, so it doesn't matter now. But if you think it almost happened, like how close was it?
I think that we cannot take for granted our businesses in the city of any size, our small businesses that make up so much character of our community, and our large businesses that generate our sports teams and these great fan experiences. And so I will not be doing that again. And I think as a city, we have to really take ownership of our responsibility to make sure that we recognize how important our business success is to the entirety of our city.
One more for me. I want to trying to give you a chance to swat away all the critics here. So just trying to think of things they might say. There's so many neighborhood success stories in DC, whether it's the Wharf or Noma or I don't know, there are dozens of places where it's gone from what it was to something now vibrant with its own kind of, you could walk a mile and be in 4 totally different seeming cities, which is one of the beauties of that. And that didn't include a stadium. Wouldn't that be possible if you just raised RFK and something else could go there? Just again, your chance to respond.
Sure. So biggest difference is that RFK is almost 180 acres. We're not talking about 2 acres of land that we can revitalize or 10 acres of land where we can have some retail. The other thing I'll say is, yes, there have been some fantastic positive development stories for other kind of mini markets throughout DC, but the finances from the developer perspective have not panned out in the way that they hoped they would, in part because we have to have diversity of uses. We cannot be overly reliant on one income stream, and that's what happens when we build only housing or only retail.
So does that mean, so let's say I'm Danny the developer, I go, I'll build these condos and I'll build this, that, and the other, and I'm not getting a return on investment that I could potentially get this way. Is that what that means?
That's right. And
Yeah.
I think that this is the future of cities across the country is people want a 15-minute experience. They want to be able to live close to where they work, and they can walk to entertainment, they can walk to hotel, to restaurant, to retail, they can walk to a green space to play with their kids. This is what we're building here on this site that Ward 7 deserves. Ward 7 deserves this kind of catalytic investment and focus. As my Ward 7 colleague has pointed out, Wendell Felder, who represents this area, who's very supportive of the stadium, he said, look, you got this investment in Ward 2 with the Capital One Arena revitalization. Why doesn't Ward 7 deserve this investment? And I think he's absolutely right. It's time for Ward 7 to have this win and to really make sure we're building up the community in all ways we can.
What do we know about the folks in D.C. and whether they want it or not? I did see polling at one point that like 71% wanted this stadium. And I brought that up to the previous 2 council members, and they said, well, if we asked you if you wanted a Lamborghini, you'd say yes. Do you want to pay for the Lamborghini or whatever? I don't know what the polling was exactly, but I would say it's a pretty popular idea. But specifically around there, I was talking to someone who's from there the other night, and I was like, well, what do you think? And they're like, I'd love it. There'd be so many places for me to go shop and eat and do things that I don't have right now.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious what your thoughts are in that regard.
So, yes, I've seen the poll that I think said 51% of residents support this. What I know is that for the last several years, this came up in my first election in 2020. I was asked in a debate if I support the team coming back. This has been on the mind of district residents for so long. And here's what I hear. Will it have enough days of activation if there's only going to be 9 home games a year? Yes, part of the term sheet says over 200 days of activation. Okay, they say, we don't want to spend public taxpayer dollars on building a stadium. Don't worry, it's only the horizontal preparing of the land and the parks. The team is building the stadium. Okay, they say, what about housing? We're building 6,000 units of housing, including a third of which will be affordable. They say we wanted to have not touch the fields at RFK. That's included in the term sheet. They will be untouched. So almost every component that I've heard from the community of saying we would support it, but is included in this deal. And I'm not shy about saying, yes, of course, we're going to go through the legislative process. We're going to have public hearings. I want to engage with the public. I want to continue engaging with the mayor and the team ownership and leadership about ensuring all these community benefits are maintained. But I'm very confident to say this is a great deal for the city. This is what our city needs right now. And it's going to pay off, not just in our enthusiasm and our spirit, but in our investments that we see benefit district residents for decades to come.
And you're pretty confident it gets done.
I think we've got to get this done. I think this is the single best economic development deal opportunity on the table for our city, and we can't pass it up.
Brooke Pinto, Ward 2 council member, joining us here on Grant and Danny. Unlike the last couple of days, I found someone on my team. So this was probably the easiest interview you'll do in a while, but we try to present both sides here and ask all the questions it needed to be. But let's get it done. Let's get a stadium in D.C.
Let's do it.
All right. Thank you so
Paul.
much.
Thank you so
Brooke
much.
Pinto, council member with us here on Grant and Danny. We're at Capital One Arena in Ward 2, which is the ward that she represents. Tarek El-Bashir joins us to preview the Caps and the Canadians next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens. Game 5 tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop. Near the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals looking to close it out at Capital One Arena tonight. They lead the series 3-1, 7 p.m. right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies. Game 2 of the series in Philadelphia. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game over on the Team 980 tonight. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.19 ERA. He'll take on the lefty Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, who is 2-1 with a 3.42 ERA. NBA playoff action tonight. Warriors and Rockets game 5, 7:30 tip-off. Golden State leads that series 3-1, looking to close it out tonight. And the Timberwolves taking on the Lakers at 10 o'clock. Minnesota up 3-1 in that series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Danny looks frozen even when he's not frozen.
He's very frozen. He's frozen because he's at the game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan with our buddy Tariq El-Bashir of Monumental Sports. You check us out, as Tariq's telling you, on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Of course, you're listening all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7 and on the Odyssey app. It's good to bring Go Caps Go back from the dead. Our buddy Keith Elgin recorded that years and years ago. And I asked Darius to find it, and Danny immediately got upset.
Yeah, this is not to besmirch Keith Elgin, who's incredibly talented and can make music. Like, I am jealous of that. This is to object to the losing association of the Caps losing song with the Cubs losing song that should never have happened in the first place.
It's a great song, and I'm very happy to hear it again. Tariq, welcome to our humble setup here at the sections 106, 107 in the main concourse.
What's up, fellas?
How are you, buddy?
Thanks for the invite.
We are fired up to see you in person, see your smiling face. Let's start with the news of the day. Alexi Protas looks like he's full go. Is he going to play?
We will know for sure at warm-ups, but I think that things were trending this morning in the direction of Alexi Protas making his return. As a reporter, the things you look for are, does he stay on the ice for extra work? To get some extra conditioning work that he wouldn't get because he's not playing in the game, or does he come off with the other players who are in the lineup? He came off with the other players who are in the lineup, and Taylor Radish, who typically plays, took the extra skate. So I do think that Protas is going to be in the lineup, and that is a huge, huge deal for the Caps.
Now, does that mean he's going to be on the fourth line? Does it mean he's going to be on the third line and someone else goes to the fourth line? Does it mean he's going to be on the first line and someone else goes to another line? Where's he going to be?
Walton speculated Bavillier goes down to 4 and Protas plays the top line, but Bavillier, Strome, and Ovechkin have been phenomenal.
Been fun.
It's been a very good line. It's been a productive line. In Montreal, they struggled a little defensively to handle the Suzuki line, but overall, they are a net positive. Now, that's always the question that coaches have to figure out when one player comes in and one player has to go out is, do I disrupt one line or do I disrupt a lot of lines by moving things around? With Radish likely coming out, the problem is you don't want to put Protas in the fourth line. He's just not a fourth line player.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, he is a first or second line player. So to me, I think you would put Bavillier down on the fourth line and you would put Protas on the top line. But then you're breaking up a line that's had some production.
Yeah.
Here was my thought.
Okay.
I wanted to put him on the third line.
Okay.
And move Ryan Leonard down to the fourth line.
Okay.
So Mongeller, Protas.
Sure.
And then you would have Duhaime and Dowdy were kind of inseparable.
Sure.
Doggy and Dowdy. And then you've got Leonard going down. He only played 9 minutes last game.
Sure.
Whatever. That would be my thought. I know he's not a third-line guy, but it's a game, and I don't know what he's going to look like. He hasn't played in weeks.
Sure.
I'm expecting a, C- D version. I don't know. Hopefully it's a B version of him. But the first game, does he have to be on the top line with Strome who's got a point in every game? I don't know.
That's a great point, and I know where you're going with this, and I don't disagree because it does take a little bit of time to get back into game shape and kind of feel the puck and get back to where he was 3 weeks ago. That said, I feel like if he's coming back in the lineup, they're pretty confident that he is close to 100%. They have been putting him through the ringer. I've been watching it for about a week. He's been ramping it up He's been taking contact. He's been doing other things at full speed. I don't mind moving Leonard down and starting Protas on the third line. The beautiful thing about Protas is he can play anywhere, right? He can play on all four lines. He can play center if you need him to. He can do everything but defense and goalie, and he probably could play defense if you needed him.
I bet you could play goalie so big.
I'll tell you what. You look at the way goalies are trending in terms of size. I mean, anything shorter than 6'5", and you're probably not getting a sniff at the top level.
Tarek El-Bashir with us here, live Cap One Arena, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So here's my counter to the point that you made that was a counter to a different point.
Okay.
You follow that?
Yep.
You got last change.
Yep.
So I don't really care that much that Ovi, Strome, and Beauvillier couldn't handle that Caulfield-Suzuki line, which is excellent.
Sure.
Right? So I probably don't have to have them match up. So does that change any kind of thinking there with having maybe Protas go to that top line or not?
It absolutely does. I would say if Protas were returning in Montreal, I think you would put Protas on the first line in place of Beauvillier.
Because knowing they're going to try to target it.
Exactly.
Right.
But now you're putting a big body, 6'6", 247 pounds, defensively responsible, got great wheels for a player of that size. But you're right. You do have a little more latitude when you're playing at home because you do own the last change. Going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. But I will also say this. One of the most overrated things, I think, in hockey, particularly in pro hockey, are lines. I mean, I would say 3 out of every 10 games, the lines that started the game are completely scrambled by the end of the game.
Do you mean who's skating with who, or the matchup against another line?
Who is skating with who?
That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah. Because and by the time you get to the end of the season, after 82 regular season games, everyone has played with everyone. So you are looking for your optimum lineup. But as a coach, you're watching the guys, you're watching their body language, you're watching the matchups. If you see something that's not looking great, if one guy looks like he's maybe not at 10/10, he's a little off, you might want to switch things up. If it's second period and you've only got 9 shots, you might want to switch things up. To me, lines, with a few exceptions, are the ones where like that line has like a nickname. You want to keep that together forever. Otherwise, I mean. Chemistry something, but at the end of the year, once you get to the playoffs, everyone's comfortable with everyone else.
If you look at how they employed Protas this year and just the way that he was used, he was 4th in the NHL at 2.84 points per 60 minutes. Mm-hmm. 4th in the NHL.
Yeah.
Was one of the best even strength skaters
Super
in the
efficient.
sport. And then if you look at Caps forwards in terms of the penalty kill, where they really struggled, certainly in Montreal, tied for 3rd on the team with Tom Wilson, average shorthanded ice time per game, about 1:35. Where's he going to help them more? They've been really good at even strength. I think they have a 10-6 edge in the series. Penalty kill was a bit of an issue. Maybe that was because they were in Montreal, but where would you expect he makes his biggest impact coming back here? He's 7th in the league in individual scoring chances per 60 on the penalty kill.
Well, he's going to play so much more at even strength. So I think the obvious answer is he's going to help more at even strength because 80% of his deployment is going to be at even strength. That said, the penalty kill has not been good, which is kind of inexplicable because that's actually the wrong word. It is explainable. And here's why, in my opinion. It was 5th in the league at the end of the regular season. You take Marty Faravari out. He was the leader on the team in shorthanded ice time. You take Alexei Protas out, and you're taking out one of your top penalty killing forwards. And now, 2 big parts of your penalty kill are out, and you're asking other players to step in at this late stage of the season. And you couple that with a Canadiens power play that's got Cole Caulfield on the other side. What a trigger man he is. And Suzuki and all these other key players. The good thing is, Laine's been out, but that's a really, really dangerous power play. I want to say the Habs have scored 5 power play goals and had 2 just last game. So if the Caps are going to make a run, they got to figure that out because Faravari's not coming back this year. And we know that.
Montembeault play tonight? No, right?
He's not even here.
So he's not even on the ice still.
No.
What's his injury? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, so I was actually working the game for TNT in Montreal when he left. And game 3, it looked like it was a left leg injury of some sort because he actually walked right by me when he got hurt. Something happened in the game, left leg. He tried to play through it, 5 or 6 minutes later, he came over and said, "I can't do it anymore."
Wow.
He came out, and so I don't know if it's a hamstring or a knee or whatever, but it's somewhere between his thigh and his calf.
That's obviously Montreal's goalie for somebody listening who hadn't been paying that close of attention. And then Carrier, who Wilson destroyed and murderballed and ended the night of. Is he playing tonight?
He's a game time decision.
Okay. Line A might be back for them?
Line A is not playing tonight.
Wow. So they're super banged up.
They are banged up. They are banged up. And
it's almost like the much more physical Capitals have taken a toll on them in this series.
Which is always the point of building a team that's bigger and stronger than everyone else is, within games, you hope that if you invest physically in the first and second period, it pays dividends in the third period. What were the Capitals this year? They were the best team in the National Hockey League in the third period. If you invest in game 1 and game 2, physicality, you hope that in games 4, 5, and 6, if you get there, that the other team is literally broken down and you've broken their will, and defensemen do not want to go behind the net and retrieve pucks because they know Tom Wilson is going to plaster them against the boards. And I do think you're starting to see some of that. Guys, I don't want to look too far ahead, but if they're able to get by the Habs tonight, they can beat Carolina, and just like that championship year, you can sort of see the pathway opening up a little bit for them.
Let's finish this one first.
Absolutely.
And I want to talk about that with you after.
So how important,
I've lived this too many years, Tarek.
and that's where I was going to go. How important is it that they actually do it tonight? Because I know for a fan, the instant, and sure, you're up 3 games to 2. Don't you feel good? I'm from DC, dude. I don't feel good until we're on to the next city, and they actually checked into the hotel.
So I think it's critical, and I'll tell you a couple of reasons. I feel like they chipped away at some of the belief the Habs had with that third period in Game 4. I feel like going into Game 4, the Habs were like, down 2-1. We probably could have beat them in that first game. We're in this, boys. Mm-hmm. I think they kind of got housed a little bit there in the third period. They gave up 4 straight goals. 2 of them were empty netters, I know, but that was a very lopsided period. And I feel like just body language wise and listening to what they said after the game, I think the realization is starting to sink in that the Capitals might be the better team. And the Caps need to capitalize on that by having a strong first 10 minutes tonight. And the other reason is the Carolina Hurricanes, Sebastian Aho and company, they've had their feet up all day.
Yeah.
They've already got a day extra rest here. You can't have this go back to Montreal, and now you're 3-4 days extra. I mean, if you don't win tonight, what if you have to go back to Montreal to finish them off and you suffer another injury up there? What if you suffer an injury, in Game 7? Like, you don't want to live your life by hypotheticals. That said, every time you go on the ice, the risk for suffering an injury to a key player is there.
Sure.
Wrap it up tonight. Be healthy. Take tomorrow off. Practice Friday. Get back at it Saturday or Sunday.
So we do this draft at the end of every pre-playoff show.
Okay.
Where we draft a Capitals player to score a goal.
Okay.
I am scuffling. Just tough luck. I'm Lars Eller. I just can't put one in the net right now.
Okay.
I got one. Give me a sneaky pick for down the board because the obvious guys go up top. Mm-hmm. But give me a sneaky pick to click tonight who you think could score a goal.
Ryan Leonard. It's time for him to score, and I'll tell you why. Last game wasn't his best game. Only played a little less than 10 minutes. That said, his on-ice shooting percentage, when the 5 Capitals are on the ice, it's something like 2%. The team is shooting like 13%. You know what that tells me? That he's getting opportunities. They're just not going in. This is a silly game played on ice. Pucks hit the post and they go out. Pucks hit the post and they go in. Pucks hit skates. Referees make bad calls. All sorts of stuff has to happen. I think Ryan is due. I feel like he had some really good opportunities at the end of the regular season, those last few games he played, and he had some really good opportunities in games 1 and 2. He is due.
Little kid Leno. I love it. Tarek, it is great to see you, buddy,
Yeah,
and I
man.
appreciate you making time for us at the arena.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
I know you're busy.
Yeah.
Tarek El-Bashir, Monumental Sports. Check him out as he continues to cover the club tonight. And throughout the postseason, we will have our Caps to score a goal draft, and we'll hit the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball after 6 o'clock before we get out of here. But next, what areas on the roster haven't the Commanders fixed? And we'll hit the headlines from here at Capital One Arena ahead of Game 5. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're at Capital One Arena. Looks like they're just starting to let some of the VIPs in. I believe the gates officially open at 6 o'clock, 10 minutes from now. So if you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on the road, we just had a listener come up who drove up from Fredericksburg today, was listening to the show all the way up, which is awesome. Come on by and say hello. Sections 106, 107 in the main concourse. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to pregame.
Yeah, usually if you drive up from Fredericksburg, you can catch a lot of the show. You'll hear a lot of us in the on the old radio there.
He said 1 hour and 15 the commute.
We both went, wow, like that's amazing.
He made good time, I'll say, from Fredericksburg to D.C., parking door to door, getting into the arena in 1 hour and 15. I think you'll take that. Big news in D.C., and it has nothing to do with a RFK Stadium 2.0, although for fats like myself, it's equally as significant. You see Giordano's Pizza.
Oh, I saw it.
Could be coming to the nation's capital.
I saw it hardcore. Now, let me say something, if I may, I editorialize.
Oh, I know where this is going.
There will
be some besmirching.
There is far too much disrespect from all of you. That's right. I'm talking to you out there in Radio Land about deep dish pizza. It may not be your favorite kind of pizza, and that's fine. I'll allow that.
Overrated.
These people who are screaming about more bread, more cheese, more sauce, and more meat on your pizza, this is not your domain. Let us fat folk, let us heavysets, let us portlies dine upon the joy that is that deep dish pizza. Oh, I'm sorry that crust is so hearty and a little bit sweet. I'm sorry about that fresh tomato sauce right on top. I'm sorry about all the meat that they are desperate to put on your pizza. Get out of the way, because I'm going.
Deep dish is great.
Yes, it is.
All pizza is great.
Thank you, Grant.
We need to acknowledge that every pizza is a special, wonderful gift from the heavens.
Thank you.
But there's a little bit too much talking about deep dish pizza.
Oh, stop.
That's my stance.
Oh, my God.
Am I giddy about Giordano's coming to D.C.? Of course. Will I be there with bells on? Will I eat it? Yes. You're not hearing the right point. It's just the over-talking about it.
Well, the over-talking about it is in direct response to these villains that want to take it from us. They only got Scouts New York pizza. First of all, wrong.
Those people are the response to the over-talkers about the deep dish pizza.
You stop it.
Danny,
You know who's at fault here.
You can either only eat New York pizza or Chicago pizza for the rest of your life.
Why don't you maybe pick one of my kids? I'm not doing that.
Pick
No, I refuse to play your game. I'm turning away from you.
You know why? Because you know the answer.
I don't know the answer. I love whatever I've had most recently.
The superior pizza is not the Chicago deep dish.
Listen.
By the way, you know what you sleep on comfortably is Detroit style.
I'm sure we don't get Detroit style from Jets Pizza all the time.
You don't
locally
eat or enjoy Detroit pizza, and that's your problem.
An insane comment to make to me.
All pizzas are good. What I'm saying is Chicago is down the pecking order. It's down the depth chart.
It doesn't go very far down, is what I'm telling you. And it's and if I can say this respectfully, it's the people like you that make the rest of us have to start swinging our swords about Chicago pizza.
Okay, we'll stand on. No. I'm the one saying nice things about Chicago pizza.
You just said it's down the list.
It is. Take a stance. Is it better than New York?
It's not better.
Is it better than Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh, stop. But by the way, by answering that, you're acknowledging that you don't think it's better than New York.
It's different.
It's also different than Detroit.
Of course it is, but I prefer it to Detroit. But you're saying is Chicago style better or New York style better is like saying, I don't know, what's a better video game, a first-person shooter or a narrative-driven story? I think it depends on what you're in the mood for. It depends on what you're looking for. They're totally different things. It's only pizza because it's meat, bread, cheese, and sauce.
I'm happy to eat it. If they want to open this restaurant, I'll be there. And on opening night, I'll pummel it. I once, by the way, ordered a Giordano's Pizza, true story, to my hotel covering a Redskins-Bears game years and years ago, probably 2011 in Chicago. I had no idea how big and thick the pizza was. I'd had it. It had been a few years. Mm-hmm. It came to my hotel. It felt like there was a cinder block in the box.
Oh, that's the greatest feeling.
I opened it up. I was starving. I thought, I'm going to eat 5 of these. I ate one piece. It was giant. Yep. It was heavier than a brick. I ate it. And I had to leave the rest in my hotel room because I was going to the airport at 4 a.m. the next morning. Mm-hmm. It was, and I'm not exaggerating, by the way, with the delivery and the tip and everything. I think it was like $50.
And you're going, why is that so overpriced? Oh, now I get it, because a slice is enough. Can I tell you one of my all-time fattest behaviors?
Sure.
It was actually not Giordano's, it was Lou Malnati's. But I ate the 4-person pizza with Brendan Darr by myself.
Oh wow, that's a win.
He goes, so do you want to order one pizza and share? And I go, no, I don't want to share. I want to get my own. And he's like, you thinking for some later? And I was like, yeah, it's for later. And I ate this is for 4 people pizza by myself, and I've never felt worse, but I've also never been happier.
It's a win for DC.
Yeah,
we should have brought that up with the council.
There we go. It's Council Member Pinto. How excited are you about this?
How do we get more of the restaurants that we really, really want? That's a victory, but everyone just needs to calm down. That's my stance.
No, celebrate.
We got our Caps to score a goal tonight draft coming up on Grant and Danny. Who do we got lighting the lamp? And the Nats lead off before we get out of here. We're at Capital One Arena taking you up to pregame a monster Game 5 tonight. Will the Caps clinch a series at home for the first time in 10 years? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Game 5, Caps and Canadiens at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear it right here on the Fan. The Capitals looking to close out the series. They lead 3-1. We could see Alexi Protas on the ice for the first time in this playoffs for the Capitals. Game 5 tonight, 7 o'clock, Caps and Canadiens right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies, 6:45 first pitch, Game 2 of that series. You know that game over on the Team 980. Bryce Harper, the Nats on deck guest before Charlie and Dave. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.19 ERA. Christopher Sanchez goes for Philadelphia. He's 2-1 with a 3.42 ERA. NBA playoff action tonight, the Warriors and the Rockets at 7:30. Golden State leads 3-1 in that series. Timberwolves and Lakers at 10 o'clock tonight. Minnesota up 3-1 in that series. And in the NFL, some fines handed out for the Shedeur Sanders prank call. The Falcons were fined $250,000. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich was fined $100,000 after it was his son that got the number to make the prank call. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Capital One Arena and Grant and Danny. We are live on the Fan ahead of Game 5 of Caps hockey. The Capitals with a chance to clinch a series at home for the first time since 2015. In fact, they have won 20 playoff series in their history. Only 8 times ever have they clinched on home ice, not in this decade. When they made their cup run all the way through Vegas, every single one of those series was won on enemy ice in enemy territory. So they're looking to do something very unique and fun this evening. We're going to give you our Caps to score a goal draft coming up in moments on Grant, and Danny will also hit the Nats leadoff. Couple of game notes for you, Danny, as far as tonight goes for the Capitals. They have come back to win 2 games when trailing in the third period in this series. Otherwise, it's a very different conversation with his 3-1 series lead. Dylan Strome has a point in all 4 games. You guys notice that? 2 goals, 5 assists. He's got 7 points through 4, tied for the 5th most ever by a Capital 4 games into the playoffs.
So those 2 third period comebacks I want to touch on, because what was the narrative? What was the story through the first couple of games was the Capitals dominating for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever you want to assign to it, and then holding on for dear life, once going to overtime and then winning, and then second winning it in regulation, where you're just going, phew, Montreal ran out of time. And that's so interesting to hear, and because it's right, obviously, that they've been able to come back a couple of different times here.
Stromer is 6th in points and assists in the NHL playoffs. All the players participating right now. Primary assist, by the way, on all 3 of the game-winning goals in this 4-game series for the Capitals. So he has been heavily involved in their biggest moments. Anthony Beauvillier has 5 points in these playoffs, tied for the most by any player added at the NHL trade deadline this season. Logan Thompson's been marvelous despite leaving with an injury in the 1 loss. In games he's played the entire 60 minutes plus in, they're 3-0. He's got a 2.5 goals against, a 9.12 save percentage. Caps blue line, the defensive group for the Capitals did not have a point through 2 games and 2 wins in D.C. before hitting Montreal. They've got 6 points in 2 games now, a goal and 5 apples away from home ice. So they'll look to continue that tonight, getting back home. And they have had a pretty stark 5-on-5 advantage, Danny. A 10-6 edge in this series for the Capitals over the Canadiens, skating at even strength 5-on-5.
Yeah, that tells you the story. Stay out of the box, and when you do commit some impropriety, make sure that penalty kill is cleaned up as it wasn't here the last couple of games out. So if you can play 5-on-5 against this team, I like their chances.
Those Capitals notes, part of our pregame coverage of Caps hockey here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. All of our Caps content leading up to this game today has been brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact them at acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. All right, let's get to our Capital to Score a Goal draft. The scoreboard right now favors Darius Dameron. He is not particularly good at picking football games. He's finished last, I think, 3 out of 4 years or something like that, that we've done that challenge. But he's apparently really good at picking Caps to score goals. He's got 6 goals in the playoffs. Ryan's team has 5 goals. Danny, you're in third. You got a podium spot.
There we go.
Couple of goals scored by your selections. I have all of 1, an empty netter for Tom Wilson. And Toby, who did have 1 fewer game than the rest of us, but Linnell got him a goose egg in that game, sitting at 0 through game 4. So we'll be doing this throughout the postseason. So without further ado, we will randomize right now. Watch my randomization
I'm watching
here.
I'm looking for shenanigans.
I'm going to click a third time. This next order will be the draft
All right,
order.
the next one's the order.
For today's snake draft. The order is, I've got the first pick. Danny will have the second pick. Darius will pick third. Toby, you get pick 4. And Ryan, with your 5 goals, 1 back of the lead, you have the 5th pick and the snake, the 6th selection as well, as we get ready for hockey activity tonight. So without further ado, are we ready for the Cap to Score a Goal challenge?
It's going to be weird, me not picking 4th. That's going to be strange. I hope I can cope. I'll figure it out.
I'm going to go against my better judgment here. I have picked Tom Wilson in every single game at the top of the board with my earliest pick. I'm going to be a basic Benny. Alex Ovechkin. I will take the greatest goal scorer of all time. The pick is in. Ovi off the board, number 1. I've got to stop playing around. I got to get some goals here. I got to get back in this
Sure,
thing.
yeah.
Maybe Ovi pots a couple tonight.
For old Randy Douye, the pick is in. I was wrong. But as they say, it's too late to apologize. But it ain't too late to pick him to score some goals. He's been the most frisky, the most dangerous young man when it comes to this series. Opportunity after opportunity and goal after goal. Give me Connor McMichael to the squadron, please.
Connor McMichael, as you just said, the leader for the Capitals in chances and in goals in this series to this point, comes off the board number 2. Darius, you've got the 3rd pick and the lead, 6-5 to 2-1 to 0. You're the front man right now. What do you got?
The pick is in. It's hard for me to pass on the handsome one. Handsome Tom is on Team Darius this week. Let's do it.
Tom Wilson coming off of an empty net goal. Joe Beninati, for the record, Danny, predicted on this show today that Willie would get a power play goal. So
He's got
he
no
likes
good
where
reason
Darius
for
is.
it, guys. It just feels that way. By the way, this would be so fitting if he's been on Grant's squad the entire time, and tonight is the night
Just
that he
gets
breaks
going.
out. Yeah,
hat
that he
trick.
gets going. Yep.
Oh, I'll be livid.
That
I
was
mean,
my
actually,
reasoning
that's
for the
not
most
true.
You'll be furious you said it.
I will be giddy and
You already said it.
euphoric.
You already
and
said it.
Just overjoyed.
Furious.
But also, I'll hate Darius a little bit. All right, let's get to Toby, who's got the 4th pick. Tobes, it's time, brother. No goals. Who are you, Lars Heller?
Oh, this
Get
guy.
a goal.
Come on.
The pick is in. You can't see me because we're back in the studio. You guys out at Capital One Arena, but I'm wearing this man's sweater. He's number 17 on the ice, number 1 in my heart. Give me Dylan Strome.
Stromer, 7 points in the series, most on the team, 2 goals already in this series. I like the play, Toby. To get him at number 4 overall, you got to like your value there on your draft board.
Feel really good.
You didn't even have to throw a fit like Mel Kiper that he was falling in the draft either. All right, Rhino, you got a snake opportunity here. Picks 5 and 6. Capital to score a goal tonight. Who do you got?
Yep, and the pick is in. We're going to get a little sexy here. Maybe not so sexy, but it's going to be a little bit sexy in my mind. Pierre-Luc Dubois. He's going to get on the board tonight. That is my first round pick.
Feels like he's been a little bit snake bit because there have been some opportunities.
He's been right there.
Active. He's around the cage. The puck's always on his stick in dangerous areas, but he hasn't really scored. And I don't think since maybe game 1, thinking about it, I don't know that he's had, been that close to scoring, but it just feels like he's due.
It feels like he is due. He did score in game 1. I believe he was on my team in that game as well. So I'm going to run it back with Pierre-Luc Dubois, but I'm going to start off the second round. The pick is in. Alexi Protas, welcome back. You're going to score a goal tonight. It's going to be a big goal. It's going to be a big story. I love it. Protas, welcome back, my guy. You're scoring a goal in tonight's contest against the Canadians.
Alexi, well, that is the team that
That's
playing.
who they're playing. That would make
There's
sense.
Canadians fans walking by, and I just
No, I know. He was trolling. He was trolling.
He was trolling the Canadians fans. They were giving us thumbs up. Even the trolling from Canadians fans is nice.
I know.
That's what's
Like,
funny.
Hello, guys. I recognize you. Hope all's well. Like, that's how they troll.
This one guy came up and he was doing this like very comfortable thing at the table in a Canadians jacket.
Yeah.
And I like took my headphones off and I'm like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, hey, I came from Montreal for the game. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, you guys Caps fans? And I'm like, yeah, we do radio. He's like, this is the sports station? He's like, huh? You think we'll see you for game 7? Like, that was his big chirp.
Yeah.
And I was like, I doubt it, but
I
it's very
hope,
possible.
hope not. Have a good
He's
one.
like, well, let's hope I see you in game 7. Like, that was his best shot.
I'm going to nail him. I got him.
Eagles fans and Canadians fans, they're one and the same. All right, so we're back to Toby. Ryan's got PLD and Protas to start his squad.
I'm torn between two guys, but I have made my decision. The pick is in. I was considering Tarek's pick to click, but I'm going to pass on it because I know Danny would definitely love to have this guy on his team, but I'm going to take him anyways. Give me Jacob Chikrin.
I feel like you've taken Chicky a bunch.
I've had Chicky every time.
You a little salty about that? Or
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It's kind of my personal thing. It's my signature. It's like, the Wet Bandits would turn on the faucets.
Of course.
This is my Wet Bandit.
Can I say that Toby, considering he's drafting in the 4 spot, and I know that I'm putting over a guy who does not have a goal yet.
Yep.
But Stromer and Chicky from the 4 spot?
Stromer and Chicky from the 4 spot.
He's in a good place.
That's what got me my goals. The only goals I've had have been those two guys from that spot.
Darius Dameron's got Tom Wilson coming off of the most recent Caps goal. What else you got?
Darius' team's the most handsome.
Well, of course, that's a fact. Here's my pick is in. I thought about going all pick the clicks here and taking Ryan Leonard as well, but I think I'm going to go ahead and pivot. I got a sneaky feeling Captain America is going to do something tonight. Let's go John Carlson here at this pick.
Ooh, I like it. An early round 2 grab for John Carlson. Maybe a blast from the point on the power play. Maybe a little 4-on-4 space for him. Creeping down toward the cage. I like where your head's at. Darius going with the 2018 Stanley Cup theme.
Yeah.
Tom Wilson and John Carlson. Danny chose Connor McMichael. Who is he adding to his trio?
The pick is in. Bienvenue dans l'équipe, Monsieur Beauvillier. Welcome, Anthony Beauvillier, to the squadron, please.
You like Beauvillier back on home ice, getting back on the goal sheet, going back to his early series ways. Now, are you worried if Protas plays on the top line, Beauvillier moves down to the 4th line?
I'm very worried about that.
With Duhaime and Dowd, maybe a little less offense.
I'm very concerned about that. My 2 Hawk Harrelson style picks to click, my hipster ones, were taken from me. I was going to do the Protas bit here, but Ryan did it to his credit a couple rounds earlier, and Chikrin was gone. So that's kind of my next most likely. If he's a 4th line Freddie, I won't be as enthused about this pick.
I'm going to get my snake out of the way then so that I can make my 2nd, my 3rd pick for my triumvirate. I am ready and waiting. Probably my favorite player on the team, the center of the 4th line, a hard worker who's ready for a grimy, greasy playoff goal.
Oh, sure.
Nick Dowd. Dowder had a career-high 14 goals this season, signed a 2-year extension at the very end of the campaign. Let's celebrate that thing with a big playoff goal and a clincher tonight. What do you say?
What do you say?
I am between 2 minds with my 3rd and final pick, but I am ready to make it. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave the doggy for somebody else after he scored 2 goals in his last game. Andrew Mangiapane, the big game-winning snipe. I think the confidence is going to be high for him. Doesn't sound like they're going to tweak the 3rd line, so there's going to be possible continuity there if they keep Ryan Leonard on the 3rd line with Mangiapane and Eller. So I will go with the man who scored the biggest goal of the playoffs to this point with a great shot. You just saw it on display in Montreal. Andrew Mangiapane.
So that's what I was going to pick. So I'm bummed I can't do that. I wanted to select him because my 7-year-old called him Andrew Mangiapane.
That's a good nickname.
Which, like, he's like you're riding a pony.
Call him the pony.
The pick is in. He's just a little fella. Just a little young guy making his way. He's deserved one, quite frankly. Only 9 minutes of ice time last time out. Tonight will be different. Tonight, the kid scores the biggest goal of his life. Give me Leonardo DiCaprio, Ryan Leonard for old Rainy Duye.
Little kid Leno. What a playoff moment that would be as he tries to stave off Taylor Radish.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the two guys that are going to be undulating maybe between being scratched and being in the lineup. Now that Protas is back, it sounds like no Radish tonight, that Leonard gets the call. So I've got Ovi, Dowd, and Mangiapane. Danny in the Capitals to score a goal draft has
McMichael, Bavillier, and Leonard.
Anthony Bavillier, and little kid Leno. Dad, you've got Tom Wilson and John Carlson. If you want to complete the trifecta from the 18 run, Lars Eller, who doesn't score, is available.
Well, let's find out if he's going to be on the squad. Unfortunately for Eller, he's not going to be on the squad. We've got to go doggy, no Bucky. Brandon Duhaime, welcome to Team Darius.
Let's go, Doggy. I'll be so psyched if Doggy gets another one tonight. He had the hard-working crease slap goal that went through the goalie after 17 seconds and nobody knew it was in. And then he got the easiest goal you can ever get with the empty netter. Good things happen to workers. Fourth liners, baby. Who's got a Duhaime sweater? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Looking for a Duhaime
Your
sweater.
hands up.
That'll be me.
I saw one, by the way, going by.
No way.
I did. I saw one.
Are you kidding?
I'm totally serious.
Don't just say that to ruin my name.
I am not saying that to ruin your day, but I saw one.
How old was the person?
I don't know, like a dude. How old
Did
are
they
dudes?
look like a fat guy with a beard like me? Or
No, a regular guy.
normal guy? Was
Yeah,
he better looking than me?
Different looking.
Skinnier?
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's not.
as attractive in the face.
I didn't think so. But I'm not picking on the guy. I just thought he was. You know how when people are like, what's it? I don't know. It looks like a dude.
Now I got to get another jersey.
He's like a guy. You
I
know,
got to get another sweater now.
you know how guys just look like guys sometimes. He's one of those.
Okay, but now what you've just said has made me have to buy another sweater.
But no, you don't.
Someone else has the sweater?
One other person. They make them. Someone else could buy one.
They don't make them. I had to make it my own. They literally don't make it at
What, they
this
don't make it?
arena. No, it's not available. You have to
Oh,
do
we
it
like ordered it.
You would make like a 51 Rouillet or something. Or
Oh.
You'd be a 14, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'd be 14.
Yeah, 14 Rouillet.
Mhm.
All right. I believe Toby's been waiting for a while.
I'm sorry, Toby.
I hope you have your pick ready after all that.
Yeah, it took me a little bit, but the pick is in. This guy only scored 4 goals in the regular season, but he's going to find a way to net one tonight. The Swedish Prince, Rasmus Sandin.
Woo! Rasmus Sandin getting a little love from Tobes. I think Toby was feeling himself. That was a heat check. He got Stromer and Chicky from the 4 spot, and he's like, why don't we just go with a random defenseman that doesn't have much of a threat to score very often? I like it. I like the stepping across the timeline and hoisting confidence from Altizer.
You're also kind of to the end here when you're one of the last couple of picks of this here snake draft. There's only so many forwards that are eligible to be selected.
Understood.
The Lars Eller corollary always a prize.
Ryan?
The pick is in, and we're excited about this one.
You get to close out PLD and Protus. You got the biggest team by far, by the way.
I know, I've got a big team.
It's a big group.
2018 World Cup, Stanley Cup champion, Lars Eller. Someone's got to take him. Someone's going to have to carry this throw. I'm going to do it. Darius, you not take Lars Eller this time. I'm going to take him for you. I've got Lars Eller scoring tonight. He did have an assist 2 games ago. Let's get a goal. Why not? Let's get a goal, Lars Eller.
And why not is a great question, by the way.
Why not?
Like, seriously, why not, dude?
Anytime.
One time.
Whenever you're ready.
Empty netter.
Darius, 6 goals in the challenge so far. Ryan with 5, 1 off the pace. Danny, you're creeping up. You've got 2. I've only got 1, and Toby sitting at 0.
And this is for $1 million, you guys.
$1 million on the line. I believe Odyssey's paying us. It's not out of our own pockets, right? This is Odyssey that decided we needed to spice up the show a little bit. So they put $1 million on the line for us in this segment, which is so sweet of them.
I think that's amazing, honestly, that they would do that.
So nice.
Isn't that amazing?
But honestly, not surprising. Because they are, if anything, willing to spend big money.
You remember that meeting we had where we talked to some of the higher ups? We're like, listen, you guys, stop spending. Enough.
Right.
We get it.
It's just too much.
You're prospering too much.
Yeah.
You know, like stop throwing all that money around. People are getting jealous.
I didn't want to harp a lot today on the 3-1 history for the Capitals, but I will just mention briefly here in our final minutes. So do you know what the percentage chance to win a series all time in the NHL is when you're up 3-1?
I've forgotten the number, but it's high. It's upwards of 90, I think.
Take a guess.
91%.
All right. It's right around 91, 90. I think you just nailed it, like 91 plus, 92%, something like that, right? The Capitals, when they have had a 3-1 series lead, take a guess at what it would be. Like they have had 13 series all time up 3-1. How many do you think they've won?
think it's 6 or 7.
8.
There we go.
8 of 13. That is a little over 60%, Danny. 61%. 30% lower than what is the league number.
Because some of those classes I remember are 2-0 series that they lost. But yes.
But I bring this up to say they were up 3-2 on Carolina semi-recently, and I think that was the 19 playoffs, and didn't win. Of course, Montreal, they had the 3-1 series lead in 2010. So nobody should be counting chickens. This game tonight needs to be competed in as if it's a game one, as far as I'm concerned. Remember that first game when the Caps came out and they just hit everything that moved and they were super physical and just destroyed Montreal for the first 20 minutes?
I do.
That's what I want game one, that energy.
Yeah, bring me that.
I want shift one to look like that tonight. I want game 5 to feel like that. The idea of, it's 3-1, it's inevitable, eventually they're going to put this thing away. No, that's not the way this works. You've got to go out and you've got to be better and you've got to finish this team. They're not going to roll over. The other thing I would say is, yes, the series is 3-1. Does it feel like it? They've outchanced them significantly in their 3-1 wins. They deserve them. But 2 of those games were 1-goal games before empty netters. Like, you get a bad bounce, something happens 6-on-5 or whatever, they get to pull a goalie, and next thing you know, you're going to overtime again. This has actually been ultra competitive.
I think so, too.
It kind of feels like more like a 2-2 series.
Now, I think multiple things are true. I think the Caps are the better team. The second thing I would say is they have had more minutes of the total minutes played in this series where they have played like the better team. I think that's a fair assessment. I will also say, though, there have been too many moments for my liking where that has been reversed and tilted so dramatically in the opposite direction where Montreal was out everything them, right? So those moments of domination where Washington's on their heels, kicking the puck out of their own zone, et cetera, has told you this is not a cakewalk. And it's the postseason, man. It never is. Nothing's ever easy. You know they're desperate, talking about Montreal. This is their best bolt, the best bullet to try to extend this series and put all of the pressure back on the 1-seed Capitals, who wire to wire were excellent. So, yeah, the history of it bears in. Everybody's concerned, rightfully so. Just nip that in the bud, knock them out tonight.
Yeah, finish it. You've also got to consider that Carolina has already put the finishing touches on Jersey.
Yeah, they're good.
The Hurricanes are waiting for you now. And with every game you've got to play, in addition to the possibility of not advancing, you've also got to worry about extra days of rest for them to line things up, to get healthier. The quicker you can get them back on the ice, having dealt with a couple of injuries, the better in general. All right, let's give you your Caps player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. Today's Capitals player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team since 1961. Danny, who are you putting your eyes on?
Alexi Protas. We're all fascinated. What's he going to look like? I mean, when Logan Thompson was out for a little while, he came back and was aces in game number 1. I'm hoping for a similar return to glory for Alexi Protas. I'm not sure what line he's going to skate on. Tarek seemed to think it was the top line, so we'll certainly see there. But all eyes are going to be on the big man as he makes his return, hopefully, here this evening.
I'll say Little Kid Leno. I'm guessing he'll stay on the third line. I'm guessing he'll be part of the same line that he's been on and not be moved around with some of the changes. But the decision was made that Radish is out and he's in, and I think that's the right decision. And frankly, if he keeps playing the way he has, I would keep Leonard in for every game. But you're only one performance where the coaches don't see the energy and the effort that they want on every shift away from them, feeling like they got to keep Radish engaged and involved. So he's got to play well if he wants to stay on the ice. The Nationals are in action tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. It is time for the leadoff. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Jake Irvin is on the hill. He's got the second lowest ERA on the National pitching staff behind Mitchell Parker. He's got a tough lineup to deal with tonight.
Leading off, playing shortstop. Check. Abrams batting second. At second base, Ahmad Rosario batting third and left field. That's James Woods music. Batting fourth, playing first base, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth, your DH, Josh Bell. Batting sixth, your right fielder, Dylan Cruz. Batting seventh, Keber Ruiz doing the catching. Hitting eighth, Jose Tena at third base. And batting ninth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy. Why, that's Jacob Young.
Tonight's the night. Capitals in action here at Capital One Arena for Game 5. Nats in Philadelphia. You'll be hearing the Caps right here on the Fan. Pregame coming up in just about 10 minutes. If you want to hear the Nationals starting at 6:45, they'll be broadcast on the AM side over on the Team 980. Capitals need to end this thing this evening. Who's going to play hero? Cannot wait to break it down after, hopefully, a win tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
For our crew back in the DC studios, Darius and Toby, for Ryan and the Fighting Malleys out here in the nation's capital, Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening. Let's go, Caps.
Thank you.